have some high white puffy clouds, no immediate threat of rain. So we should be getting the 9:30 start here at Warner Park. As I say, a pleasant good morning to you, Earl Smitten.
Well, good morning, Gary, and good morning to all our viewers. And a pleasant day, pleasant start. The wind seemed to have picked up a bit again today, a bit blustery. So it might help some of the Trinidad spinners today. Might allow them to get a bit of a drift. But, Gary, the match is at a point. We are into the third day. Trinidad and Tobago having scored 529 for 5. And I would say at this stage, there are only, well, I would say probably 3 possible results in this game. And would start by a victory for Trinidad and Tobago, a draw, or a no result, depending on the weather and all that. Those are the 3 possible results. I do not see the Leeward Islands winning this match that easily. Even if they bat the whole of today, Gary, they're not going to get to 529. And I don't think they would want to declare well short of that. So, Trinidad in a better position, but it hinges very much on the way the Leeward Islands bat today.
Definitely, and so the 2 openers are in the middle, and Yannick Caraya will complete his over that started yesterday. So 1 delivery remaining in the over from yesterday. So 13.5 overs were bowled yesterday. So play is about to start. They will start with a slip. There's a forward short leg. There's a point cover, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. And on the onside, a fielder down at backward square, mid-wicket, and a mid-on. And there's also a forward short leg. So the first delivery of day 3 is about to be bowled by Carrier. And over is completed as it's pushed down to forward short leg to bring up the end of the over that started yesterday. So the Leewards would want to come out this morning, reconsolidate, and try to get a good partnership going.
Very long over indeed, lasted quite a number of hours, but nevertheless completed at this point. But you're right, Leewards would like to settle in. It's still a very good batting track, and they certainly would like to get a very good start. Jeremiah Louis, we just see him there giving some advice to Kadeem Henry. And he would like to get 100 under his belt, and Kadeem Henry perhaps looking to get his first half century for the season and go past that. So Leeward Islands, of course, looking for a very good start here today.
So it's going to be Jaden Steels who will pick up the attack. We'll be opening the attack from the far end. We're bowling to Mikhail Louis. Seems as Louis has taken an off-stump guard. So we have a slip and 2 gullies for the first over from Sales. Then there's a field at cover. There's also there's a cover point on the boundary and a mid-off.
Interesting field, really. Just the solitary slip and what you could describe as 2 gullies in position there for Mikhail Louis. So obviously the Sylvan knows something about Louis.
Well, yesterday you saw he played a couple of shots that went through that gully area. So maybe they decided, because he would have been getting the ball to come back in from outside the off stump. And once it's pitched a bit wide, he normally open the face of the bat and run it down in that region. So maybe they're thinking if they can get one probably a little bit more bounce, they might leave the bat in the air, and one of the two fielders, they might come into action.
As we spoke, the second gully went a bit to his left.
So Sales will continue from that far end. As you speak, there's a dark cloud coming overhead. And so we'll wait and see what will happen. We are hoping to have a full day's play, 98 overs we are told for today to be bowled. And the first day we got 79.3 overs. So we are hoping that we get a full day's play and 98 overs will be bowled. And the Leewards will want to bat all of the 98 overs. Mikhail Louis would want to play a long innings here for his team. Karim Henry had some starts, would want to continue. So Louis will want to bat long, another delivery on the off stump, and he just pushed it into the bat on the strip. So it will be a long day for both teams, as we have been indicating all match long. It has been a very good, very flat pitch here at Warner Park as the sun comes back out here, as it went momentarily behind that dark cloud which is high overhead. No immediate threat of rain. So in the first over of the third day's play, and Leeward's looking to bat long. The first target, they would have to get up to 379, I think, to avoid the follow-on. I think the follow-on target is 150 in regional cricket, I think.
Well, not just regional cricket, in 4-day cricket.
So they'll have to get up. The first target is to bat and get up to 379, 380. And if you get up to 380, you'll get 3 batting points. Anything over 350, you pick up 3 batting points. And so the Leewards will want to bat long. They would have seen the Red Force batting on a good strip, good batting strip. And Jaden Staley is keeping a tight off-stump line. And Mikhail Louis is defending. So Jaden Steele, as we have been saying, has been getting the ball to come back in from outside the off-stump. Maybe that's why Mikhail Louis has decided that he will bat on the off-stump. And so Sales has been able to keep things tight in the first over. 5 deliveries have been bowled and no run yet for the Leewards. So they started the morning at 45 without loss. Still 45. And Red Force will be hoping to get an early breakthrough. When the Red Force batted, they lost the first wicket at 27. So Leeward's good partnership, opening partnership of 45 so far. Delivery outside the off-stump, coming back in towards the batsman Mikhail Louis. He shoulders arms, allowed to go through over the off-stump, taken behind by the keeper to bring up the end of a maiden over. So the first full over of the third day's play has been completed. No run have been scored for day 3, 45 without loss. The Red Force, or the Leeward, sorry.
When the Red Force batted, Gary, they batted for 125 overs, but they scored at a good clip, 4.23. And we said we had some 98 overs in the day's play, and Leewards no doubt would be hoping to bat all of these 98 overs today. At the moment, they're going at just 3 runs for over.
So Carrier will continue from the media center end. So I don't think they'll be too worried about the run rate at this point in time. Once you get set, obviously there'll be times where you get some loose deliveries, and what you want to do when you get the loose deliveries is to capitalize on those loose deliveries. So they will want to bat as long as possible. The longer you bat, the better it will be for you.
Yes, run rate certainly is not a factor at this point. I just mentioned the fact that, the Trinidad and Tobago team, when they batted, they were able to maintain a good run rate. But we saw at some stage when they were rebuilding, the run rate would have dropped below 4 runs for over, but not for long. But as you rightly said, the run rate not critical at this point.
So they get a single. I've seen a few flighted deliveries from Carrier to Henry. Good flight outside the off stump, teasing the batsman. This one was a bit closer to the off stump, and he just pushed it down into the offside, and they get a single. So I'm sure that the spinners for the Red Force would not be afraid to flight and tease and tempt the batsman, because nothing much in the pitch. We want to bring the batters forward. That's a delivery. Flighted outside the off-stump off the outer portion of the bat. Goes down towards the vacant third man area. 4 was flighted. Was wide outside the off-stump. And Mikhail Louis went after it. Came from the outer portion of the bat. Down towards the third man area for 4. And I'm sure that Captain De Silva might be thinking maybe if he can get a second slip in, if Carey is going to continue to flight outside the off stump, you might want to see another fielder in the slip area.
Yes, definitely. And I don't think he would have been too disappointed with that shot, Gary.
No.
That outside edge. He would have been happy to see such a shot. The batsman going at one outside the off stump.
So he has been flighting a lot of deliveries in this over, teasing the batters. So Mikhail Lowy and Kadim Henry would want to be careful and don't be tempted. Don't follow those wide deliveries. He's going to spin away. He flies it outside the off stump unless he's going to bring one back. But normally it will spin away. And now we are seeing the strengthening of the slip corners. So 2 slips now have been employed because Carey has been keeping a good off stump line. He has been flighting and getting a bit of turn as well. A little bit of turn. And he's flighting and driving and a peeler. Not a flighted delivery. Not much use of the feet, as Mikhail Lowy was playing from the crease. He was beaten and taken behind by the keeper. So the over has been completed. A good over, good testing over by Yannick Carrier has come to an end. And at the end of it, the Leewards, they are 50 without loss.
Yes, the length of the Trinidad and Tobago spinners so far. We saw a bit of pair yesterday, but the lengths we have seen so far from the spinners of Trinidad and Tobago much better than what we saw from the Leeward Islands. We've seen better control, and Karai has been able to put it just on about off stump or just outside the off stump, bowl into a plan and looking to induce the outside edge and get a catch to slip. In fact, he strengthened the slip cordon, brought another fielder in place. So good start for Trinidad and Tobago, but the Leeward Island batsman, they would have to exercise some patience too.
So sales will continue from that far end, and Kadim Henry would have taken a center stump guard as opposed to Mikhail Lowy, who did an off stump guard. So the sun has come out here at Warner Park as the dark cloud has shifted down to the west. So good conditions for cricket. As you see, one of the another cruise ship in the harbour down at Port Zante. So sales will continue from that far end, looking to break this partnership. A good opening partnership for the Leewards, 50 runs. And sales will looking to break that partnership. And has been keeping a good line, good length, getting the ball to come back in towards the right-hander. Maybe you want to get close to the off stump and see if you can get one moving away outside the off stump.
Yes, but we have not seen too much lateral movement on this pitch though. Pitch, which is bare of any grass, not a blade of grass on it. And
the Kookaburra ball, which is, we are told that they have a very flat seam or maybe non-existent seam, might also contribute to the fact that there's no movement at all.
Yeah, certainly.
As sales will try again. Wide outside the off stump, and Kadim Henry is not going to be tempted. It's allowed it to go through, to be taken behind by the keeper. So it will be a lot of hard work for the bowlers. And as a batter, you don't want to give your hands away.
Oh no, and it's a patience game by both batsmen and bowlers. And you know, the two batsmen out there for the Leeward Islands, they would have to exercise good patience, and the bowlers as well. I think though, when the Leeward Islands bowled, the bowlers didn't show too much patience, and on a flat track, they were guilty of being too short and too full at times.
So there was a deliverable shot, so you'll have to keep that tight length, and the Red Force batters would have capitalized on some of the poor bowling by the Leeward's bowlers, and that would have contributed to the fact that they got up to 529 for 5 wickets.
In quick time.
And that's very good partnership of 259 runs between the captain and the most experienced player in the West Force team. That yielded 259 runs. Leewards will be hoping that they can get a good partnership, maybe a good opening partnership. I'm sure they'll be happy. These two They have not been bothered too much. We would have seen in the last over though that Yannick Carrier has been flighting outside the off stump and tempting the batsman. And we have seen Mikhail Louis has been tempted on a couple of occasions. So you want to be careful. So I'm sure Yannick Carrier is encouraged from what he's seen from especially Mikhail Louis, who has been going after the bowling outside the off stump. So
Pierre is on the backward point boundary. And I wonder if this is not a bit too defensive.
So wide delivery outside the off stump to bring up the end of another maiden over by Jaden Sales. At the end of it, the Leeward's Hurricanes, they are 50 without loss. So a good opening partnership for the Leeward, and that is exactly what they would have wanted. Yesterday they would have hoped that the batters would have bat until the end of play, and they have been able to. They did that, and they would just want to come out today and continue. And a good partnership.
Yes, a good partnership. And yesterday, of course, I'm pretty certain they would have been happy that the weather would have intervened and cut short the day's play. And this, of course, allowed them to go to bed without losing a wicket. And they start the day afresh. And started in a good position where they had some runs on the board, some 45 runs without loss. And it's just a question of being patient. It's a good track still. And looking to build a good partnership.
So Carrier will continue from the media center end. It will be an interesting over, I'm sure, as they have employed 2 slips. And Mikhail Louis is on strike. And Carrier will continue. He's in his 3rd over, none for 7. 50 without loss in rain over number 18. And Carrier is bowling from the media center end. So Mikhail Louis will think about the single eventually, and they came for it in the end. There was a delivery which was up on the off stump. It came forward, drove it into the offside. The bowler came around, tried to stop it with the boot, missed it, and the fielder coming across to his left from the cover area couldn't prevent the run. So Django, so a single to the total. So with that single, the total has gone on to 51 without loss to Leeward's. Kadim Henry has come into strike, and it's also important in a partnership that you rotate the strikers as well.
Oh yes, that is very important. We see the offside field being strengthened, Mohammed going across to extra cover, and just 2 men on the onside.
So wide delivery outside the off stump, and Kadim Henry just played over it deliberately, just watched it go through, just played a fan shot. So it was too far outside the off stump to tempt or to tease the batsman. So you want to get it a little closer to that off stump and bring the batsman on the front foot. That one outside the off stump, keeping a bit low, spinning away. I was onto the back foot, looking to play into the offside. So that one, not much bounce, kept a little low. If you look at it on the monitor, yes, it didn't get up.
In fact, Gary, correction, there are 3 fieldsmen on the onside. There's a forward shot in place now for Henry. So 3, 4 if you want to include the wicketkeeper.
So Carrier has been bowling a good line and a good length in his spell so far this morning, keeping things tight, and certainly want to try and break this partnership. And the Hurricanes batters will want to stay focused, but Yannick Carrier is in the middle of a good spell, and getting the ball to turn slightly, slow turn outside the off stump to bring up the end of another tight over. Just the 1 run coming from it. At the end of it, 51 without loss. The Leewards, in reply to the Red Force, 529 for 5 declared.
Yes, another tight over from Carrier. And what has been good about his bowling so far is that he has not strayed away from his length and line. We have not seen him pitch anything short as yet. And he's bowling just on about off stump, just outside off stump. He's getting some slight turn away from the batsman. And of course, the onus is on the Leeward Islands batsmen now to show some patience. And you've seen him being able to tempt Louis a couple of times outside the off stump. And this is what he's bowling for. So it's really a patience game. And the question is who wins this battle.
So we just saw a conversation between the captain and the bowler. And as a result of that, the fielder who was all the way down on the backward point boundary has been brought in. And one of the two gullies has been removed. And he has been placed at mid-wicket. So, and there's also going to be a short mid-wicket or mid-on, if you want to call it that. So that two fielders short on the onside. There's the mid-wicket and short mid-on, or short straight mid-wicket. There's also a mid-on deep. So there are three fielders on the onside, two fielders short, looking, because Sales has been getting the ball to come back in towards the right-hander. This one a bit wide, and this one seems as though just a little move shape away from the right-hander Mikhail Louis. It was too wide outside the off-stump though. So these two fielders that have been placed short on the onside, if Sales can get the ball to continue to come duck in towards the right-hander and he get it more on the center stump, one of those two fielders on the onside could come into action. So we'll have to keep that line just on about the center stump or center off stump coming back in towards the right-hander Mikhail Louis.
I always thought Pierre was a bit extravagant. He was wasted at this stage on the backward point boundary.
Very good delivery. There was the batsman Mikhail Louis playing with the bat a bit away from his body, and the ball came from the inner portion of the bat and went agonizing close to the stumps and went behind him for a single. He looked back anxiously. So the good delivery, but he was playing with his bat away from his body, and the ball came from the inner portion.
And this is probably what the Trinidad and Tobago team is looking for when they place those two fielders. They're perhaps looking for a leading edge, which could present a catch to these two fields when Cooper and Mohammed. And I'm certain they're not there to save a run. They're there to take any catch that might be presented.
So that's the first run of the bowling of Sales for the morning. He's in his third over. None for 23. Coming out to bowl to Henry. Henry's shoulder in arms allows it to go through. So it's good steady bowling by the West Indies speedster Sales, and continue to keep things tight and asking questions. And once you keep things tight, the batters would have to stay focused and try not to make any mistake. But the bowlers would want to continue to keep things tight and keep pressure on the two batters. They've not really been in a lot of trouble per se, but the fact that the bowling has been tight, they have to stay focused.
Well, this is good, and this is what Trinidad and Tobago is doing. It's a good batting track, and they're looking to build the pressure and not allowing the batsmen to score freely.
So, keeping things tight. So, the delivery was guided down towards the backward point area. Carry plays in the way. I'm sure he be fancying his chances. He'll be looking to come get a bowl sometime in this first session. And Sales is bowling his third over from that far end. No, not sure if the captain will continue with the pacers from the far end and maybe employ spinners from the media center end. We'll wait and see how that will turn out. But it's Sales who is continuing from that far end. 4 deliveries have been bowled so far in his over. And Kadeem Henry keeping that one out. So Henry too would want to stick around for some time. He has gotten some start, and he would want to make full use of this batting strip here at Warner Park. So we tell you that the Leewards, they started the morning on 45 without loss. They have progressed slowly to 52, so which means they've added just 7 runs. But the important thing is that they have not lost the wicket, and that is exactly, I'm sure, what the captain Cornwall and the management team would be expecting, that the batters would not give up their hands easily, as sales will continue. Outside the off stump and jumping just in front of the keeper, just to his right. He was diving away to his right, outer edge found, and the ball jumping just in front of the keeper, the Silver, who did well to keep it in front of him.
Yes, the keeper certainly did a good job there, but a very good delivery, and peeling off the out edge low to the right of the Silver, who did very well to get his right glove to it, and that would have been a magnificent catch had he held on. In fact, it might have dropped just in front of him.
Yes, it dropped just in front of him.
In front of him. But he did a very good job to prevent 4 runs. But this is what you get when you show patience, when you, as a bowler, when you continue to stick to your good lines and length. And on this track, this is what is needed. You cannot try too many things on this track, because if you miss your line, you miss your length, you will be punished.
So Karai will continue from the media center end. Want continue to try and keep things tight, and Michael Louis would want to continue to play and keep things tight as well. He would want to get a big score, but Karai has been bowling well. He has been asking some questions of the 2 batters for the Leewards. He has been flighting just about the off stump. They have 2 slips. There is point, cover. There's a quicker delivery on the stumps, a bit too straight. And Michael Louis just got inside of it and turned it down into the onside for a single. So with that single, the total has gone on to 53 without loss. So good opening partnership for the Leewards. And we'll be hoping that they will continue and bat. We have the entire day, 98 overs at the start of this third day, 98 overs to be bowled for today. So Carrier will continue. He's in his 4th over, none for 9. Completed his over that what he started yesterday, 5 deliveries. This is a good delivery on the stump. The batsman is onto the back foot. So 5 deliveries of ball yesterday before play was suspended because of the weather. He completed his over this morning and he has continued. So keeping things relatively tight for the Bedford team. And Kadim Henry, who is on 18, he has faced some 65 balls. Taken on the pad, a loud appeal. And umpire Williams is not interested. He's coming onto the front foot. Shock on the pad. Might have been shock outside the off stump spin.
Might have been, yeah, but this one seemed to have been the googly also. But the batsman probably struck outside the off stump. No?
It's a little closer than we thought. Maybe he might have
missing leg,
going down the leg. So Carrier will try once more from the media center end. Another flight to delivery, but Henry this time is onto the front foot. Plays it easily down to deep cover for a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 54. So Carrier has been bowling well. He has been flighting, and as indicated, that one was the one that went the other way. Came back in towards the right-handed Henry, struck on the pad, but might have been going down the onside. The umpire Williams indicated it was not out.
Peel was a bit half-hearted though.
Another flighted delivery, and the tall figure of Mackay Lewis came easily onto the front foot to bring up the end of that over. It is 54 without loss, the Leeward Islands.
What is good about the Trinidad and Tobago bowling so far, Gary, is that they have not been giving away any free hits. And once you're not giving batsmen free hit, you make it very difficult for them to score. They would have to fight for every drop of run they're going to get, and that of course would put a bit more pressure on the batting. But when the Leewards bowled, we saw too many loose deliveries. So many overs we saw at the end of the over, bad delivery which was put away, which made life very easy for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. This is not happening so far this morning.
We have seen some 9 runs being scored in the 6.1 overs that have been bowled so far for the morning, and 4 is included in those 9 runs. So Sales will continue from that far end, and it's guided into the offside tumbling save there by Pear, single. So we saw the last delivery of Sales over got the outer edge of Karim Henry, and the ball dropping just in front of the diving wicketkeeper to his right. Now the first delivery was just guided into the offside for a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 55 without loss. They were forced to have made 529 for 5, and Mama 202 not out by the experienced Jason Mohammed. So Sales will continue from that far end. Ball this time to Mikhail Louis, getting the delivery right up. He's coming on hard in it. Gets it down towards the point area, and there is no chance of run. So Captain De Silva continuing with the pace of Sales from that far end. He as well has been bowling. He has been keeping things very tight. He started with this morning 5 overs, 1 made, none for 22. He is now in his 9th over, so he just conceded some 2 runs in his 3.2 overs that he has bowled so far for the day. So both bowlers have been able to keep things tight.
Most definitely. And as I've said before, it's really a patience game.
So Mikhail Lowe is punching into the offside for 4. Lovely shot on top of a short delivery, and he played it between point and extra cover down towards the boundary for 4. Love the shot by the right-handed batter Mikhail Lowe.
Yes, I'm playing it on top of the bounce and timing it sweetly, and the ball really raced away for 4. The batsman didn't even bother to run once he had found that gap all along the ground. Lovely shot indeed.
So with that 4, that's the second 4 for the morning. The total has gone on to 59. So at the end of this over, Carlisle will replace me, and so it's Sales will continue from the far end. So 5 runs so far in this over. We're coming into bowl to Mikhail Louis, more on the stumps, and he's onto the front foot easily. Just pushed it back down the strip. So in total, you have seen some 54s and 14 sixes have been struck so far in this match. All of the 6s were struck by the Red Force team when they batted. Some 14. Jason Mohammed would have struck a few 6s, I think 7 out of those 14. So Jaden Sales will continue from that far end. Just a slip. There's a point, there's a cover and a mid-off. Mikhail Louis getting the delivery outside the off-stump. He allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. 1 delivery remaining in over number 21. So they started the morning on 45. They faced 13.5 overs. They scored 45 runs yesterday. And this morning they have added just some 14 runs. And we are in the 7th over of the morning. So 7.1 overs. As Sales will come up with the final delivery of his 9th over to bowl to Mikhail Louis. Louis is punching into the offside, knocked down by the fielder, that's Django at extra cover, and prevented certain of what could have been at least 2 runs if it had gone past him. So the over has been completed. Leewards in reply to the Red Force 529 for 5. They are 59 without loss, with Mikhail Louis on 34 and Karim Henry on 20. After some words from you, Smitten, we heard a voice of Carlisle Powell.
Well, it's 59 for no loss. Leewards, of course, behind by 470 runs. Still a long way to go. And they certainly have started well. As I say, good morning to Carlisle, who certainly seem to be observing the day, well decked out in his red. Good morning, Carlisle.
Very good morning to you, Earl. And yes, it's the day when we celebrate the love exhibited by St. Valentine's.
So, Carlisle, the Leeward's, though, they would like to celebrate with a very good score here today. But Karai is continuing from the media center end. And, of course, he's bowling right arm leg spin. But certainly showing good control, these two bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, as he bowls one outside the off stump. And Carlisle, certainly, this is a game of patience here for both teams. Very good batting track. And I'm pretty certain that, the Leeward Islands would like to build on this very good start that they've had. For once, Karai has trained on the onside, but no run is scored as the batsman just allows it to the keeper. But Carlisle, with, you could say, virtually 2 days to go, only one team is going to win here with a mammoth first inning score 529. But who knows? I mean, it's a cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Bit of a low shot from Henry that time, was just back pitched a little bit, turning slightly away, and he just wafted at it. Second time we have seen that in the last 20 minutes or so.
And I've been saying all morning, this is a game of patience. It's a good batting track. Trinidad and Tobago, they have been doing the right thing. They have been bowling good lines and lengths so far. And I think that they are trying to play on the patience of the Leeward Island batsmen. No doubt we'll see Caribbean in action sometime soon. Not much turn, as this one is driven to mid-on, but straight to Mohammed and they can't score.
Variation is going to be key in the game, Smitten.
Yes, most definitely.
We have said that the pitch is turning slowly and there is not a great deal of bounce. But what we have seen from the Trinidad bowlers is that they've bowled at a fuller length. And this is what you have to do if you're going to encourage your batsmen to drive and give you a chance of getting them out caught.
Not just a fuller length, but they have stuck to one line as this one is trained down the onside. And an attempted pull shot missed there by Henry. But for most parts, they have attacked the off stump or just outside the off stump. And they've made life very difficult for the Leeward Island batsmen. They're not giving anything away. So runs hard to come by at the moment.
And it's the kind of discipline that we didn't see from the Leeward Islands bowlers when they bowled. So we're going to have to look at the game and see how long the patience of the batsmen can stand out. Because Trinidad and Tobago, it's difficult for them to lose this game. You score 500 in your first inning, 2 days gone in the match. Difficult, near impossible for you to lose the game.
Well,
so the Leewards are the ones who are going to have to be batting to stay in the game.
Exactly.
A poor batting performance from them in their first inning could very well see them back out there again batting. I mean, I don't expect them to follow on unless they fall cheaply.
Most definitely, and I totally agree with you. You know, as a single is taken there by Louis. And 1-0 to the score. But you're so correct, Carlisle. At this stage, I only see one team having a chance of winning this game. I mean, even if the Leeward Islands bat for the rest of the day, we have 98 overs in the day's play. I don't see them getting to 529 runs, which means that they would have to come back tomorrow to continue batting. And Trinidad and Tobago, if they can bowl the Leewards out today, would win with a very good chance. And I'm certain they would have a substantial lead if they manage to bowl the Leeward Islands out today. But we just saw one driven back up. In fact, while we were speaking, we had a bowling change at the far end. Anderson Phillip had replaced Seals from the far end. So this seems to be the plan of attack for the Trinidad and Tobago team today. Pace from one end and spin from the other. Well, up to this point anyhow. But it's Phillip. And this one is pushed up to the right of extra cover. And no run is had. Few clouds around. We are hoping though that we could get a full day's play. We would have already lost some time in the game so far on both days. The first day, of course, we lost quite some time mainly to smoke. In fact, on the first day, we would have had lost just over 10 overs. This one is down the onside. Henry attempted to flick. In fact, it goes across the boundary line. And we get a signal. That's 4 runs from the bat of Kadeem Henry. Badly line delivery there by Phillip, who is in his first over.
Dropping just short of De Silva, diving away to his left. But Erd in line and 4 runs to the Leewards.
So you can see some clouds, but I don't think there's any threat with those clouds. In fact, they're drifting towards the southwest, more or less westward. And with the breeze being strong so far, I'm sure those clouds are going to blow away quite quickly. So Phillip losing the plot a bit. Pulls a bouncer. And the batsman just gets under it and allows it through to the keeper. I think it's the first bouncer we have seen for the day. We did not see any from Seals. But Phillip showing some aggression that time. Sun back out fully. .64 for no loss. Trinidad and Tobago still searching for their first wicket. Another short lifting delivery, this time over the right shoulder of Henry, who sways away from it and allows it to the keeper. So some aggression shown there by the bowler.
To get it to bounce to any decent height, to challenge the batsman, you have to drop it so short that they have enough time to see it and to take evasive action.
Oh yes, certainly. And with this cockaboo ball that does not have the pronounced seam as the Duke's ball, you really have to dig it in short to get it up. So I don't think some of the bowlers are enjoying this cockaboo ball, Carlisle. Batsmen certainly are. They have been churning out the runs. And of course an opportunity here for the Leeward Islands batsmen to get some good runs under their belt. And Louis forward angling that down into the gully region. And the slip fielder is diving to his right to knock it down, and there's no run. Offensive shot there by Louis. Trinidad and Tobago, they have been very consistent with their line and length today. Driven up to cover for a single by Louis. And he certainly has had a start, and he would be looking to capitalize on the start. Henry, 2, has had a good start. He's on 24. And they went over number 24 also as Henry comes back into strike. Interesting to Carlisle that Trinidad and Tobago holding back their main strike bowler for the season so far. They have not brought him on as yet, but I think Karaya has been doing a good job so far.
He's been doing an excellent job, and in particular bowling to Henry. Henry has seemed just a little bit tentative outside that off stump.
Yeah, most definitely.
Especially when it is pitched up a little bit more.
So Karaya will try once more. And he picks up the line of that one outside the off stump and allows it through.
Yeah, you see that one's a little bit shorter and a little bit wider. So you allow them to pick up the line easy and to leave alone. Where Henry is getting in trouble is when he bowls it just a little bit fuller.
So Karaya has been good, very good. In fact, this morning, this one is on the more or less on the off stump, just turning slightly away from the batsman who played it well in the end, and but he can't score. So the end of over number 24, it's 65 for no loss, Trinidad and Tobago, as we get a good view of that ship in the harbour.
And there are 2 of them there this morning, one on the main pier and one on the second pier. And so I'm not keeping count for the week, but yesterday there were 3, the day before there were 4. You know, so they have been coming.
And I suspect you have been on about 25 of these in your lifetime.
In my mind.
Well,
that was not one of my fancies. I did quite a bit of sailing, but I haven't gone cruising yet.
Oh, well, I had my first one last year, November, and I'm ready for another one, Carlisle.
As a former airport manager, I prefer to fly.
To fly. You would expect that. Yes, Philip continues.
My longest boat trip was 28 hours, Sir Smith. Went with my friend Captain Prince Mills to deliver a boat down to Grenada from here in St. Kitts.
That's pretty long. 1
stop in St. Vincent.
Oh, that's pretty long going down to Grenada. I, of course, would have had some 7 days, 7 nights. Pretty long, but of course, you know,
different locations.
Different locations you do get off.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But some people say when they think of boat, they think of the Titanic.
Now, I rather enjoy sailing. And coming from Nevis, Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, you just have to take the boat.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's been a lifestyle for a number of years, despite the fact that we would have had one of the worst marine disasters in the Caribbean, pushed into the onside by Louis, up to short mid-wicket in a run.
1970 Christina.
Oh, yes.
And Nevis lost quite a few cricketers.
Oh, yes. And almost lost some more.
Livingston Sargent, who played cricket for the Combined and Leewards, he was on that boat.
But he survived.
Safely made it up. Served to inspire a cricket loving nation of Nevis in the early 70s.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Good delivery there from Philip, defended by Louis. It goes into the offside. No run.
Smitten, Philip Spooner did a really good piece on Jason Mohammed, and we're going to give you some of that information. He's in his 19th season of regional cricket, believe it or not.
That's
So
longevity.
he has played for half his life.
Yeah, that's right.
And he has so far tallied 483 runs at the astonishing average of 241.5.
In this season.
Helped by 2 not outs, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
But he has been good. 176 against the combined campuses and colleges at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 103 against the Windward Islands Volcanoes at Arnos Vale. And 204 not out against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes here at Warner Park in St. Kitts. And it is the first time in 150 years of our regional cricket that a batsman has made back-to-back centuries followed by a double century.
That is some achievement, Carlisle.
Tremendous feats.
So he certainly has gotten better and better. 176, that's a big 100.
Yep.
He overcomes to an end. And then following up with a double not out.
176, 103, 204.
Exceptional performance there by Jason Mohammed. And Watercat goes onto the field. And we'll take the opportunity to have a water break. In fact,
so the Leewards have taken the total to 65 for no loss. 25 overs, currently scoring at 2.6 runs and over. But I tell you something, Earl, they would not be worried about the 2.6 runs and over that they are scoring at, because their first goal would be to bat.
oh yes,
Just bat and keep batting.
bat and keep batting. But Carlisle, we'll just take a quick water break, and we'll be back shortly. Well, the water break has been completed. Players are putting themselves back in their positions, and we'll resume in a while. But Kyle, off here we were speaking about groundsmen, and you know they're very much an integral part of the game, and over the years, you know, these people prepare pitches that have not been given true credit. But we have had some very good one over the years. Could think of Vincent Deming, who was the head groundsman here at Warner Park for several years. And I know there have been a few way back in Heavis also. Could think of Mr. Walters, better known as Bonzo. But certainly we have to give credit to these people who have prepared pitches over the years. As this one is driven up to extra cover where it's fielded and there's no run.
And they prepared pitches in the days where it was all manual labor. They didn't have the ride-on rollers that we see nowadays. And we'll speak more about that during the course of this over and the next over.
So it's another good delivery. This time it's on the stumps. A straight delivery there from Karaya.
That is the one that he has to be careful with, because he was still a little bit too upright. You still need to see him getting low on that delivery and keeping the left elbow high, just a little bit too casual. Good thing about it, there is not a lot of rip, not a lot of turn.
That's mostly true. That's very true, I should say. This time he's attacking the stumps once more. So Karaya going after the stumps a bit more now. We previously saw him looking to induce an edge outside the off stump. But he's bowling a bit straighter. This one spins into the batsman ever so slowly. And he plays it into the offside. So there's where we are seeing the variety coming into the bowling of Karaya. But he continues to bowl well. He continues to bowl a good line, showing good control.
See, there is some turn, but it's slow.
Slow, very slow indeed. And the batsman, and this is why you cannot afford to be too short on this track.
Mm-hmm.
But Leewards, they have started well. As you mentioned, just around water break time. The question is not how fast they score, but occupation, batting as long as possible.
I like that one. Generous flight, wide, inviting the batsman, listen, come at me, because there are two slips and a short gully, you know, so really, really very good, well thought out delivery there. Just inviting the batsman to come have a drive at me, but he played it very well, Henry. He has been patient for the most part, and I'm beginning to like the look of this Kadim, Henry.
Yeah, oh yes. Yeah, so Kyle, we started speaking about groundsmen and
at Warner Park in St. Kitts, you knew what you would get with Vince Deming.
Oh yes,
it was more or less the same, you know, and it depended on the bowlers who came to St. Kitts to use their skills to extract from the pitch.
Andy Roberts,
people said that it's dead. Roberts has had good returns here, not just once but more than once.
I've seen Ambrose when he was just making his way into the West Indies team against Jamaica, bowling a very quick spell here, one afternoon against Jamaica.
Nice shot.
Nicely.
Nice shot.
4 runs.
Beautiful shot. Just over pitched just a little bit, and Michael Louis, without too much of a flourish, just came forward and played it beautifully past the bowler, down to the straight boundary for 4.
So wonderful shot indeed, takes him on to 40. He would be looking to fill his boots here today on a good Warner Park track.
I tell you something, we came to St. Kitts one time and we were looking at the pitch, and the fellow said, "This is a dead one." And Mickey Mills, and in particular John Maynard. John Maynard said, "I'm going to wake up the dead today." And he did put in a very fast spell.
Defended here by Louis. Gets a good delivery. Of course, we know John Maynard was very quick.
Had some pace. And he had that essential ingredient that all fast bowlers need. Bad mind. You can't be too friendly as a fast bowler.
Remember, he's known as the dentist. You
Okay. Now, talking about groundsmen and heading back across to Nevis, the famous Bonzo. Bonzo had a kind of intelligence that I haven't seen in too many other groundsmen. Because I've heard some friends of mine here in St. Kitts, we'll get back to that.
Defended by Louis. Hands thrown in the air. They thought that one had stuck through, but...
Lot of bat on that.
Exactly. And it went to short mid-wicket. So, it seemed to have nipped back slightly also. But Louis played it well in the end.
Mm-hmm. So, I have some friends in St. Kitts who swear that Bonzo had the art of fixing the pitch, knowing which end Willett will bowl from. So he's fixing that end for Willett, and that the other end would be fixed for Parry. But at the same time, he still found a length for Big Bird.
Well, that's real skill. Yes, I've thought about that. And when we speak of fixing, you know, I understood Carlisle, he did some slight twist and turn, creating the faintest of ridges.
Not visible to the naked eye.
But, of course, assisting the bowlers. That was some skill by Bonzo.
And he could tell you the day before, it's going to turn, and you're going to get some good bones at this end.
Fended by Louis. It goes up short mid-wicket. No run. 69 for no loss. Very good start by the Leewards.
I remember coming to Charlestown and Grove Park in the old days and listening to people like Clayton Powers Leeward who would tell you, Bonzo says. That is how they began the conversation. Bonzo says that after lunch, this is going to happen.
And it used to happen.
Absolutely.
Yes. Those were the good old days.
Their story is similar to that throughout the region.
Yes. But really a critical part of the cricket, driven back up on the onside. But this time it goes just to the left of a mid-on and there's no run. And we must laud groundsmen. Nowadays it's a lot easier, as you rightly said.
You have mechanical rollers.
Mechanical rollers. But the over comes to an end. My sojourn comes to an end to be replaced by Gary Pemberton.
And the career will continue from the media center end. He has sent down some 7 overs and 2 of which are maidens for 11 runs. So he has done the job that his captain has asked him to do. Leeward's a 69 for no loss. Mickey Louis has gone to 40. Kadeem Henry is on 24. Good morning again, Gary.
Good morning to you, Carlisle. Good morning to listeners.
Kara is bringing Henry forward. Henry has been very, very patient, this Kadeem Henry. He's played it away into the offside. I like what the Trinidad and Tobago captain has done, though, in terms of support. He has kept the forward short leg, and he has kept in 2 slips. So he's saying that, listen, we are hunting for wickets. Delivery which is on the legs, whipped into the onside beautifully by Kadeem Henry down to the boundary for 4. Just erred in his line a little bit there, Karaya. And Henry, without too much of a flourish, just came forward easily and stroked it so beautifully through the onside. Just a nice little whip of the wrist. and he had 4 runs to his credit to take him on to 28. It's 73 for no loss.
Yes, a lovely shot. He was offline and he made full use of that delivery.
There is nobody at mid-wicket, so there is a gap between backward square and mid-on. Back on the off-stump line is Correa, and Henry leaves it alone.
That's the line that you want to continue to bowl, because you have the 2 fielders in the slips. And if you're going to be tempted outside the off-stump with a little bit of turn, edge could go to either of those fielders.
Oh, that's well bowled. Beautifully bowled again. Just outside the line of the off stump. Not much of a turn, but just drifting away slightly. And the batsman, Henry, was committed to the forward defensive shot, and he missed it. A good take by the Silver.
Yes, was well pitched. So Kawhi has been bowling excellently. He has certainly kept things tight, and exactly what the captain would have hoped that he would have done, and he has done it, and he has been doing it pretty well.
It's a no ball delivered by Correa, so the score moves up by 1. Again, teasingly flighted, just outside the line of the off stump. And that's the line that he would want to bowl on a more consistent basis, Correa.
It would be nice to see one coming back from that same position, that same pitch, the same length, because those 2 deliveries was spinning away slightly. If you can get one that's straightened or just a little turn back in towards the right hand, it could be interesting.
Seems to be a stoppage in play, but yes, there's a slight drizzle. It's very, very light. Umpire Jackie Williams has decided that she wants to stop play, took off the bails, and now they are putting the stumps back in. Very, very slight hint of a drizzle. Trinidad and Tobago, you could quite understand, not keen to get off the pitch. Bails are back on. Stumps are back in the ground, and play will continue.
I don't think that was threatening. Could have given it a few minutes and see what would have happened.
Correa to bowl to Henry. And the last ball of the over played away into the offside defensively. Score remains 74 for no loss. The Leewards were overnight at 45 for no loss. Henry was on 17, Louis on 23. And they have taken the individual scores, Louis to 40, and Correa and Henry is there on 28.
Yes, so they have progressed nicely to 74, so which means they've added some 29 runs in the 14 overs that have been bowled by the Red Force for the morning. So just about scoring about 2 runs per over, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is that they have been able to keep the wickets intact.
Absolutely. And Michael Louis is facing up now to Philip, who is bowling from the far end. And Louis is driving firmly, going into the pitch and then bursting through the fingers of Philip. But mid-off is tidying up so they won't score.
Louis has played some excellent shot, a straight drive of Philip in the previous over that went to 4 and some cover drive as well. So that shot certainly would do his confidence the world of good. He's on 40 and he would just want to continue to bat.
Defending away into the offside. won't score. We're in the middle of track season, Gary. Schools are having their athletic meets. And our old school, the Gingerland Secondary, had theirs yesterday.
Yeah, so this is the normally sporting season, and all of the schools would have been preparing for the big day. And all of the high schools now having their sports meet at the Mondo track. You know what they call it? We used to run on the grass.
Down at the good old ball pasture, more properly known as the St. George's Recreation Grounds, and barefooted as well.
Yes. And speaking of the St. George's Recreation Ground, that's where you used to get most. We had a discussion about the pitches. That's where you used to get most of the clay to prepare pitches.
Absolutely
Not only in
true.
Nevis, but they exported clay to St. Kitts and Anguilla.
And St. Martin.
Yeah.
Soil in Nevis, of course, is different to the sandy type soil that you find in St. Kitts.
And the pitch at Golf Park used to be known as one of the quicker pitches around. And we were speaking about the pitch here in St. Kitts, but we want to let the public know that this is not the square that was used in those days. The square was like further to our right, because Warner Park was a huge field. It had 3 pitches, and there's the one in the middle that was used in those days. So it has been a good outing for the openers for the Leewards. They have put on an excellent partnership on a good batting strip, and that is what you expect of your openers to do. Stay in the middle and bat.
Absolutely. They've been patient, very watchful, and they've made the use of the scoring opportunities that have been presented to them.
This is an extended session because we started at 9:30, so it means that session will be 2.5 hours. And I'm sure the management is hoping that these two can bat until lunch.
Again, short by Henry to bring up the by Philip to bring up the end of the over, as it's left alone by Henry. Leeward's starting this morning on 45 for no loss. They have taken the score to 75 for no loss, and Henry has moved the score from 17 to 28, and Mickey Louis has moved from 23 to 45.
So Anderson Phillip has bowled some 4 overs for the morning, so we might just see a change at the far end, and we might see both spinners coming into the attack, but we'll just wait and see. But Karaya continues to bowl well. He has pitched on a good line and good length, and he will be continuing from the media center end, and certainly has been keeping things quite tight. As you see that the Leeward still trail by 454 runs, and they're currently scoring at 2.59 runs per over.
Karaya is none for 16 from 8. One change in the field, the forward short leg has been moved out, and that fielder is now at mid-wicket.
And also the second slip, there were 2 slips previously, and that shot came from the outer portion and went through that same second slip area. Louis has been driving the ball very well this morning, but some of the shots have gone straight to the fielders. If you can get it to the left or to the right of those fielders, it would be more productive for him.
playing a sweep shot, and backward square has to run far round to his left. But he took up a position well wide of the off stump there, Louis, and just tugged that one into the onside to get 2 runs. And so he has moved on to 77, showing the intent to keep scoring.
Yes.
Score is 77. He has gone to 43, Louis.
2020 type shot, a shot that you see in 2020, looking to use the onside. It went across the off stump. That's a good line. That is the line and length that Carey would want to continue to bowl and allow the batsman to make the mistake. I think that Mikhail Louis is getting a bit too ambitious. Yeah, you don't want to give your hands away, because he was looking for a similar shot to what he played two deliveries before. Missed that. It was stuck on the pad, but was outside the off stump.
Yeah, well wide of the off stump, and so no danger of being out LBW there. But on a pitch like this, he
Could have
has to
miscued
be a
it and
little
got
bit more
sky high in
patient.
the air, and he'd have been disappointed. So it just seemed to be losing concentration.
And that's well bowled by Correa. Since you want to play the shot, let me toss it a little bit wider. Let you fetch me from wider of the off stump. And he just shouldered arms, allowed it to go through. And so at the end of the over, which is 30 overs bowled so far for Trinidad and Tobago, Leeward a 77 for no loss.
So good going for the Leewards. They have not lost a good opening partnership, and certainly they will want to encourage each other to stay around and bat as long as possible. So Philip will continue from that far end. Jaden Sales would have been given 4 overs from that Lozak Road end, and Anderson has been given another over. He has bowled, I think, 7 overs, and so he will be continuing from that far end. So we have not seen the introduction of Carey Pears yet. So it's going to be Anderson who will continue from that far end. And these 2 for the Leewards, Carey would want to continue batting.
Absolutely. In terms of Trinidad and Tobago, though, you notice that they didn't waste any time in putting the sweeper down on the square cover boundary. So even though they have a big score, they are not willing to give up runs. And that's good. Henry's working it into the onside, just down backward of square, and picking up a single to take him on to 29-78 for no loss. So the pacers in the game have been asked to run in and bowl, and they haven't shirked their responsibility, even though the pitch is not offering a great deal of bounce. They have run in, they have done their job, and done it well.
Yes. And they have kept a good line and a good length as well.
Short delivery. Louis was pulling into the onside. Took the bottom portion of the bat. Didn't get a lot of the bat on that. And so he just rolled out to the fielder there at mid-wicket for no runs.
Yeah, I think he probably came off the pitch a bit slower than he anticipated as well. And he got the lower portion of the bat.
It's a shot that he likes to play. But I think he probably closed the bat face a little bit too early. Short delivery, angled down to third man. There's a fielder coming off the boundary. And so Louis will get another run to take him on to 44. The score is 79 for no loss.
That was a shot I thought initially he was thinking about pulling, but then at the last minute changed his mind because the ball came just slow as well and just guided it down into the offside for a single.
played it well in the end.
Mm-hmm. So he's on 44, that's Louis. Kareem Henry is on 29. He would want to at least get a half century.
Leeward's trailing by 450.
It's 4.5 times 10 to the 14th power.
So Kareem Henry has been around for some time, but these are players you have heard about them, but you have not seen a lot of these players because we don't have organized or Leeward Islands competition on a frequent basis. So some of these players, they come, they play for Leeward, but they are not well known by some of the cricketing fans around the Leewards. So he would want to make a name for himself in regional cricket, as he would have gotten some starts. I think his highest scores in the 40s, so he want to continue. He has a good batting strip here to make runs, and I'm sure he'll want to make full use of it. We saw Sid De Silva and Mohammed making full use of the pitch here at Warner Park, and these two openers, I'm sure, would want to do a similar job for the team. Good line, good tight line by Philip. Another tight over for the Red Force team. So over is completed. Over number 31. And slow going for the Leewards, but the batters seems to be doing well. And Mikhail Louis is on 44. I'm sure he would want to bat for a very long time for the Leewards.
Partnership so far of 79 runs. 44 to Mikhail Louis from his 86 deliveries faced. Kareem Henry 29 from 102 deliveries faced. But trust me, the management team and the rest of the unit will not be too worried about them scoring at just over 2 runs and over. Their interest would be in the team putting in a good batting performance in reply to 529 made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Carrera will continue from the pavilion end, and he will be bowling his 10th over. None for 18 from 9 overs, and I dare say this is a kind of returns you would have been expecting from Walsh.
Walsh, definitely. Similar type bowler, but Walsh was too wayward, too short, and he was punished. Kyle Louis looked determined. He has played some good shots. He has looked confident, and that's good for the youngster. So the sun has come back out here nice and bright. And so, but you still have a nice cool breeze coming across the outfield here at Warner Park. Carrier would have completed the over he started yesterday and continues to bowl well. So he's bowling his 9th over on the trot. And certainly has been able to keep things tight. Mikhail Louis in sight of a half century is on 44 from 89. Kareem Henry is on 29 from 102. So there's a field that takes cover, short. So this one was offline and an easy single there for Louis. Just pushed it into turn it into the onside. So with that single, he has gone on to 45, and the partnership for the first wicket for the Leewards is a good one, because the Red Force would have lost the first wicket on 27 and the second wicket went down on 72. So far you could say that Leewards are doing better than Red Force did at the start of the innings.
At the start of the inning, yes. Single by Michael Louis, last ball, very well played. Soft hands around the corner and allowed him to get a run.
Good delivery, good tease a little wide outside the off stump, but Kareem Henry is not going to be tempted. He just came onto the front foot and just watched it spin through to be taken behind by Joshua Silver. Joshua James at mid-off seemed to be doing some warming up exercise. The delivery was played into the onside left bat in the air, but there was no fielder short at mid-wicket. It went down to Mohammed at mid-on, who moved across to his right. Couldn't stop the single. Over is completed at the end of the over 81. It is without loss, but a moral victory there for Yannick Carey with the final delivery, Carlisle.
Yeah, but if I were Henry, I wouldn't feel too badly about that because it was well clear of any fielder. No chance of a catch or anything of that sort. What interested me there is that Michael Louis was caught ball watching. And there was always going to be a single there, so Henry had to shout a little bit, yes, yes, let's have it. And they had a good single in the end. 81 for no loss. The Leewards, they have started the way that they would have wanted to start. You know, going through the first hours play without losing a wicket, and they would be thinking, listen, let's get up to lunch. The umpires seem to have some concerns with the ball, though, and so third umpire Graves is running onto the pitch with replacement possibilities, and I'm sure that Trinidad and Tobago would be looking for something which is hard. This ball has gone for 32 overs. They would be looking for something which is hard, which would give them a better chance.
And there's a long conference with a few of the Red Force players, including the captain, so maybe they're trying to figure out what will be their next move in terms of who will be coming from the media center end if Yannick Carey is going to be replaced. We saw that Joshua James was doing some warming up exercise.
Philip is going to be replaced at the far end.
So is it Brian Charles?
Looks like Brian Charles.
So more spin. Yeah. So we're expecting lots of spin here today. When we started, there were 98 overs that was scheduled to be bowled in today's encounter. So Philip has been replaced. So he got a spell of 5 overs.
You want to block this angle here or 45?
Sales got 4 in his first spell. And Anderson Philip was given 5 on a trot. And now he has been replaced by Brian Charles from that far end. So there will be a forward short leg, there's a slip, there's a point, there's an extra cover, and there's also a mid-off. So Charles will be bowling his first over, and then there's a fielder short on the onside at a short mid-wicket or short mid-on. There's also a fielder to his left in a more conventional mid-wicket area. Also sails down at a deep mid-on just inside the 30-yard circle. So Charles will go around the wicket. So I'm sure that Kareem Henry would have a good look. Nothing much in terms of lots of turn and bounce from the pitch, but you still want to have a good look at the bowler, because you don't want to give your hands away on a good batting strip here at the Warner Park. He's getting a delivery on the leg stump. He has swung it away and will go into the boundary for 4 body line. And Kareem Henry said, thank you very much. Played it around the corner, down towards the boundary for 4. Body line delivery and punished.
The Leewards have made good use of these errant deliveries, and that was always going to be a poor delivery.
So with that 4, the total has gone on to 85. 85 without loss. A good opening partnership for the Leewards, and they would want that to continue. Charles will be looking to break this partnership, bowling his first over from the Lozak Road end. So we have not seen the introduction of Carey Pears yet. He's at slip,
Catch it.
And there is Henry looking for the sweep shot, short of catch it. Ball probably came from the toe of the bat and went down into the onside. Might have been better served to undrive rather than looking to sweep that. So we'd have to be careful. Charles getting the delivery outside the off stump to Henry. Henry just watches it go through to be taken by the keeper. 85 without loss, Leewards. And Henry's on 34, Louis on 45. Wide outside the off stump. So the first over by Charles has come to an end. 4 runs coming from that over. 85 without loss. And the captain, De Silva, ringing a change from the far end, hoping to get a breakthrough.
No real worries caused by Charles in that his first over. A delivery badly lying down the onside, which went for 4. And so the Leewards, after 33 overs, 85 for no loss.
So it's going to be Carrier. We'll continue from that far end, just about 11 o'clock. So we have had an hour and a half play. Play started at 9:30 because of the interruptions yesterday. 98 overs are due to be bowled today. So we have seen how many overs have been bowled so far for the day. 20 overs. We have gotten to 20 of those 98 overs, and Carrier will continue from this media center end and has been bowling well. The current run rate just over 2 runs per over. So at the end of the day's play yesterday, 13.5 overs a bowl. Now we have had 33.1 overs. So 20 overs have been bowled for the morning session, and Leewards progressed from 45 to 85. So they scored 40 runs in just about 20 overs. Carrier has been teasing, tempting the batsman outside the off stump. And Louis just watches this go through to be taken behind by the captain, Joshua De Silva. 10.2 overs and none for 20. A very tight spell of bowling by Yannick Carrier from this the media center end. They were just scoring at 2.25 runs per over. And there was Mikhail Louis going for the big drive. Came from the inner portion of the bat. They're going to come back for 2. As Philip coming in off the back of the square area. Couldn't stop the second run. So 2 runs to Louis from what could describe as a fall shot. Looking to drive into the offside. Came from the inner portion of the bat and went into the onside for 2. So with those 2 runs, he has gone on to 47. 47 from 93. And Carrier will continue from this the media center end. So Louis is in sight of a half century. That's 3 runs away. And you would want to get to a half century and get further, a lot further than just a half century. You'd want to make a big one here on his home ground here at Warner Park. Carrier will want to prevent that from happening. A couple of spectators in the stands, southern stand. And Louis is not going to be tempted. Much wide outside the off stump, encouraging the batsman to go into the drive. There's a fielder just on the left of the square, maybe a short mid-on or short extra cover, and then there's an extra cover and a backward point. So Carrier teasing. Mikhail Louis goes across the stump and swinging in the air. The fielder from mid-on is running back. He will not get to it. It was a false shot there from Mikhail Louis. I mentioned that before. He tried a shot before, and I was thinking that he could skew it in high in the air. He did that, but fortunately for him, it went over the head of mid-on and down towards the boundary for 4. His 50 has come up with that shot. 51 it is, but it was a false shot. Almost gave his hand away. And with that 4, the total has gone on to 91 without loss.
Well, he has brought up a half century. I'm sure that his heart would have been in his hands for quite some time there. I really cannot understand why Mikhail Louis is looking to gift his hand away. I mean, yes, the space is open down at deep mid-wicket, but he has to show some patience. Credit to the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team for keeping the space open and not sending the mid-wicket straight back on the boundary one time. If Mikhail is going to bat like this, all he has to do is to have a leading edge on one, and there's a possibility of them getting a wicket.
Yes.
After you, Gary, you'll hear the voice of Earl Smith.
So with that shot, the Michael Louis has brought up another half century in regional cricket, first for the season, but he almost gave his hands away. We have seen him attempted a shot 3 times for the morning, and on the third attempt he almost gave it away. And I'm sure he would have been very, very disappointed if that one he had held out to mid-on, but fortunate for him, it went over his head at mid-on. That's the field at mid-on. So welcome back, Earl Smitten.
Yes, Gary, almost giving it away. And we've been speaking all morning of being patient. We have seen the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers being very patient. And Louis showing a bit of impatience and almost giving it away.
So Charles will continue from that far end. So he has to be careful. 91 without loss. Good opening partnership. But you do not want to give your hands away on a good batting strip here. And Louis has to be careful. He seems as though he has been want to get into a 2020 mode in a sense. The type of shots that he's been playing. And this is Cadin Henry taking the attack to Brian Charles. Just came forward and lifted it over mid-wicket. Down towards the boundary for 4. So with that shot, it has gone on to 95. As a matter of fact, it has cleared the fence. So he got good bat on it and played it high over mid-wicket for 6 runs. With that 6, the total has gone on to 97. Good shot by Karim Henry.
Yes, very good shot indeed. Very much in control that time. It was in the slot, and the mid-wicket area is vacant, and he swung it over straightish mid-wicket for 6. So a very good shot indeed. So the young man has gone on to 40.
Charles now will go over the wicket, and Kadin Henry will have to continue to play tight and be focused and put away the bad balls. When the bad deliveries come, you have to make use of them. He has gotten 2 so far from Brian Charles. He has made good use of them.
Oh, yes, Charles.
The first one was played down to the backward square area for 4 in the first over. And then 2 deliveries ago, he struck it over 1 over mid-wicket for 6. So Charles is in his second over, none for 10. A 6 and a 4 are the scoring shots.
Oh, Charles,
And,
boy.
there's Henry coming onto the front foot. And you could hear in the stump mic, the encouragement from the captain, encouraging the bowler Charlie. And Henry will get a single, just working it around the corner. So Henry with that single has gone on to 41. So good partnership, just 3 runs away from the century partnership. The over has been completed. Over number 35, and the Leewards, in reply to 529 made by Red Force, they are 98 without loss.
Yes, a very good start indeed. And they tell you when you're in, you stay in. Lots of time left in this game. And this is the start that the Leeward Islands would have been looking for. Speaking to a couple of the players today, the Leeward Islands players, just before the start of the game, they were very confident that they were going to make this 529 runs scored by Trinidad and Tobago. And they have good reasons to be confident too, Gary. They have batsmen in form. And here we see a very good start. Louis is getting some runs. We know he has the ability to go big. So Leeward Islands could very well come close to these runs.
So Kawaya will continue, has been bowling very well. He has been tempting the batters. So far he has not been rewarded with a wicket, but he has been doing exactly what his captain Joshua De Silva is asking of him. So there is a slip, there is a point, cover, extra cover. There's a fielder short on the onside, swinging it over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Good shot by Karim Henry. Went down on one near leg and swung it over mid-wicket for 6 runs. That was more on the centre and off stump, and he swung it over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Wonderful shot by Henry.
Wonderful shot, although he has to be a bit careful. But certainly the pitch is not doing much. He has been there for some time. He's well set, and he picked up the line nicely and swung it over mid-wicket for 6. Very good shot indeed.
So he's on 47. Mikhail Lowy is on 51. Better delivery, more on the off thump. And given the respect that he deserves, that's Kadeem Henry. So in sight of his first half century for the season. And he will want to continue to bat on a very good batting strip. The fielder who was short just on the edge of the square on the offside has now been placed in the mid-wicket area, because in the previous over we saw a ball which left the bat in the ear of Kadeem Henry, went down to mid-on. So maybe Correa is thinking that if he can get another fall shot like that, he could pick up the wicket of Henry. And he's respectfully forward and push it back down the strip. 104 without loss. So the century partnership for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes between these two. Kyle Lowy is on 51 and Kadeem Henry is on 47. So good opening stance between these two, and exactly what the captain would have asked of them. And Henry is not going to be tempted to deliver, just spun away outside the off stump. And Correa has been bowling well, 11.4 overs, none for 32. He was struck for 6 in this over. And he almost got the wicket of Mikhail Lowy in his previous over. But Lowy is still there, he's on 51, he's a non-striker. Kadeem Henry is on 47. 217 runs, the 217 balls, the partnership in terms of the ball, 104 runs. And another no ball has been delivered by Correa. We have seen him deliver 3 no balls so far in the spell. It's quite strange to see spinners bowling no balls.
Yes, not good by Correa of a short run and delivering no balls.
So we'll continue to bowl to Henry. Henry just allows to go through to bring up the end of over number 36. Leewards start in the morning on 45 without loss. They have progressed to 105, so which means they have added some 60 runs, and it seems as though there'll be a water break, so it'll be a good time for us to take a break as well. So the players are about to take up their respective positions after that water break. Second water break of the morning. We tell you the play would have started at 9:30. Started early due to the interruptions yesterday. So Brian Charles will continue from that far end, and then there is a change in the field somewhat. The fielder at Bacchus Square has been sent down towards the forward square area, and Mikael Louis, who is on 51, has come into strike, and
Long off also in place too, Gary. So a bit more of defense by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
so Charles will continue from that far end. Mikael Louis want to continue to bat. He want to be focused and don't give his hand away. He's on 51. Good opening partnership of 105. Charles will continue from that far end. And plays down to forward short leg. Mikael Louis was taking a few paces out of his crease, but no damage done. The total remains on 105. Win over number 37, and they're currently going at 2.89. The ball keeping a bit low. Unfortunately for Mikael Louis, got bat on it, got it down into the onside, so the delivery was onto the back foot, kept a little bit low. It was fortunate to get bat onto it. If he had missed it, he would have been a goner. So Charles is in his third over from that far end, and he'll be looking to break this partnership. Very good partnership for the Leewards. 105 runs for the opening partnership. Charles will come in from that far end, and he hit it straight back over the bowler head and into the side screen for 6. Good shot. A ball up on the center stump, and there was Mikael Louis going to the big drive and got it straight back over the bowler head and into the side screen for 6 runs.
Keyword there, Gary, straight back over there, not going across the line, not taking too much risk. It was in the slot, and he gave it the treatment. A very good shot indeed. And it just boils down to a question of shot selection.
So Charles was not being as tight as I'm sure that his captain would want him to be. He has been struck for 2 6s and a 4 in his spell so far. He's 3 overs, of course, 17 runs. So we might very well see the introduction. And as I speak, Carey Pear will be replacing Yannick Carrier from this the media center end. And so the captain has decided that he will bring Carey Pear from this the media center end. 111 without loss. Very good start by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yes, an exceptional start, and this is what was required by the opening batsmen. They were required to give their team a good start, give them a foundation on which they could build. But nevertheless, they are out there. Pitch is not doing anything untowards, and it's incumbent on them to stay batting. Louis in particular, probably the leading batsman in the Leeward Islands squad. He needs to steady and get a big one, and for his own sake also. But a bit late into the attack, Pierre, but nevertheless being brought in.
So he'll be bowling to Henry. Henry is on 47, so he'll be looking to get up to that half-century mark. So some 37 overs have been bowled, and Carey Pear coming into the attack after some 24 overs this morning.
Surprisingly so too.
So he's bowling around the wicket to Kadim Henry, who is on 47. So 13.5 overs bowled yesterday, and so we are now in over number 38. So 24.2 overs have been bowled for the day. And Henry, who is on 47, will be thinking about that half century.
This is also an important period of the game to Gary with Pierre coming into the attack.
So play started at 9:30. So these two batters have been batting for just about an hour and 50 minutes, almost 2 hours, and so it shows that they are concentrating. But we saw that Mikhail Louis lost concentration momentarily and almost gave his hands away. And Carey Pierre is bowling his first over. Good line, good length on the off stump. And Karim Henry just had to defend and push it down into the offside. It's a good tight over, good first tight over so far from Carey Pierre from this media center end, keeping things very quiet. But we get a single with the last delivery, the flatter, faster delivery. And Karim Henry just punched it down to mid-on for a single to bring up the end of the over. 112 without loss, and the two openers for the Leewards continue to bat well.
Oh yes, they certainly continue to bat well, but a very good start there by Pierre. But like I said just a while ago, a very important period for the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. This spell here by Pierre could have some effect on the balance of the game. He has had some 21 wickets so far in this year's tournament, and he has been the TNT leading bowler. And if the Leeward Islands could see him off, well, they would find themselves in a very good position. They could.
So Brian Charles will continue from that far end. Last year in the Leeward's first innings, when the Leewards got 318, Brian Charles actually got 3 for 81 from 25 overs. So the captain is hoping that he can do a similar job. But so far he has not really started well. He's been struck for 2 sixes and a 4. He's in his fourth over, none for 17. And he will continue from that far end, holding flatter and fast and not giving Karim Henry any opportunity to get underneath it. So he realized that in previous over he was struck for 6, maybe gave it a bit too much air. And this time he's a bit quicker to the air, not giving any batsman a chance to get underneath the delivery. So a much tighter, much better over so far from Charles from that far end. 4 deliveries, no runs have been scored. Some 17 sixes have been struck in the match so far, 55 fours. Good delivery, good tight delivery on the off stump. So Charles getting a better line, a better length, keeping things tight in this over. 5 deliveries, no runs yet in this over. So the partnership 112, and a badly lined delivery, and it has been punished. And that's the half century for Karim Henry. Gets an applause from his teammates down in the pavilion. Has been given a hug as well by Mikhail Louis to congratulate him. Good innings from the batter Henry. So with that 4, he has gone on to 52. An excellent knock by Henry.
Yes, excellent knock by the young man, getting his first half century for the season. And he certainly has batted well and shown good defense. He's played some good shots. But Charles giving it away in what promised to be a very good over, bowling a bad delivery, the last delivery of that over, and he was swung down to fine leg for 4. So a bit of inconsistency there by Charles. And you bowl 5 good deliveries, and then the 6th one you give away 4, you won't have defeated the purpose.
So Pierre will continue from the media center end. His previous over was a maiden. So he's in his 4th over, 3.1 overs, none for 2. Just had the 2 overs yesterday, 1 maiden, none for 1. And yes, pitched on a good line, a good length so far in his spell here this morning at Warner Park. Coming up on 2 hours play. Play would have started at 9:30. As Pierre goes around the wicket. Mikhail Louis solidly in behind it. Just pushed it down into the offside. But they're currently scoring at 2.95 runs per over. But a very good partnership, very good opening stance between these two. And then Louis will get a single with a flat, fast delivery on the off stump. And just pushed it down to cover deep. So a single to Louis. So with that single, Louis has gone on to 58. So the two batters be thinking that they have been set, would want to take things up until lunch, would want to bat until lunch. Just about 35 minutes to go before the lunch interval. On the other hand, the Red Force will want to break this partnership. And Leeward started the morning on 45 without loss. And they have progressed to 117, so they have added some 72 runs for the morning. Play starting at 9:30. A flatter, fast delivery. We get a single as Jaden Sales moving away to his right at mid-wicket. Couldn't stop the run to bring up the end of the over. An over in which we saw some 2 runs scored, 118 without loss, the Leewards.
Yes, Gary, the run rate at the moment is immaterial. It's of no consequence to the Leeward Islands. What is important at this point is that they are 118 without any loss. Lots of time left in this game still. And with a mammoth score of 529, it was always critical for them to get a very good start. Pierre, though, continues to be steady, but not posing any threat to the batsman. Bowling good line and length, but not posing any threat, as I said, to the two batsmen out there.
So Charles is continuing from that far end, so Captain De Silva is continuing with Charles from the Lodlock Road end. None for 21. And there's Henry swinging in the air, down through mid wicket, and it has gone one bounce into the boundary for 4. Not a good shot. The ball up on the centre off stump, and he came forward and swung it through mid wicket down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, a very good shot. In fact, it seemed to have been a delivery pitched on centre and off, but it was in the slot, and he swung it into that vacant position. Very safe shot indeed, and well timed, and he picked up 4.
So he has gone on to 57. So in every over that Brian Charles has bowled, he has considered a boundary. They want to keep things tighter. Karaya from this media centre end had a very tight spell. And Brian Charles might just be easing up things, easing up the pressure, taking off the pressure a bit by allowing some free shots. Some bad deliveries were punished, have been punished by 2 batters. Kyle would have struck him straight back over his head for 6 in the previous over. And Kadeem Henry has struck him for a few 4s and a 6. So it's 120 without loss. 1 delivery remaining in over number 41. So you've seen Red Force bowling, getting to the overs pretty quickly, as Henry is coming forward to the final delivery of over number 41. At the end of it, 122 without loss. With these 2 batting well. Henry is on 57, Mikhail Louis is on 58.
Yes, and what is good about this partnership, though, is that the batsmen, they are not really getting bogged down. Once they get some poor deliveries or hittable deliveries, they are putting them away and keeping the scoreboard moving. So certainly a very good partnership indeed.
So Carey Pierre will continue from this media centre end. So the Leewards started the morning at 45 without loss and progressed to 122 without losses. So these 2 have been going now for almost 2 hours. I'm sure the management team we're very satisfied with where things have gone for Leeward so far in terms of the batting. Maybe not so much so for the bowling when they were in the field. So a single to a delivery was pushed past the diving figure of Django at extra cover down to long off for a single. So with that single, the total has gone on to 123. And Mikhail Louis has gone on to 59. 123 without loss. Mikhail Louis has faced 106 balls. And Karim Henry has faced 143. As Pierre around the wicket. And Karim Henry is going onto the back foot to delivery, which kept a little bit low, was cramped. And came from behind the stumps to pick up. I just see a few of the tourists that probably came on the ship have come into Warner Park to look at this encounter around the wicket. And Henry is defensive. So a few spectators, a few tourists using the opportunity to come to Warner Park. So when they go back home, they can let their friends and family know that they would have gone to Warner Park, the test venue, to look at regional cricket.
Yeah, we have had experiences where tourists have just come here just to take a picture.
That as well.
Picture, and they would like to have a picture of themselves in Warner Park. One tourist, I remember, wanted to visit the ground where Herschel Gibbs would have struck those 6 sixes. So, Warner Park, renowned worldwide.
Yeah. So Carey Pierre is continuing from this media center end. And so the tourists have taken their seats, some of them in the stands at the far end, others are just on the grass banks, taking pictures.
More
photos.
tourists now than locals.
Yes. So the over has been completed. It is 123 without loss. The Leewards in reply to the Red Force, 529 for 5 declared.
Yes, 529. Very good score as we take a look at some of the tourists there in the southern stand and come to enjoy some cricket. There are a few on the mound, of course, but Leeward Islands going well, 123 for no score. And Louis is on strike now. And so far, so good. The weather has been excellent. And we anticipate that we will have a full day's play. Play starting half an hour early. And 98 overs planned for today turned into the leg gully region, but he can't score. So, Warner Park, of course, would have had several international matches in the past. Louis defending. As a matter of fact, Gary, in July there should be 3 T20 matches, West Indies versus Australia. So some international cricket coming to Warner Park in another couple of months, turned up towards short square leg for a single by Louis. So yes, Gary, so lots of action, and of course from the 24th of this month the West Indies Swimming Tournament will be held here in St. Kitts, and of course Warner Park would have some of these matches turned up to square for a run by Henry. And of course they would have the 50 over affair normally, and then after the 50 over affair they would have the T20 games. All those games would be all the T20 games would take part in Warner Park, of course, and with the 50 over games, well, last year they were in Connery, Warner Park and St. Paul's, and I suspect that they would go back to those same grounds this year. But we'll hear more about that as Louis is defending. And we see the captain, De Silva, beckoning to his field. And I see no visible change in his field placing. It remains the same. There's a slipper backward point. Short cover, mid-off, over the infield, in the air for some time, fielder chasing back, but he loses the race and it goes into the boundary for 4. This time 4 runs to Kadeem Henry. So the batsmen continue to feast on this bowling and they continue to enjoy a good docile track.
So another boundary to the batsman. So the total is on 129. I think if it was Mikhail Louis who would have struck that boundary. So he probably has gone on to 64. Yes, he's on 64. I thought that he didn't play the shot as well. I'm sure he anticipated the ball came from the outer portion of the bat, but fortunately for him, the fielder was in at mid-off, so it went over his head and down towards the long off boundary for 4. So I think he has to be careful. I think he was playing that shot without coming forward. He was just playing it from the crease. He didn't get over it as much as he wanted to. So he has to be a bit careful.
Yes, he has to be careful, but I think that was a well-calculated shot, though. He realized that the fielders were in, and he would have mistimed it a bit. And of course, you mistime, you could induce a leading edge and get out. This one is swung into the square leg region, and the signal comes down for 4. So these batsmen getting a bit more aggressive at this stage and playing a bit more shots.
Yes, they have been there for over 2 hours now. They should be set. The eyes should be set, and they should be seeing the ball better now, and they're now increasing the run rate. So with that boundary, the total has gone on to 133, and with that 4, Henry has progressed into the 60s. He has gone on to 62. So very good partnership, very good opening partnership for the Red Force or for the Leewards in reply to the 529 made by the Red Force team for 5 declared.
Pierre will continue. He has been steady so far, but not very effective. And Henry is defending. He has pulled a good line and length so far, but not really threatening. And of course, these 2 batsmen, as you rightly said, they're well set. So very difficult to dislodge any of them at this point. And based on how things are progressing, it would really take something to prize one of these out. Probably some injudicious shot by one of these batsmen to get themselves out. In fact, we see Jacqueline Williams now indicating to the bowler perhaps that he might be encroaching on the danger area. Goes in now, bowls not a good delivery. And as I've said, these 2 batsmen, they're in, so they need to stay in and bat and bat and bat. Bat until the sheep come home. Outside the off stump, the shot offered. And through it goes to the keeper. And Gary, I'm sure that the management would be saying to these players that both of you should be making hundreds.
Yes, they have gotten the platform. Their eyes are set, and they just need to continue to bat. They have to take it session by session. They have about 23 minutes to go before lunch. I'm sure they want to take it up to lunch, but I'll leave for Carlisle to take over. So the Leeward's doing well in terms of the opening partnership. So after some more comments from you, you hear Carlisle Powell.
So it's Charles will continue from the far end. And Carlisle, perhaps you might have gone off on some bit of celebration. I understand you're celebrating Valentine all day?
All year?
All year. Okay.
Days just too short.
Days just too short, yeah?
I have to celebrate St. Valentine's for the entire year.
That's quite interesting. Charles will continue from the far end.
Have to live in love.
Most definitely. And as the song says, what the world needs is love. And we're not getting enough of that these days. Push to short mid-wicket, to it's fielded, and a run. But, Carlisle, I'm sure you're loving what you're seeing out there by these two batsmen.
I love good cricket. And the batsmen, they took some time to get themselves in. And they have now begun to make use of the bad deliveries.
Turned into the onside, but fieldsman is in place, just going slightly backward of screen on the onside, and no run scored while traveling fairly quickly. So far so good to Carlisle. The weather has been very kind to us today. Excellent weather conditions, brilliant sunshine, nice breeze blowing across the field also. Just short of a good length from Charles that time, defended by Louis. And 133 for no loss. And they've got the start. They've converted well, both of these players. And they will be looking to go on. Louis gets a single up to long off. Jog trots through for that single. And one more to the score. Some tourists, they would have had their fill. And perhaps thinking in terms of seeing a bit more of Bast here. I don't think these are the ones who would be going on a tour. Turned down to short backward screen and a run. I'm sure it's not close to board time as yet. It's not midday. And probably board time would be somewhere in the region of 5 p.m. or thereabout. But they would have had their fill of the cricket. And some of them now leaving. A few, in fact, more is leaving. So, but it's good to see tourists coming to the park at times, Carlisle, to view the cricket.
Definitely. And maybe they're from cricket-related countries. And just, these would be the ones who are opted not to take the organized trips and would be just strolling around. Just looking at the other games, Earl, game in Barbados is the most advanced of the lot. Jamaica, we remember, made 231. They're struggling at 106 for 5 with a lead of just 44. And Barbados, they responded with 293. So with Jamaica 106 for 5, they are just leading by 44 runs with 5 wickets and a day and a half left.
That could be over today. Single down to long off for Louis. If it continues to progress like that, Carlisle, that game could very well be over today.
Definitely. Seems like the game in Guyana is in trouble because I haven't seen any movement on a score of 87 for 4. And that score is from day one.
Yes, I've been hearing that score for quite some time now. So really no movement on that one.
And then the Windwards took first innings lead against combined colleges and campuses. Responding to 216, they were bowled out for 248.
Good to see the Windwards doing well. They have had 2 poor starts to the season, losing both of the opening encounters.
And were struggling in this game. They had 6 wickets down for 100 and up.
So certainly coming back well in that one. Played up to mid-on. Mid-on is a bit deep, but the ball traveling too quickly to present a run. Tian Webster, the emergency fieldsman, is on at the moment. Spear goes in now. And this one is pushed into the offside. And of course, Carlisle, the leading wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago, but not posing any threats at the moment. And that could be as a result of a very docile track. But he's maintaining a good line and length as this one is pushed down to mid-off for single.
Similar run was in offer 2 balls ago. This one was a little bit straighter and on the onside, came down to mid-on. They didn't have the single. But then again, it would have been the striker in Henry who had clear view of that delivery and decided no. This time it was on the offside and they trotted through for a very easily earned single. 136 for none. And it reflects what we have been saying, that there is not a great deal of assistance in the pitch for the bowlers.
Well, not even a blade of grass to assist the bowlers. And with this flat seam with the Kokobo ball, that is not going to give the bowlers much assistance either. But Charles will continue from the far end. And this one is pushed up to long on. Long on comes in. Can't prevent the run. This one more to Kadeem Henry. But he has batted quite well, young Henry. And he has capitalized on anything loose, anything in the slot. Driven nicely by Louis, but straight back to the bowler. 66 to Louis, 64 to Henry. Louis defending. And just some 16 minutes or so away from the luncheon interval. Of course, that is based on my watch. He soon be looking to bat through to lunch. Pushed up to short mid-wicket. No run. Trinidad and Tobago would like to get a wicket or two before the luncheon interval. But so far, so good for the Leewards. Worked into the onside. Was looking to get it to the right of that straight and short mid-wicket. But the fielder was quickly across the field and there was no run. Offensive prod there by Louis. So fairly tight over there by Charles. And in response to 529 for 5, the Leeward Islands are 137 for no loss.
And the Red Force, as usual, getting through the overs very quickly. 47 overs bowled so far. We went to bed last night with 13.5 overs bowled. And so what it means is that they have sent down some 33 overs and a ball this morning. And so they've been going through very, very quickly.
And we have seen 3 spinners in operation so far. And I suspect for most of the day we will see the spinners in operation. And this, of course, would speed up things a bit. And we'll certainly get more overs in. Pushed into the offside for a single. Easy single in the end. Of course, they're looking to get 98 overs. In fact, the number of overs required to be bowled today, 98 overs. And at this rate, they'll get very close to the 98 overs, barring any changes in the weather. Weather is excellent at this point, but at one point yesterday, coming up towards tea and after tea, the weather was excellent. But then it went downhill sometime after, and we were unable to complete the overs yesterday. Nicely pushed up to long off for a single by Louis. So, of course, in these parts, of course, the weather could be unpredictable at times. Spear bowls another good delivery. He has been bowling well, Carlisle, but looks fairly ordinary though.
Nothing threatening so far. Again, we keep saying that the pitch has been a little on the slow side. What he has to work with is his variation, because there is nothing to assist in terms of turn. There is no great deal of bounce in the pitch as well. And so variation is going to be key here for Pierre.
Trinidad bowlers, they've bowled a lot better than the Leeward Islands bowlers, though. They have shown much more control. And what this has come down to is that the two openers for the Leeward Islands, they've batted well.
Very.
And for most parts, they've shown good patience.
Very. And that is the key difference. The Trinidad and Tobago bowlers have been fuller in length. And so they have caused the batsmen to be a lot more watchful. They haven't generally been given that short ball which they can use to cut and to pull and so on. So, but the application from the Leeward's openers, that has been very admirable.
Certainly. And I'm certain you would be saying, as a past manager, the manager and coach in the dressing room would be saying to these players, stay out there. Both
Just
of
bat.
you get hundreds.
Do your job. They're paid to bat. And so this is what we expect them to do. Just do their jobs. It's now showing at about 11:49. One of the players in the field here, that's Henry, is getting some assistance. I think he might be getting his fingers wrapped or something like that. They just have to stay there and bat. And you go in, you have a nice lunch. Make sure that you wash your face. Some players even take a nice little shower and have a change of shirt. You go back and you do your job again.
Yes, certainly. But there's an air of confidence though about the Leeward Islands team in terms of getting these runs. I spoke to a few of them this morning, and they were confident that they were going to get these runs. And we have seen from this approach that they feel that they can get very close to this 529 runs.
Mm-hmm.
Charles continues, and it's pushed into the offside, and the batsman can't score. Another long day in the making, starting early, starting at 9:30. And this one is swung over long on. In fact, I've lost sight of it.
Went over everything.
In fact, yes, it went over everything and it went for 6.
Important thing is that it went over the boundary rope.
That's very important. And not only that, he timed it well.
And hit it straight.
Very important. So he has rushed on to 73 with that blow. And ball is back now. So Charles being roughed up a bit by both batsmen.
And very importantly, that 6 brought up 100 runs for the day's play. We went to bed last night at 45 for no loss, and it's now 145.
Very good indeed. Louis turns it into the onside up to square leg, no run. So 145 for no loss, and 145 in the 49th over. Louis whips it into the onside, but goes to short mid-wicket. Carry pays the fields. So lots of runs being scored on this track. Nicely played up to widest long off, just a single. It moves to 74. And 146 it is. But Carlisle, we like to see good cricket, but at the same time too, we like to see this one. He's stepping out and lifting it straight over long off towards the side screen for 6. This time it's Henry. another 6. And Charles really been roughed up by these two batsmen.
150 up for the Leewards. It's 152 for no loss. And this is a solid response to the 529 made by Trinidad and Tobago. Still some distance to go, because it's 529 is a lot of runs. But at least they have shown the commitment and the application, these Leeward's batsmen, and they have given the team a chance. Henry has moved on to 71, and Michael Louis has moved on to 74, and they have been showing good poise at the crease.
Yes, so he was doing very well at this point. And I suspect that we won't see Charles back in the attack anytime soon.
None for 46 from 9.
So,
Fair to say that the wrist spinners in this game have not been treated kindly. Karaya has been the best of the lot.
yes, certainly
But Charles doesn't seem to be putting anything on the ball. There is no great deal of variation. He's bowling slower than he ought to be bowling on this track. And so he has been easy to hit.
And we see the Trinidad and Tobago conceding. I mean, at the start of today's play, at one point we were seeing 2 slips forward short leg. There's just the solitary slip now. So a bit of a concession there for Trinidad and Tobago. Quick single to Louis, pushing into the offside. And this is what patience does, Carlisle, to the batsman. You are patient, eventually you're going to get balls to hit, and you're going to benefit from being patient. Looking for a non-existent single this time, Henry.
Ball was moving too quickly. Michael Louis rightly sent him back. Now they're having a talk about it.
And what they wouldn't want at this stage is a run out. So it's been a good, solid partnership. And probably a bit of gamesmanship to burning up a couple seconds. Also, we are getting close to the luncheon interval. This time he's quietly pushing into the offside. Of course, batting is really a question of partnership. And when I speak of partnership, each partner would have to support the other, whether in terms of running, run calling, or taking the brunt of one particular bowler, taking most deliveries. And of course, you would always have to advise and encourage each other while you're out there together. Defended by Henry. And so far, so good for these two. Partnership has been good. The running has been good between the wickets. And for most parts, the shot selection has been very good also. Outside the off stump, the shot offered there by Henry, the over comes to an end. And we probably might get in another 1 or 2 overs. But
Definitely we'll get one.
we just have to wait and see.
Noticeable that the Leeward's run rate has stepped up. It's now over 3 runs and over, possibly for the first time in the game. 3.08.
It was earlier on, but then it had dropped below 3 runs per over for quite some time. But as you rightly said, it has stepped up. And it's going in the right direction, but the run rate at this point of no importance. And what is important is that that second column. And as you look at the scoreboard, you see a 0 there. And that is the important thing for the Leeward Islands. I thought Charles might have been taken out of the attack, but he comes back for another over. It seemed as though he's going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Louis. And Louis has to be careful here. But he's defending and gets it into the offside. And he can't score. 153. We're in over number 51. Scoring rate still good though, Carlisle, at just over 3 runs per over. Very good still. And of course, this is a 4-day match. This is the start of the innings of one team. So a very good progress so far. Louis gets a single, easy single up to long off. And we look at the proceedings from the far end as Henry comes back in on strike. Henry's on 71. And Louis has progressed to 76. Offensive shot by Henry. Henry would have had some good start in this year's season so far. This cricket season, I should say. Got to 49. His high score. Now he has gone beyond that. And he's in with a very good chance of getting 100 here today if he continues to bat sensibly. Charles bowls loose delivery. This one is outside the leg stump, and no shot really been offered by the batsman. Peels his gloves off. Umpire Tuckett looks at his watch, and the players are walking away. And it's lunchtime. And at lunch, the Leeward Islands resuming from the overnight position of 45 for no loss, going after a target of 529. They are 154 without loss. They batted for some 51 overs, and we are having a lunch break at this point with Louis on 76 and Henry on 71. So a very good session for the Leeward Islands, and we'll be back here after lunch to continue coverage.
22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicestown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again. Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Ford is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hetmeyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer and I'm giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, you know, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. You know, he would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, you know, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like he's evolved into such a great player. You know, kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, and I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching, he'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Ford, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. You know, I call him my hero, and for me, every time I step on the field, you know, I just want to make him proud, because I know if he has work that day, you know, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, you know, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but, you know, my dad, he just allowed me to do, you know, aspire my dreams.
You played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team, to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139, and it was like 138, and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, you know, I know the boys are elated, and you know, we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've in this one international team, because of the age of you guys, what can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. You know, it's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today, and before training we meet as a group, and Alzari is the leader of the group. And he was like, okay, today, whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And you know, everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work. And we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Ford, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. You know, he tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier, and you know, he would always give you that opportunity. He would always give you that chance. He would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, like, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go to every practice and every game, like, we huddle up, I say the prayer, you know, and for me, like, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, as a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many, and you continue to inspire. And it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have. I hope you keep it up, and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Go well.
But to play 85 test matches in a row, you know, it means a lot. I have to be extremely thankful to be able to be fit. Obviously, God bless me, you know, for no injuries in that period. But to play 85 games in a row is hard work. You know, you got to be mentally tough. It's knowing where you got to improve, because oppositions always come, you know, at different ways throughout your career. And it's just knowing what to do, how to improve as a player, you know, through. I mean, up to this day is the same thing. But hard work for sure, and dedication and discipline is very, very important. And obviously to pass Sir Garfield Sobers, you know, that's almost unimaginable, to be honest. You know, it's a sense of honor. You know, I mean, Sir Garfield Sobers is a legend of the game. He always gives, you know, his advice, you know, whenever we see him. And, you know, obviously you could see why he was great, you know, from obviously the way he moves and the way he talks, how confidently he says about, you know, certain situations of the game and certain shots that, you know, he would have played. Obviously injury could happen at any point for any player, albeit batting is a lot easier on the body compared to fast bowlers. You know, so to be on the park for all 85, I got to be thankful, you know, for being blessed with, you know, the strength to be fit for every game. That's one. And then obviously performance, you know, comes into play.
A win that has come swiftly and appropriately off the bat of the West Indies captain and leader. And he has given them a series victory.
Would have loved to be playing, you know, T20s and stuff around the world, but, you know, that's not how it worked out for me. And everyone has a different way of going for their career. But for me, it's been easy, you know, just, you know, doing to be a successful Test cricketer. And, you know, and the ups and downs. I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And I will always tell any younger guy, any guy aspiring to play as a batsman, yeah, it's good to come in and get a debut 100 and a maiden 100. That's lovely, and your average looks nice. But it's when the failures come in, you know, it's how you deal with it. And I think that's what makes you a Test cricketer, if you can deal with those pressures around. And that's my advice for everyone. You know, everyone aspiring to play. It's obviously the greatest format, You know, it's where legends are born, and I would say I'm extremely thankful to have been playing for this period.
A landmark of the highest order for Craig Brathwaite. Test century number 9, he becomes the 18th West Indies Test captain to score one.
I remember the 100 I made against South Africa when they were number 1. You know, at that age as well for me, you know, being 24, 25, I mean, for me that was amazing. The 100 in Australia, you know, a couple of years ago, I mean, they were number 1, and for me that was amazing. But for me to say, you know, the Henley 100, unfortunately, I didn't get the double 100, you know, out for 95, foolishly, but that happens. You know, we won the test match, and you know, they won like South Africa and stuff, but that game was drawn through to bad weather. But we lost the game in Australia. So for me, like, I feel better with the 100 that we won the game. And you know, for me, the Henley match meant a lot for us. You know, coming off from a massive defeat in the first pink ball test, so to come at Henley and to be able to contribute to the team, you know, getting 100 there in that game, that one meant a lot. Majority of my 100s I really loved, really enjoyed. But beating England that day, I think that was very special for us as a West Indian group. And for now, I would say that's number 1, but it's very tough to choose one. It's 12 now, hopefully it'll be 12 more, you know, in my career. But I tell you, every one of those 12 has been special to me. But the one in Sharjah, that was nice as well. I remember, you know, for the spinners, I used my feet a lot. One of the most times I used my feet in a test match. I'll never forget that. And you know, that was a great feeling, man. We were down 2-0 that series, and obviously winning the last game, you know, was obviously a nice feeling. You know, after obviously Pakistan had us 2-0. And being knocked out in both of those innings was special as well. So I mean, to be honest, all 12, I could say all 12 are special, because the feeling hadn't changed. So, you know, obviously you ask a question, I am trying to answer it, you know, by choosing one, but really, I don't really think I could choose one. Like, I have a friend back home, he has his idea, which is my best, but then I don't agree with him. So both of them were special. I must say all 12 have been very, very special to me, because it takes a lot of hard work to score a Test 100. Unfortunately, you can't make it in 30 and 40 balls to make it easier. You know, you got to grind for a couple of hours to get 100.
Now this will do very nicely indeed. Very deftly, very sweetly, tucked away behind square on the offside. And this is the reward, the monumental effort and concentration, and a lot of skill as well. This is what's known as leading from the front.
I mean, as any batsman will say, but obviously for me in my journey, if you come on tour and you're now looking to play work, like we said a week before and stuff, it's too late. So I'll say one thing I've learned is, you know, you go through a series whether you do well or not, and you got to understand what you got to work on, because the guy's going to keep coming with something different always. And the key is to do it in your off season. Make sure you put in that work, you know, before you get to the next tour. Don't wait till the next tour then to start, you know. And that's one thing I've learned, and obviously continue learning, because as I say, every series, every game is always different. One thing I'll say is putting in that hard work, you know, off season before a series starts, putting you in a better position, you know, to be able to score runs.
How you doing? You good? Nothing beats hard work, and what is important is doing the hard work always, and not just when coaches are there. I think that's what will make you go to the next level. Well done, well done.
Test cricket is the ultimate test. You will be a legend from Test cricket. That's one thing I know. You know, if you look at all the legends in world cricket, Test cricket is what they come from. And you know, playing a simple defense is what the basic stuff. And once you can do that, then you can play any cricket in the world, T20, T10, T5, whichever you want to play. So once you have that foundation from playing Test cricket, You know, it will set you up to play every cricket in the world. Alzarri Joseph is one for me. He loves Test cricket. He loves Test cricket, and obviously he's being IPL and everything, CPL, everything, and he's still here. And that's one example that I could give the guys to follow. You know, he does it, and obviously I hope he plays a lot more Test matches as well with a lot of success. But that's a great example that you balance both. You can do it. To play 100 Tests was my dream. And one thing I'll say, I can never be in this position without God. I must say, you know, putting God first has helped me throughout my career from primary school, never forget. And obviously, my two grandparents who, you know, are not with me now, but you know, they've done a lot for me, you know, through their prayers and stuff. I would never be in this position without them. And also, obviously, my father, you know, who has been there, you know, for me for cricket from a young boy. So, and my goal, and I'll never forget, my coach, Mr. Ashley, at the time, and he never forgets that my goal was to play 100 Test matches, not to play for West Indies. You know, I didn't just want to play and, you know, or score 100 and stuff, and then I'm done there. No, I don't want to finish there, I want to play 100. So, you know, to play 100, yeah, that would be everything. That's what my life has been, playing Test cricket. And yeah, it's very thankful to be in this position right now, to be captain and played 95 games. Obviously closer, you know, to that turret. So I can't really express how I will feel on that day, God willing. But it's everything. Test cricket is everything to me. I can't express the feelings that I will feel towards, you know, that special day, to be honest.
Not this trio.
No. Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure. For
She
sure.
cuts it
Yes.
close.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
You see my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3.
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It really depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
We're mean on a game.
No, but all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your Test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I can call. Joe Root.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe Root do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he not give me nightmares. It's just
He's make you think a little bit.
Yeah, he's make it hard work. He's make it hard work, yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It's not nobody else. Conversation done.
Yeah,
Kevin Hodge.
For sure.
For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Scott. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite. Casey has the best from
Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
That's the man, that's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
Ah, this is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who else gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody there.
Anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there?
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
Yeah. So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia was probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when it's not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
20 goals. 19 with Haaland. 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 19 with Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes? Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that Test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And you know, those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first Test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first Test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first Test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage, and he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this Test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud. Yeah, that's all.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom's very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Jewel started to play at a young age with big men. So he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing. And if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. While all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this till now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
Welcome back to Warner Park here in St. Kitts, where play is about to resume after lunch. We had an extended first session, started at 9:30, trying to make up some time for time lost in the game so far. The Leewards were overnight on 45 for no loss. Henry at that time was on 17, and Michael Louis was on 23. Well, the Leewards went to lunch at 154 for no loss. Lewis has taken his overnight score to 76, and Henry has taken his overnight score to 71. We have some 98 overs to be bowled in the day's play today, and so far we are on schedule to get the 98 overs in. By my reckoning, Gary, we have 61 overs left in the day's play and 2 sessions, so we should do that quite comfortably because the weather is looking good. Good afternoon, Gary
Good afternoon
Pemberton.
to you, Carla. Good afternoon to listeners. And once the spinners continue to bowl, we definitely will get in those remaining overs. So the Leewards would have faced some 37.1 overs in the first session, and they have scored 109 runs. So they want to continue to bat and bat well. It's a good batting strip here at Warner Park, and these two batsmen certainly have made full use of it. Excellent opening stands for the Leewards, 154 runs. I couldn't have asked for anything better, Carlisle.
And even with a start of 154, there's still some distance behind, still trailing by 375 runs. And we're in day 3 of a 4-day a game scheduled to go 4 days. And so the Leewards will be hoping that they can continue in the vein that they started this morning. We'll be starting with a bit of pace, and it looks like Anderson Phillip, who will be bowling from Sales, in fact, bowling from the media center end.
So the two almost for the Leewards, they want to come back after lunch and refocus and try and get themselves in again. They batted for the entire 2.5 hours, and you realize in coming down to the end of the session, they were playing more freely. So you want to get yourself set again and then start to go after the bowling or make use of the bad bowling if it comes your way.
There is some protection down at long leg and some protection down at deep backward square leg as well. And then to complete the onside, there's a field at mid-on and one mid-wicket. Seems like they will be strengthening the onside field. Fielder has moved from cover and is coming across in the onside as well. So there will be a mid-wicket straight and a mid-wicket deeper and a little bit wider. First ball after lunch, it's down the leg side, and Louis playing inside the line, takes him on the pad, and some shouts went up to suggest that the players had their lunch. Nothing else apart from that.
Well, yes, the first delivery on the pad of Michael Louis. I'm sure he'd have been hoping to get back on it, but he missed it. He came off the pad, and the total remains at 154. So Louis, he has a good platform, a good opportunity to make a big one. I'm sure he want to emulate the experience Mohammed making a double century. Still somewhere off, but has been there for a very long time. I would want to continue to bat.
Another errant delivery down the onside, and De Silva is taking nicely, no runs.
It seems as though that Sales has come out with a plan. He's probably looking to york the batsman Louis. You're coming back after lunch, you're not quite set, so maybe he's looking to get that delivery up between bat and pad, but he has been offline so far.
Probably with the strengthening of the onside field, would be looking to bowl a little bit straighter, but that's 2 ill-directed deliveries so far. This one is on target, and Louis is defending nicely. Gary, it has been, I used to say breezy. I now have to call it windy.
It is, yeah.
I don't know the last time we have gone into February and experienced such strong winds for such a sustained period of time?
Yes, it has been like this for some time now. Guess all a part of climate change.
Just back of a length and driven down to mid-off. 2 deliveries left in the over. Leeward's 154 for no loss. Mickey Louis getting his highest score of the season so far. And he's playing on his home pitch. Right here at Warner Park, where the Patriots, the Hurricanes, beg your pardon, were based for quite some time. Have since relocated to Antigua and Barbuda. But Louis would know this pitch as good as any. Sales is bringing him forward once more. And he defends away on the onside, so no runs after lunch.
And Sales, he's running in with a sense of purpose. He's putting in a lot of effort into his bowling, and that is very good for the youngster. Even though the pitch is not giving him much assistance, he's certainly putting out the effort.
Can't fault the effort, Gary. This has been a good, honest effort here from Jaden Sales. He's a professional. He plays at the top level. And any coach, any scout would want to report that he ran in hard and hit the deck hard. He's bowling to Louis, who is driving firmly to extra cover, but he won't score. End of the over. 154 for no loss. The Leewards replying to 529 for 5 made by Trinidad and Tobago.
So just as Sales started this morning with a maiden, he started after lunch with a maiden as well. A good tight over. And so the 2 battles for the Leewards who want to reconsolidate. They're now in the middle having a quiet conversation, probably just trying to encourage each other. Still have a good batting ship, and I'm sure they're looking to bat as long as possible. They still have to take it session by session or over by over without taking too much risk. We saw some in the first session that Louis took a couple of risks and almost gave his hand away. I'm sure this time around they would want to continue to focus and without giving much of an opportunity to the Red Force bowlers.
The West Indies Women's Tournament will start off on the 24th of this month, right here in St. Kitts. So you're talking about a matter of 10 days, Gary. And the Leeward's ladies should be in Nevis from this week Saturday, having their final preparations. Then from Nevis they'll take the boat and travel down to St. Kitts. The first game is against the Windwards in St. Paul's.
Oh, carry boy.
So in terms of the Leeward's team and the selection of the Leeward, was it a Leeward Islands women's tournament?
There was not a women's tournament this year, but there was a camp in Nevis in December. So I suppose that they used that camp to pick the 17. A 17 which I haven't seen yet. I've heard about it. So there are 17 members who would be going into camp. And based on my information, that will be reduced to 14 to come to the tournament in St. Kitts. And further understanding that the Leeward's team will be greatly enhanced and boosted by Kiana Joseph, West Indies opener.
She has been contracted by the Leeward Islands.
My understanding is that yes, she will be turning out for the Leewards this season. Remember last season that there was Boise from Trinidad and Tobago, yeah, who played for the Leewards. My understanding is that she will be returning this year as well. Hopefully somebody will send me the 17-member squad so we can have a look at it during this game. But I've been told reliably that Miss Joseph will be representing the Leewards this season.
Oh, Cooper. Oh, come on, Cooper.
Delivery, which was steered down to third man. There were shouts of yes, no, and Henry was almost overcommitted. Sent back by Louis. It was much too close to the fielder Cooper, and it went to his right side, angled himself, took his eyes off the ball in preparation to throw, and missed it. And so the score remains on 154 for no loss. So
Yes.
you remember last year, Gary, that the Leewards won their first game and then put themselves in positions to win more than the first game. So having had that behind them and then boosting their strength with somebody like Kiana Joseph, who has had an absolutely amazing run with the West Indies recently.
Certainly, yes.
You know, so that would add some depth to the batting of the Leeward Islands. And I'm sure that they are looking forward to the team getting stronger and stronger.
Right. So not only the batting, but also the bowling, because she also
Yes.
does some bowling as well. So
Yes.
it will be strengthening at least two aspects of the Leewards cricket.
I remember last year, Jazara got a hat-trick in one of the games.
And Jazara is one of the players you want to see start to develop some more and give better performances on a more consistent basis as well.
Both with bat and ball. Sales is bringing Louis forward, and he's running this down to third man. He will pick up a single, and so the score will move to 155 for no loss. And Louis has moved on to 77. So I'm looking forward to this West Indies women's tournament, Gary.
Yes, because West Indies, well, women's cricket in the West Indies has been progressing, maybe not as well as we would want it to, but at least there's some glimpses of some good persons, some good females playing cricket in the West Indies. All they need to do is to play more cricket and more organized cricket, and I'm sure get better coaching, and they certainly will get better.
And the performances which we saw against Bangladesh were encouraging.
Yes.
We were able to win the last game, even despite some of the more senior players not featuring in that game. Sales is bowling from the media center end, and it's wide outside the off stump, allowed to go through for the keeper. And so matches in the women's tournament will be played at 3 centers simultaneously, here at Warner Park, over at Connery, and down in St. Paul's. I'm yet to see a game in St. Paul's. It's a little bit of a distance out
yes,
of town.
Yeah.
And I say little, and my friend Earl Smithson looked at me as if I was crazy and said little. In the context of small syndicates, it is a long way. Here is a delivery, angled down to third man, and they'll have a single. So Henry will move on to 72, and the score to 157 for no loss. So Henry has had his first run after lunch, as did Louis in this over.
So yes, the Leewards would want these two to continue to bat. They are the set batters, and you still have a good way to go. 374, they still trail by 374 runs. So these two would want to continue to bat. It's a very, very good batting strip here at Warner Park. That will be 4.
Just back of a length, and he opened the face of the bat, Mikhail Louis, to run it down to the straighter third man position, and picked up 4 runs to take him into the 80s. He's 81, and the Leeward's 160 for no loss.
I could understand why he has the fielder at more of a backward point, because the pitch is slow. But this one was a bit wide outside the off stump, and Mikhail Louis just guided it into the vacant third man area for 4. So maybe you might have to make an adjustment to the field if
An adjustment has been made, Gary.
This
The slip has
slip
now
has-
gone from maybe 1.5 all the way across now to that would be a fourth slip position.
Yes, so some adjustment has been made.
Driving into the offside, there's protection coming off the third man boundary, and Louis will get another run to take him on to 82. The Leewards 161 for no loss. Sales is bowling in his 11th over, none for 34. Full pitch delivery, and here was Henry coming forward and just playing it away into the offside to bring up the end of the over. He remains on 72, does Henry. Mikhail Louis on 82. It's 161 for no loss, replying to score 529 made by Trinidad and Tobago.
And Jamaica at lunch were 115 for 5 from 44 overs, so they lead by just 53 runs with only 5 wickets in hand. So Barbados seem to be in the ascendancy in that game. And then the other game, I've not seen any score with the Guyana game.
Haven't seen anything on that. 87 for 4 has been there for 3 days.
And then the Windwards versus the CCC. The CCC in the second inning, they are 16 without loss. They made 216 in the first inning, so the trail. And the Windwards made 248 in the first inning, so the Windwards, the CCC still trailed by some 16 runs.
Still the possibility of a result there.
And the Leewards would want these two to continue. And a very good pitch here at Warner Park.
Catch it. Get out, Django. Oh, Django, oh God.
Single to Louis really shouldn't have been a single. Seemed to me as if Django had that covered, tried to stop it with his foot, and it eluded him, went down to mid-off, and so Louis goes on to 83. 162 without loss. Henry has been solid. He's defending away into the offside.
On the offside.
Has shown the patience which is required to bat long.
On a pitch like this.
Exactly.
On a flat pitch.
Beaten this time. Pushing at it outside the line of the off stump.
Kept low as well.
Just a hint of turn.
Working Kappa. Oh, down. Good hand. Well on, Django.
This time Django put in a much better effort, stopping it and preventing the possibility of a run. They had extra cover.
Some turn, but it was back of a length and short enough so that Henry saw it early and just withdrew his bat from that one. End of the over, 162 for no loss, the Leewards.
Yes, it was shorter. He got some turn as well, but as I said, it was short enough for him to just look at it to pass outside the off stump. But in that over, we saw that Caripe was able to get a little bit of purchase from the pitch. So maybe it's a sign that things are changing in terms of the pitch, and you might be getting some more turn and bounce, especially from that end.
I had a good look at it this morning, Gary, And the footmarks that would be of interest are outside the left-hander's off stump, generally. For the right-hander, they would be outside the leg stump and shouldn't cause too many worries.
So Sales continue on that off-stump line, and Michael Louis is not going to be tempted on that occasion. So he's on 70 or 83, and Henry's on 72.
There is something of a conflict between the large scoreboard here at the ground and our own score here in front of us. Large scoreboard is showing that Louis is on 83, and he faces up to Sales and is defending into the offside. He doesn't score.
So they were forced to be hoping to get the wickets. We have not seen the possibility. We have not seen any evidence that the pitch will offer much of assistance to the bowlers. But we saw this morning that Michael Louis almost gave his hand away.
Oh, and he's been dropped. Delivery outside the line of the off stump. Louis was playing a long way away from his body with hard hands, and it went straight to the lone fielder at slip, who had it and then dropped it.
That looks like, is it Cephas Cooper?
Good height too.
And just when just after I said that, it doesn't seem whether the pitch is offering any assistance or any possibility of a chance. There was a chance outside the off stump. A good delivery, and Michael Louis was tempted. He went after it. Outer edge found, went to the left of the fielder's slip, and he couldn't hold on to it. So a chance going down, and when you have a placid pitch such as this, you must hold on to your chances. So there's been a change of personnel in the slip. Django has gone into first slip, and or is it Django who is in first slip and has been replaced? Yes, so Brian Charles is the one who has gone into the slips, or he's in first slip, and Django is the one who dropped that catch.
Delivery which is played down to third man. He'll have a single. Kadeem Henry will take him up to 73. And the score has moved on to 164 for no loss. Leeward's at lunch, 154 for no loss. So they have now moved the score by 10 runs. And Louis has moved on to 84. And Henry has moved on to 73. One ball left in the fifth over since lunch. Sales bowls a short delivery down the leg side, and it will evade the keeper and run down to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes. So 168 for no loss. A chance created in that over, Gary, and it was floored by the fielder at slip. And tracks such as these, which are so difficult to bowl on, you have to commend Sales for not just running in hard, but creating the chance.
Yes, and after doing all the hard work in terms of Sales, you expect that your fielders will back you up, And Django at that time couldn't hold on to a ball which was played just to his left, and couldn't hold on. Was it that he was a bit too wide?
A bit too wide. He had to go to his left. But it came to him at good height.
Yes.
Certainly catchable. The trick with that, Gary, is that it was back pitched a bit. You know, just full enough to tempt the drive. Louis lucky. Swan is a little bit short, just punched down to long off. And a single to Kadim Henry to take him on to 74. 169 for no loss, the Leewards.
Oh, boy. Go ahead, Gary. Oh, is that?
Yeah, that's a good delivery. It's back of a length, and drawing the batsman into the shot, and went for the keeper to take.
Oh, jeez, carry boy. Where Kappa, where Kappa?
So Carey has been coming into his own last over or so, and yes, certainly he's certainly making the batsman play and creating a little bit of an of a opportunity for the Red Force.
Where Gary?
You can hear the captain. Good going, Carey.
Right boys, right boys. Oh, carry boy.
End of the over, 169 for no loss. Michael Louis on 84. Kadim Henry with him is on 74. And the Leewards would be satisfied with their day's play so far. Started this morning at 45 for no loss and facing a possibility of 98 overs in the day's play. Conditions have been good, and the Leewards have been batting solidly. Trinidad and Tobago created one chance, and that was flowed.
So Steels will have to try again, and his hard work continues, and that's what 4-day cricket is all about. Hard work, or cricket in general.
Short delivery, much too short to cause any damage, and it just ballooned over the head of the batsman Henry and through to De Silva. Was already dying by the time it got to De Silva.
The Seals must be disappointed that he created a chance, and Django at first slip couldn't hold on to it. As a fast bowler, you put it in the hard work, you expect the slip, take the catches when they come your way. But he continues to run in though and put his heart out, bowl his heart out for his team.
Got to love the effort, Gary. As captain, that's what you want your fast bowlers to do, run in.
So the Leeward's batsmen don't want to give any more chances to the bowlers. Good flowing drive, but gets it down to mid-off. So Henry is on 74. I'm sure he has his eyes set on a century. Mikhail Louis was being taking a little bit more chances than Henry. He almost gave his hand away. The catch was not taken by fielder slip, and then just before he got to his 50, he almost gave his hand away at that point as well.
Short delivery, and Henry just ducks under it, and that allows it to go through to the keeper. But it must take a considerable amount of effort for him to get this ball up, bouncing as high as the batsman's head. I'm sure that he would be reflecting, and somebody in the field would be telling him, that is not how you created the chance.
Get back on the off-stump line.
Wide of the off stump and driven there by Henry. It will not have the legs to get to the boundary, but they should be able to complete two quite easily. And they do that now. And so he moves on to 76.
We now see that Kyle Louis is limping and holding in the back of his leg, his thigh, hamstring. And he has signaled to the dressing room for the physios to probably come onto the pitch and give him some attention.
Defended into the onside, down to mid-wicket to bring up the end of the over. And the Leewards remain 171 for no loss. Gary, this is a very good response by the Leewards team to the 529 for 5 declared made by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, it is. It is a very good response. And I'm sure at the start of the Leewards innings, the Red Force team would have been hoping to pick up early wickets. But we have seen a very, very good partnership. And the now see the physiotherapist has gone onto the field to do some stretching with Kyle Lowy. He has been there since yesterday, came out yesterday, and they batted some 13.5 overs, and then they batted the entire session, 2.5 hours in hot sunshine. And so he just hamstring just giving a little problem. But we have seen the pacers. None of the pace bowlers have been able to get a wicket on this pitch so far. The only bowler that would have created a chance would have been Seals, and that chance was floored by Django at first slip. So the batsmen are making good use of the strip here at Warner Park. As I welcome back Earl Smitten. Carlisle has departed, and Kyle Louis is being given some attention by the physiotherapist. But the Leewards after lunch will want to continue, and we'll hope that this partnership will continue. Kyle Louis would want to make use of the chance that was given to him.
Yes, and let's hope he's okay. When the physio went out, he was showing the physio the back of his left thigh. At least he indicated towards that. So we are hoping it's just cramps and not a hamstring issue. But he's back up and ready to go. But certainly, Gary, yes, they certainly would want to make the most of this situation, the most of these very good batting conditions. And as I would have said before lunch, I'm pretty certain that both of these batsmen would be thinking in terms of three-figure score this afternoon.
So Carey Peer, who has been bowling well in the last couple of overs, has been able to keep things tight. He will continue from that far end. Jaden Sales, 13 overs at none for 39. And when the Leewards were in the field, Azari Joseph had 21 overs and none for 51. Jeremiah Louis, 14 overs, none for 66. Anderson Phillip, 8 overs, none for 22. And Sales, 13 overs, has not been able to get a wicket. So Carey Peer will continue from that far end. 171 without loss. Very good opening partnership for the Hurricanes. So Carrier will try to break this partnership. Mikhail Louis will prevent that from happening. So there's a slip, there's a point, there's a cover on the boundary. There is cover, extra cover, and a long off. And Carrier continues to keep things tight. A delivery on the front foot. That Mikhail Louis just pushed it down to the offside. Just hope that his thigh doesn't bother him too much and that he can continue batting. And bat long for the Leewards, driving through extra cover and will go into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. Just came onto the front foot between cover and extra cover, to the left of extra cover and to the right of cover, down towards the boundary for 4. So with that shot, the total has gone on to 175, and Mikhail Louis has progressed to 89.
Very good shot indeed. Not much of a gap between that cover and extra cover, but he was able to pace that gap and get a wonderful 4.
It's actually 88 and not 89. He has faced 157 balls. 158 now. 76 to Henry. 198. So he thought about a single, but Kadeem Henry was not interested. And for someone who seems to have an issue with his thigh, would want to go for a quick single.
That would just have been some cramps. Seems to be okay now after a visit from the physiotherapist. But certainly this has been a wonderful start, and I would have thought that this spell by Pierre would have been critical towards the outcome of the game. And so far, so good for the Leeward Islands. There's not been trouble in the batsman. Seals, on the other hand, he has bowled well. He has been bending his back. Should have had the wicket of Kyle Louis, but he was put down at slips by Django, and he will continue to try.
So Seals will continue from the media centre end in very, very good conditions for cricket. Another good delivery right up, and the hands of the keeper and the bowler. He has his hands on his head, thinking that he might have reached the defence of Henry, but he got bat on it and went down into the onside. So a very good delivery there from Jaden Seals.
Yes, very good delivery. And what I've noticed about Jaden Seals too is that he runs up with the ball in his left hand, not giving too much away to the batsman, and then on the point of delivery he transfers it to his right hand. I know Carly Tuckett, who is the square leg umpire, he was very adept at doing that also.
So another good delivery, and Henry defence. So Sales has certainly put in the effort, and he should have been rewarded with a wicket, with the wicket of Mikhail Louis. So, but he will have to try again. If at first you don't succeed, you try again.
Well, on this flat track, on this graveyard, you know, it's heartbreaking when you put in the effort and you're not rewarded.
Seals will try again, a wide delivery, and Kadeem Henry just watches it go through. So Henry is on 76, Mikhail Louis is on 88. So he has been given a chance, and you want to make full use of that. And Henry, on the other hand, has not given a chance as yet. He has been more watchful. Mikhail Louis, before lunch, was taking some chances to Yannick Caraya. Almost gave up his hand just before 50. So in effect, he would have given 2 opportunities to the Red Force team. So Sales will try once more. Good delivery, came off the outer portion of the bat. It goes down towards the wide third man area for a single. So another good delivery right up on on the off stump, came from the outer portion of the bat and went down into the offside for single. So he continues to bowl well. That's Jaden Seals.
I would not say though that Louis gave 2 opportunities. Yes,
it's a possibility of a chance, because he miscued it. It was an opportunity. It's a miscue.
I think Mohammed might have had to put on some wings to catch that one. It was in the air for some time, yes.
The shot was a shot, almost like a get-out shot. So it was an opportunity for them. It could have been an opportunity, I must say.
Well, he mistimed it more. But certainly the one 2 slips should have been
taken.
Should have been taken.
Well, he leaves the fight on a placid pitch here at Warner Park, and the bowlers, Jaden Segal especially, will have to continue to put in the hard work and see if he can get the wicket. Maybe if the bowlers, there used to be a player in Nevis, well, if the fielders are not taking the catches, then I'll have to get the wicket either by the LBW or the ball. So he might have to look to bowl down the batsman if the fielders are not taking the catches.
Not easy to bowl down anyone on this track.
That's a lovely shot from Mikhail Louis on the off stump and punches it through the covers for a lovely 4. So with that shot, the total has gone on to 80, and he continued to drive the ball very well in the offside, and that was another beautiful shot by Mikhail Louis.
Yes, over pitch there by Seals, given the treatment. Wonderful shot indeed. Pure timing. He did not bother to run for that shot.
And you can see the frustration in Jaden Seals, knowing that he should have had the wicket of Mikhail Louis. And Mikhail Louis is now getting the better of him. And the delivery was pushed into the offside for 4. And you must be heartbreaking to see that you've created the opportunity and it was floored at first slip. So the Leewards will continue to bat. Let's look at the view in the hills. Is that Bird Rock, Earl, on the monitor?
Oh yes, an area
Earl
which
has about 2 houses in that area.
Residential area. I've never liked those areas. I prefer the rural area, and I know I don't know if you're old enough to be familiar with what Quadacode was like back in the 60s or thereabout. But it had a rural like feel about it, not really developed. So, I've always liked to be in the rural areas. And of course, the pocket does not afford such residential areas. But we have a hold up in play. But you were speaking about being bowled down, Gary. So far in the match, well, Trinidad and Tobago, they would have lost some 5 wickets, and there was 1 leg before. No one was bowled. So we have not had a batsman being bowled in this match so far. Most of the batsmen who would have gotten out caught. So it's very difficult on this graveyard to penetrate the defense of the batsmen, and more times than not, it was a case of some of the batsmen really giving away the wicket.
Yes, so I was just trying the reference that if the fielders are not taking the catches, the only how the bowler can get the wicket is either by the ball, by the ball, or LBW.
Do it yourself. Yes, that is what you're saying. That is what
you don't
you're
have
saying.
it depending on the fielders.
Yeah, I understand that, Gary, but giving you a stat and just reflecting on how docile this track has been.
It has been, yes. So play will resume after the third umpire came on the field with did they change the ball, or they just had a look at it to make sure it was still in good condition? So the pair will continue from that far end. 180, a very good partnership, opening partnership. So from 60 overs, which means they're scoring at 3 runs per over exactly. But it's still trailed by all of 349 runs. And Mikhail Louis leans on his bat at the far end. Kadeem Henry out of Antigua is on 77. We want to make it a big one here at Warner Park. And Pierre would want to prevent that. As I said, his last couple of overs he has been very tight. Very good line and length on the off stump. And he's been encouraged by his captain Silva, who is behind the stumps. This is a flatter and faster delivery. Goes down into the offside. So Henry has faced in excess of 200 runs, 200 balls, 205. Kyle Louis has faced 161. He's on 92. So he's 8 runs shy of a century. So I'm sure he'll be thinking of that. Last year he made a century, 2 centuries here, the first and second inning. He'll be looking to make another one here today. I'm sure that Henry also will be harboring thoughts of a century. Good batting strip. Pierre will continue from that far end. Still a nice breeze coming across the outfield. Henry will get a single as he just was on the back foot and split into the onside. So with a single, he's going on to 78. Mikhail Louis is on 92. The over has been completed. 181 for no loss after some 61 overs.
Yes, and Pierre continues to bowl well. He has been varying his line and pace quite considerably, but unable to penetrate. 181 without loss seems to be a very big score, but still a long way behind. And these two would like to continue batting for quite some time more. Leeward's in fact trailed by 340 runs. And a wicket or two here could open the floodgates, so they still have to be very careful and bearing in mind that they still have somewhere to go. And two are in there set, and they should really be capitalizing on this very good start they've had. Of course, having said all of that though, we know that the Leeward Islands batting is in form, although they have not had a century yet for the season from any of their players.
So Sales will continue. He's in his 15th over. So he's now in his 6th over after lunch. At lunch he had 9 overs, none for 28. And some 44 runs have come from his 14.1 overs. So yes, the Leywards would want their batters to continue to bat, and they have a good platform here to continue to make runs.
Hamilton is in good form. He just fell 7 runs short of a century in Antigua. Understand, given out controversially. Ball passing seemingly to have passed far from the bat, and a given out caught behind. Ball, there seemed to have been a gap between the inside edge and the ball, and he was given out caught behind. So he came very close to 100. But these two, they're very close. 92 to Louis, 73 to Henry. And they need to make it while the sun shines. We have not had any rain today, so the sun is shining quite nicely, quite brightly. So they need to make hay.
And they have certainly been doing that. 181 without loss. Delivery outside the off stump. And Henry might have just played inside the line of that delivery, taken behind by the keeper. And you can see Jaden Sales is wondering what else to do to get a wicket.
Seem to have played at it. Seem to have been drawn into the shot outside the off stump.
You see a former West Indies player, Keith Atherton, on the field. Well, looking Looking at this an exchange between the Leewards and they were at force, and she would have played a number of matches here as well for Nevis and for the Leewards.
In fact, would have played a lot of cricket here. Made his home in St. Kitts. So he would have played in the St. Kitts First Division at Warner Park also. And Gary, I would have heard you speaking about 3 pitches before. Those were the days when you had 3 pitches at Warner Park. And for local matches, local First Division matches, the center pitch was not used. And it certainly was not in the field of play on any, well, in relation to any of the pitches. And you had long boundaries still, and the center pitch being out of range.
So Sales continue to work hard. And in terms of the pitches, so the pitches were you have certain clubs that would have the pitch on the eastern end was Renowned Club. Which club?
So they said, I think this one over here on the western was Renowned, and I think over here was Progressive Cricket Club. That's what they said. The pitches belong to those particular team, but nevertheless, First Division matches were played on these pitches. I would have played on both pitches back then.
Sales continue to bowl. Delivery which will play down to Frake, and third man will go into the boundary for 4. Another delivery on the off stump came from the outer portion of the bat and went down towards the boundary for another 4. So the runs continue to come here for the Leewards. They continue to bat well, 185, and Henry has now gone on to 82.
Yes, 82, and Louis is into the 90s, and this has been a good showing by these two. And hard toil for the Trinidad and Tobago players. As a matter of fact, during the luncheon interval, I overheard one of the Trinidad and Tobago, one member of the squad, whispering to a member of the Leeward Island squad the fact that the track was very flat. So
it was flat for them when they're batting. It was also flat for the Leewards as well, and they're making use of it as well.
Oh, certainly.
So Carrie Pierre will continue from that far end.
How good though do you think it is for the cricket to have these flat tracks?
Well, it's not a good thing for cricket, because batters will make runs on these flat pitches, and then when you get a pitch that provides some assistance, then you'll be fine. You'll find yourself in a difficult situation. And then on the other hand, as bowlers, then you find yourself with a flat pitch, then you have to come up with innovative ways to try and get a wicket, and that has not been happening.
Could be discouraging for some bowlers too.
1.
So you want to get a pitch that offers assistance. So you have to put in the effort in terms of bowler to get assistance from the pitch. So you want to have more of a balanced pitch, especially in the 4-day or the longer version, longer format of cricket.
Spoke of Vincent Deming in the past, and if my memory serves me well, when he prepared those pitches, they did have grass on them, and there was a little something in there for the bowlers if they were prepared to bend their backs.
And we have seen Jaden Steele certainly bending his back here, but not getting much out of this pitch here at Warner Park. Carrie Pierre, who has taken a number of wickets for the season, has not been able to get one as yet.
Oh my goodness, anytime I beat the bat will be off stump.
And you could hear the captain, the voice coming to the stump microphone.
You want it? Well?
So So he's asking for a slip. He will get a slip. So Brian Charles is at first slip, and Pierre bowled to Louis. Louis will get a single. So with a single, total has gone on to 186. So the Red Force bowling has been toiling all day without any success. So the over has come to an end, 186. So 63 overs have been completed, and the Leeward's 186 without loss.
Yes, the Leeward Islands continue to march on. They continue to bat well, 186 for no loss, approaching another milestone. In fact, both of these batsmen also close to milestone. Louis 7 runs away from his 100, and Henry a little further away, 18 runs away, and the Leeward Islands 14 runs away from 200. And certainly this would be a tremendous performance by these two if they could bring up a double 100 partnership, but still another 14 runs to get there. Seals will continue, and Trinidad and Tobago still searching for that first breakthrough. And now we see the Silver switching the bails around and probably trying to bring some good luck to his bowler and to his team. You've seen that in international cricket where a fielder or bowler goes and switches the bails around. We've seen the Silver doing it this time.
So Seals in his 7th over after lunch. He's met with a defensive bat by Mikhail Louis, just lounging forward. The front foot just pushed the left foot forward and pushed it down to the offside. The Seals will continue to try and work hard for the Red Force to see if they can create another opportunity, and hopefully the next opportunity that he creates, he will be rewarded. 186 without loss. The Red Force won the toss and decided to bat yesterday, on the first day. And so the Leeward still trailed by 343 runs.
Gary, I heard you and Carlisle speaking about pitches in Nevis. How are the pitches in Nevis? How do they generally play?
In the good old days, as I would have indicated, Gofak was one of the quicker pitches in Nevis. Not Gofak, I think Swamp was the St. George's recreation ground. That was one of the quicker pitches in Nevis. Generally now most of the pitches are good batting straight, but maybe it's the fact that they're using the motorized rollers that has caused the change in terms of the type of pitches. Yeah, but the pitching in Gingerland at the Gingerland recreation grounds, that used to be a very quick pitch. We would have, as I would have indicated, that is where most of the clay used to come from to prepare the pitches around Nevis and even St. Kitts and further afield.
The clay on this pitch, as far as I know, actually came from Nevis. I don't know if it came from your neck of the woods, but from my understanding, it came from Nevis. But you're right. I think this motorizer, there's no balance when it's being used in some cases. And of course, I think they should have two rollers, light and heavier roller. But really taking this thing out of the pitches.
Another good flowing drive there from Mikhail Louis. Went down to mid-off where Kawai had to move across to his right, he feels, and there's no chance of a run. So yes, the pitches, most days, most of the time now, are very good batting strip, but on some occasion you get a pitch that offers some assistance to the bowlers. So the bowlers are being made to work hard for the wickets.
I think though, if you leave some grass on the pitches, despite the fact that they're using the motorized rollers, I think there still might be some assistance there for the bowlers.
Short delivery wide. It goes down towards final leg for 4 runs. I think he could have gotten some bat on it or some glove. And he went down towards the boundary. It was short and wide going down the onside. And Mikhail Louis got inside of it and got it down towards the final leg area. And with that 4, he has progressed closer to the century, to 97.
Just a shot away.
So Mikhail Louis approaching another century here at Warner Park. So he's a third. Made 2 centuries back to back in first and second innings last year. Now back here again and getting close. He's on 97. He was given a chance earlier and he would want to capitalize on that chance. 97. He is 190 without loss. A very good opening partnership. Final delivery of over number 64. A short delivery, looking to swing into the onside. Came off the body, maybe played a bit too early, and dropped down on the onside to bring up the end of the over. And at the end of it, the Leewards, in reply to 529 made by the Red Force team for 5 declared, they are 190 without loss, with Mikhail Louis on 97 and Kadeem Henry on 82. After some words from your Earthman, Kyle Powell will describe the century for Mikhail Louis.
Well, Pierre will continue from the far end, and 190 for no loss as Carlisle makes his way back. But certainly this has been a tremendous performance here by the 2 opening batsmen for the Leeward Islands. And just a reflection of how slow this track is. And Pierre has bowled quite steadily, has bowled a good line and length. He has varied well, but not really penetrating. But here he's going past the outside edge and taken by the silver. So far, so good. We have had an uninterrupted display so far, and we hope that it continues that way. In the defense, and Pierre picks up. So Carlisle is back with me. So Carlisle, you would, as president of the Navy's Cricket Association, as someone who's highly involved in cricket, pushed into the onside, no run. I guess you would have something to say on the pitches that are prepared in Nevis for local competition.
Absolutely not. I let the groundsmen do their jobs.
Well, when I say, I mean in terms of how these pitches perform. I would not want you to be dictating as to how they prepare the pitches. Although in international cricket these days, teams and captains and managers are demanding the type of pitches they want.
I tell you something. I've always said 2 teams have to bat on the pitch. And I've heard people sometimes say that the pitch is playing flat. Team gets a big score and the second team gets skittled.
Fended into the offside. Square of the wicket by Kadeem Henry in a run.
See, the challenge here, as we are coming down to the water break, the challenge here is that we saw Trinidad and Tobago get a big score, 529 for the loss of 5 wickets. Double 100, single 100, which was a big 100, 150 yard to the captain in the silver. But the Leewards had to come and bat properly. That is the whole thing. So I'm not too focused on the pitch and whether or not it is offering bounce and turn and that kind of stuff. My own argument is that the second team has to come and bat well. Because if Leewards does not bat well, then it would make the Trinidad and Tobago's chance of winning, of getting maximum points from the game easier. Suppose Leewards had been skittled for 200 and then batted poorly in the second inning. We would have been saying a totally different thing. But what we have seen is that the Leewards have come out and they have batted really well. They have dug themselves in. It's 190 for no loss. It's a significant opening partnership, and that is exactly what you wanted from the Leeward Islands. Trinidad, for their part, they have toiled away, tried to create some chances. It was that period during the morning when it seemed as if Henry had been playing at deliveries just outside his off stump and getting beaten. But he has made the adjustment and come to terms. And this is what you want to see from batsmen. You want to see batsmen making adjustments and changing the style that they're playing so that they can counter whatever is done by the bowlers. We saw Michael Louis in the morning session, for example. He decided that since mid-wicket was open, that he wanted to go outside his off stump and play the slug sweep. And played it a couple of times, got some runs, got one which ended, but went safely over the fielder who was at mid-on. He has since made the adjustment and has dug in quite nicely and is playing the balls and their various merits. And so this is what you want to see. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, the pitch is not fantastic in terms of assistance to the bowlers, but you have to play on the pitch that you're given. Trinidad and Tobago made 529. They declared the inning and decided, listen, let's have a bowl at the Leewards. The Leewards have to respond and have to bat properly. And so far, they have done exactly that.
Yeah, and the important thing there to Carlisle is that they have not succumbed to what we refer to as scoreboard pressure. You know, they have certainly gone out there and dug in. They have put their heads down. And there's an air of confidence about these two. And the Leewards are batting as if they intend to make these runs.
And they should be telling themselves, if we don't bat, we are going to have to field. Because if they get out cheaply, that is not the end of the game. You would be providing the opportunity for the batsmen from Trinidad and Tobago to bat again. And so they have a chance to bat and to bat well. And they started this morning at 45 for no loss. They have moved this target to 190, still without loss. It's a very sound opening partnership, and it is a good one. I didn't even try to go back to look for records to see how this is faring in terms of good opening partnerships. I don't think we're anywhere close to the record for Leewards, because I remember years ago listening to now Sir Richie Richardson and one Livingston Jabada Lawrence against Trinidad and Tobago in Antigua. And I'm sure that partnership ran close to 300.
Well, I probably could do a bit of research on that, as the numbers are being racked up here at Warner Park. But opportunity here for both batsmen to get hundreds and to really dig in. And it's not just only that. Here's where batsmen are supposed to accept certain responsibilities. I mean, if you take Mikhail Louis, for example, he's probably one of the better batsmen in the Leeward Islands setup. And he's a test player. And here's where he should take full responsibility and bat as deep and as long as possible. And we see a bowling change from the media center end. It's going to be James. We have not seen much of James. He just had the short spell yesterday. And he picks up the attack from the media center end, replacing Seals. Flicked off the pads down to long leg by Louis, just a single, inching closer to that 100. Not starting too well, James. His first delivery of the day on the pads. And clip down to long leg for a single. But having said all of that, Carlisle, still we would like to see a little bit more in the pitch, which could produce even better cricket, more competitive cricket. Ball versus bat, of course. Had another delivery which was defended by the batsman Henry, and no run. So Trinidad starting the day with an attacking field. Now down to just the slip There's a backward point, almost on the boundary. Extra cover mid-off. Mid-on short, mid-wicket. Square leg, flick down to long leg. Just another single. So, having to concede a bit. There's also one on the square leg boundary, just backward of square. There's a fielder. So, just a slip in place. No silly point, no forward short leg. That has been dispensed with a long time ago. 192 it is the score. And James, perhaps brought in by his captain to do a bit of a holding job here. Would be looking to bowl a good line and length. This one is outside the off stump. The appeal goes up. And I find that rather interesting. Mid-on was really vociferous. Mid-on and short mid-wicket. And as compared to the wicket keeper and the first slip, who was hardly appealing. In fact, they were not appealing for that one.
A bit of gamesmanship there. And something of a foul shot. Was back pitch. Louis didn't have to play. He played. But he has batted really well in this inning.
Digs it out, gets it down to mid-on. Can't score. Kept on 98. And let's see. These Trinidad players, they seem to be very superstitious. We saw that fielder running all the way from short mid-wicket and touching the turf in a forward short leg position. Here he goes again. In fact, it's the end of the over. So, over comes to an end. Louis kept on 98. So, in fact, that's Anderson Phillip who has been making the rounds. We saw the Silver earlier on switching Bales, but no luck has come their way as yet. Kalala, you're a superstitious man.
No. None whatsoever.
We have heard a lot of that in cricket. You know, some cricketers, they do not move from their seat when their team is in a certain position. And also there are some cricketers who tell you they would wear the same socks in each match.
Yeah.
This one is pushed back up the track to Pierre, who feels his own bowling. I know there are some cricketers, who would take a nap until they're ready to go to bat.
Boy, Carrie, boy.
I understand Viv Richards was famous for that.
Carrie.
Pierre has been doing a good job for Trinidad and Tobago. He has sent down 16 overs and 2 balls and only conceded 22 runs.
Most importantly, though, for the Leeward Islands, they've kept him out. And he has been fairly ineffective.
Yeah, but his consistency is to be admired.
Definitely.
Because
Definitely.
we didn't quite see this with the Leeward's bowlers. They went for quite a few runs.
Well, generally, the Trinidad bowlers, they have been very consistent, generally. They've kept good lines and good length. We saw Karaya earlier on. He did a very good job for his team, bowled a good line and length, and I was just on about off, just outside off for most of his spell. And that, of course, accounts for the rate at which the Leeward Islands are going at the moment, just below 3 runs per over.
Oh, Carrie, boy.
So Pierre continues to keep it tight. This one pushed into the offside and keeping it tight, of course. Drying up the runs, of course, could force batsmen into error. And this is where the batsman would have to show some patience.
Oi, Gary boy.
Trinidad and Tobago players very vocal, encouraging Pierre. As the over comes to an end, that's another good over from Pierre. And in fact, they made an over, 192 for no loss.
Henry remains on 83, and this has been a very good, solid performance by him. Michael Louis is within touching distance of 100. He's on 98. And I keep telling people, Earl, I don't know why people get nervous in the 90s, don't know why you get nervous when you're a couple runs away. You should be getting nervous that you are 100 and something runs away from a double 100. Should be getting nervous thinking that you have to bat for another whole day and a session, and you should be thinking about a triple 100.
Well, I guess it's a part of the human makeup. I mean, all of us are not made up the same way. Some people are very nervous before they get off the mark. As though he's defending, gets another run, could get his 100. No. Just a single. Yes, it depends on the makeup of the person in question. But Louis is accustomed to making hundreds, so there's no need for him to be nervous at this point. Henry defends, gets it up to mid-on, gets a good delivery from James. And like you said a while ago, Carlisle, the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, they continue to bowl good lines and length, and they're not giving too much away.
Well, Da Silva has seen something in that he has decided that he's going to come right up to the stumps for James. And Henry looked back and he saw that, so he should be staying grounded at home.
But Henry is defending well, gets right in behind the line of that one and plays it down to mid-on.
He's shown good technique and good temperament.
Yeah, certainly. And this augurs well for the young man. And he has been very selective too. He has chosen the right deliveries to put away. And when the bad ball comes along, or one in the slot, he dispatches it quite easily. Flicks, it is going down towards fine leg. Might have come from pad. And we'll wait and see. Pies, in fact, signal. So not touching anything. And the keeper is up to the stump, so it's easily beaten. And the ball ran away down to fine leg for a single. 194 for no loss now. We are in over number 68. Leeward's going at 2.97. And am I seeing right? Extras nil, extras 12 in fact. Attempted flick, missed it down the leg side. Stumps broken by the Silver, taking well down the leg side, whipping the bails off. But that back foot of Louis was grounded. James is not very quick, and perhaps that accounts for one of the reasons why the Silver might have gone up to the stumps. Louis defends, and he's kept on 99 as the over comes to an end.
Good over. Leewards are still 194 for no loss. And remember, they started the day this morning on 45 for no loss. And they have done what they set out to do this morning. That is to keep their wickets in hand and to bat and to get the batsmen to accumulate. The Trinidad and Tobago bowlers have been toiling. They're in good voice, they're in good energy, so their spirits are up.
Oh yes, certainly. Leeward's though still a very long way behind. There are some 335 runs adrift of the Trinidad and Tobago score. So still a lot of batting to be done. And they cannot afford to let down their guards at this point. A wicket or two could open the floodgates for Trinidad and Tobago. Here. Continues. Yet to get a wicket in this match. In fact, none of the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers send with defense. Words of encouragement being shouted to Carrie Pierre. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, searching for the first wicket. And this one is steered down to backward point. And Philip Fields. But as Carlisle said a while ago, the spirits of the Trinidad and Tobago team still up. They are out there chirping. They are buoyant. And of course, they made 529 runs. So it's not like they're up against it at this point.
Oh, carry pair, boys.
And perhaps what the Trinidad and Tobago team realizes is that if they can get a breakthrough at this point, who knows what could happen after that. So, searching for that first wicket. Outside the off stump from Pierre. Things have slowed down a bit for the Leeward Island batsmen over the last couple of overs. Pierre attacking the stumps and brings the over to an end. Another good over from Pierre.
Very, very good over. Keeping the batsmen honest. Tell you something, Earl. This is 4-day cricket. There is no great urgency on the batters to be scoring at 7 and 8 runs and over. It's a different form of cricket where your discipline to defend the good balls is paramount. Not that that is not important in the longer format, but there is no great pressure on you to be scoring at 7 and 8 runs and over. We're in day 3, session number, the session after lunch. And so what is required from these batsmen is for them to stay batting, have a good foundation, give themselves a good chance of getting first innings lead, and of course, each one of them would be seeking to go past 100. That is what is important in this game. So, you know, every now and again, you go down in the grounds and you hear some people saying, listen, I need some excitement. Those are not really cricket lovers. Those are people who have become accustomed to the fast diet form of cricket in 2020.
Unfortunately, to many of us have, and this brings up the 100 for Louis, as he
should have been looking to go back for 2.
No, this is poor cricket.
Yeah, should have been looking to go back for 2, was content to get the single to make the 100, but really and truly he should have been looking to go back for 2. But nonetheless, you have to say congratulations to Michael Louis. It has been a very good, composed, calculated 100. It is exactly what he needed after a couple of lost scores in Antigua. He has come home to Warner Park, a place where he made 2 centuries last year. And you have to give him credit for responding in such a manner. Now, it will be important to see how much character he has by digging in and going even deeper.
Yes, there was not much celebration from Louis, so obviously he's intent on going big. Perhaps he might have thought that that ball was going for 4, but you should run your runs quickly. And he's not really charging down, so I know earlier on he was having some issue with his leg, so perhaps that might be a factor in his slowing up. In fact, we see him stretching now. So perhaps he's still bothered by that thigh.
Tell you something, I know some batsmen who once it is their run, they would have been scampering to get that additional run.
Well, he only needed one.
Well, he needed two, and that would have put him closer to his double hundred.
Yeah, that's right. I like how you think, Carlisle. Yeah. I like how you think, and you know, I'm not taking that statement lightly either. It's critical that a batsman of his ilk think in terms of double century and so on. It does a lot for his game.
You see Karim Henry, you say we scampered back for that second run even though it was not his. It was team runs because it was buys. But you have to seize the initiative and take advantage of every single run scoring opportunity.
Yes, but somehow he sensed though that he's struggling a bit. Louis, he's holding the leg. And we just might see the physiotherapist going on shortly. He's looking towards the players' pavilion. So might be struggling a bit with that leg. No, he sends him back.
Good call.
Play down to square leg. But most importantly for Mikhail Louis, he has picked up that 100. 100 from 182 balls, 13 fours, and I would have missed out on the number of sixes there, but he certainly would have struck some 13 fours that perhaps would be back up on screen shortly. Pushed up to extra cover by Henry, and he can't score. So another milestone approaching for the Leeward Islands. 199 it is now, and this has been a tremendous partnership. 2 sixes to Mikhail Louis and 13 fours. Excellent batting, Carlisle. So Henry, attention turns to him now. He's defending and gets it up to short mid-wicket. Doesn't score. 199 for no loss. The physio runs out. And perhaps Louis might be struggling a bit.
Game has been played in very good spirits between the players from Trinidad and Tobago and the Leewards. Of course, they know one another. They've been around for a long time. So Louis there getting a shake hand and congratulations on his 100. And he has played with a number of these players on various teams, including the West Indies team.
Exactly.
And it is always good to see.
Yeah, in fact, as the silver passed him a while ago, he, he congratulated him. Silver, Louis, Django, Seals, Anderson Phillip. All these players are on the West Indies team. In fact, they were all on the tour to Pakistan. So they know each other quite well. And as you rightly said, there's been so much cricket, regional cricket, CPL cricket, where players have played on the same team. Django, for example, was a member of the Leeward Islands team. And some people said when he was batting, he was on his home ground. So players know each other quite well. And Louis, of course, been given some attention. And we do hope that it's just a cramp. In fact, he still been given some attention. So perhaps, Carlisle, we could take a short break while that is going on and come back momentarily. Yeah, so we are ready at Warner Park once more to start play after that short break. And 199 it is. With Louis on exactly 100. 199 for no loss.
You now get nightmares of Pakistan.
And we're on 80.
You now get flashbacks, you know.
Oh my goodness, he's something about Pakistan, Carla. They're playing mind games out there. Trying to buy a wicket. But PA will go now to Louis, and Louis stretching well forward.
P has changed his angle. He's now going over the wicket to bowl to Jeremiah Louis.
So trying something different. Left arm over the wicket. Louis playing back up the track. And PA fields to his own bowling. And 199 it is for no loss. One run away from that 200 partnership, and here it comes as it's pushed up to long off, wideish long off, a single to Louis, 200 for no loss there in the Leeward Islands. Fantastic opening partnership. Openers congratulate each other. You know they are doing a very fine job, but the job is not done as yet. Still a lot of batting to be done by the Leeward Islands. They trail by some 329 runs. 200 for no loss. We're in over number 71. Quick single as it's pushed into the offside. And Henry was been rather quiet of late. He moves to 86. From 242 deliveries. Louis, on the other hand, 101 from 185 deliveries. Played back up the track to the bowler. Shouts of catch it. But dropped well in front of our peer. Louis playing up to wideish long off. Gets another single. So at the end of this over, Gary Pemberton would, in fact, the overs come to an end, and Gary Pemberton replaces Reef. And Carlisle Powell, of course, continues.
Quite noticeable that Henry has soaked up a large percentage of dot balls. But then again, there is really no great need to rush around in this game. Leewards are replying to a total of 529 made by Trinidad and Tobago. And we're in day 3. So it is unlikely that any of these teams will win outright unless the Leewards would collapse dramatically and then do it a second time. I'm not seeing any team getting 20 wickets on this track to win a game, Gary. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, certainly not, based on what we have seen so far. It has been a very docile track here at Warner Park. Joshua James has been brought into the attack.
And he is bowling to Louis, who is playing into the offside. They're having a quick single. There is some consternation, but the response from Henry was immediate. And so the run was always going to be on.
So Henry's on 86. We're looking to get up to the century. Mikhail Louis has brought up another century in regional cricket. I think that's his 4th century. He would have made 3 centuries last year in his debut season for the Leewards.
Single, leg by down to long leg. And the score moves on now to 203 for no loss. The Leewards. Very good response to Trinidad and Tobago.
A very good opening partnership. It will be interesting to find out whether or not this is the best opening partnership for the Leewards. So
not by a distance, Gary. Still have some way to go.
Okay.
flicked into the onside by Louis. And it goes down to backward square. And they'll get a single, which is a leg by. So the score moves on to 200 and, well, the score is, well, it moved backwards. 205 now for no loss. This time he's training length again, James. Down the leg side, it comes off the pad again. And this time it goes across the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. And so the Leeward's moving up to 209 for no loss.
Well, they have certainly done well. The totals for the Leewards in response to the 529 for 5 declared by the Red Force team. So this has been a runs feast here at Warner Park. And so the Leewards would try and get up to the 529 so they can get first innings point. And Henry, I'm sure, will have his eyes set on the century. He's 14 runs away. He has faced some 245 deliveries. Kyle Louis, on the other hand, has faced 189.
Trying to get the scoreboard to work with me, Gary. The big scoreboard down on the western end is showing that there are some 18 overs left in the day's play, but that cannot nearly be right.
Well, I think yesterday they're having some issues with the scoreboard in terms of getting the information, the connection issue. So the correct information that I was told by the scorers is in the system, but it's not going to the scoreboard.
Okay.
So it's incorrect.
But we started this morning, and the day's play should be 98 overs. And overnight we were 13 overs bowled, 13.5 overs bowled.
So 58.
So call that 14, 58. That's 72. So we should still be looking at
40 overs?
Yeah, another 40 overs.
So these two have batted the first session, which was 2.5 hours. And we're coming up on tea time on day 2, or day 3, sorry. So we have just about 20 plus minutes to go before the tea interval. And I'm sure that the management of the Leeward team will hope that these two can take them into tea without losing a wicket. 209. So they started this morning on 45, so they have added some 164 runs for the day, and they were, about 58 overs. It's a good performance by the Leeward's openers.
Change of bowling from the far end, Gary. Karaya.
Yes, he previously bowled from this immediate center end, 12 overs, none for 33. Has now been brought on from the far end. Maybe might get some help with the breeze coming across from east to west. Might get some drift away.
Starts with a full toss. And he misfielded it. Went through his legs. Louis will get a single to take him to 104.
So the Leewards certainly have responded excellently to the 529 runs made by the Red Force team, and Mikhail Louis has gotten up to the century.
Catch it! Oh!
Driving in the air, but safely, brings the fielder off the cover boundary, And so Henry will get another run to take him on to 87. It's 211 for no loss.
A short of catch it, but the fielder was deep down at cover.
Nice bounce. Good bounce. Good bounce. They're up shouting. There is no response from the umpire. Not out. And there was good bounce. He was pushing at it. Didn't seem to come off the bat to me, but we'll take a second look at it.
And Kyle Louis was not really bothered.
No. Seemed to have passed clear. Might have come off the
He indicated it came off his arm.
sleeve.
Oh, yeah. So a good decision by umpire Tuckett. Ball spun and bounce outside the off stump. Good delivery from Kawaya.
Oh. Playing at it again. And again he's beaten. It goes through for the keeper to take. Carl Tuckett, of course, played not just for Nevis, but for the Leewards.
And the West Indies in a one day.
And the West Indies. Louis driving firmly back down on the offside, partially stopped by the bowler, and he'll get a single, does Louis. 212 for no loss, the Leewards. And Louis has moved on to 105.
I'm sure that Louis would want to make this a big 100. He didn't do well in the tour of Pakistan, and in the first game he played, he didn't get amongst the runs. So he certainly would want to make this a big 100 here at one back.
Fuller, wider, and left alone by Henry to go through for the keeper to take. So we have come to the end of that over. And the Leewards are 212 for no loss. 73 overs faced by them so far. And the openers have responded very well. Seals is none for 52. Anderson none for 22. And Karaya, he's none for 37. Joshua James none for 13 from his 7.
So Pierre will be brought on from the media center end. He'll replace Joshua James. And Captain is Silva bringing the changes, trying to break this partnership. They had an opportunity, but he was floored at a first slip by Django. So Pierre will continue from the media center end. Still bright conditions and excellent conditions for cricket in terms of the weather, and even better conditions for batting out there in the middle. The strip is very placid, and the batsmen have been making full use of it. So these two batted the entire session before lunch, and now coming up close to the end of another session. Just about 15 minutes or 20 minutes to go. And I'm sure that Henry will be looking and hoping that he can get up to the century before tea. But still there is no rush, there is no pressure. You have the rest of the day to bat if you so desire.
And tomorrow.
So Pierre is continuing from the media center end. And Louis is defending stoutly. So he's on 105 from his 197 deliveries. 4 dot balls in this over so far. Flat and fast and punish into the offside. The fielder from long off. The Sales has to run it low across to his left. We get a thing with a flat and fast and a short delivery outside the off stump, and just play between extra cover and short mid off down towards the wide long off area for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. Those 2 runs have taken Louis on to 107. 214 without loss.
That's better. Just giving a little bit more flight and encouraging Louis to drive. He did that very well along the ground to bring up the end of the over. 214 for none.
The captain Cornwall will be very happy with the way things have gone. The Leeward's reply to the 529. I think Kawhi coming from that far end in his first over he has gotten some turn and some bounce, so maybe the breeze that is coming across the outfield is providing some assistance to him as well.
And that is what you would expect for. I know he has bowled from both ends, but the captain has to get it right. And he has to give him a choice of ends where the breeze here at Warner Park is going to assist him.
So there's a conversation between Carey Peer and Kawaya. Maybe he's thinking that make a change in the field. The fielder James at cover has been asked to just take a few paces across to his left. Another chance going down at slip. This time is Brian Charles was coming forward. That's Henry outer edge found, and Charles diving away to his left, couldn't hold on to it. Another chance going down. We look at it on the monitor. Another good delivery from Karaya. Turn and outer edge and went into the left hand of Brian Charles. Couldn't hold on to it. And another chance going down.
Into his hand, but low to his left, because he was standing a little bit wide there at slip. And he was pushing hard at it, Henry. That is why it carried so far. Pushing a little bit away from his body and pushing hard at it. And so he probably needed to play with softer hands. But he's still there.
So Kawhi will have to try once more. He has certainly bowled well, even when he was bowling from the media center end the morning session. Bowled some good deliveries. And now we got the batter to play a fall shot on the edge found, not a catch, not taking a slip. So he's certainly getting some turn and bounce. Another delivery just on the off stump, spinning away. And this time Henry just shoulders down and allows it to go through. To be taken by the Silver. 214 still without loss. So both batters have been given a chance. One to the spin and one to the pacer. Both at slip. And Henry's driving. So a good little spell for Yannick Karaya coming back from the far end. These two overs have certainly created some possibilities for the Red Force team. So he's in his 14th over, none for 36. Another beautiful delivery. Batsman was coming into the front foot, then back and was beaten. So Kaya certainly asking questions in this over.
I don't think he picked that one because the first thing is balance was a little bit off in that he seemed to have been balancing towards and shaping to play to the leg side. So it caught him out of position. And then he sparred at it. It went through. But good bowling by Karaya.
He will continue from that far end. Still searching for that wicket. He would have created two opportunities. Went to begging. It went a bit wide outside the off stump. Not
And
going to
shorter.
bother.
So it allowed the batsman to see it easier and quicker.
So we want to get it up a little further. So one delivery remaining in his 14th over number 75 in the Leeward's inning. Carrier will continue from that far end. Delivery came off the outer portion of the bat down to short third man, and the hands of the bowler going in the air, maybe expecting another thin edge, but he went from the outer portion of the bat down towards third man for a single. over has been completed. Over number 75, 215. And the partnership continues.
Continues. 215 for no loss is a good start for the Leewards in terms of going after the 529 runs. At lunchtime, the Leewards were 154 for no loss. So it means that they have added some 61 runs in the almost 2 hours since lunch. Henry has moved from 71 to 88, and Louis has moved from 76 to 107.
So Carey Pier will continue from this the media center end between at the start from the start of play until lunch. The TNT were forced to the bowl 37.1 overs. Leeward would have scored 109 runs in that session, in that first session. And a delivery where Henry was playing at it outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper. And so far in this session they have bowled some 24 overs, 24.1 overs. Just have about 10 minutes to go before tea. Delivery right up. Batsman almost walked past it, got bat on it and got it down to the double centurion. That's Mohammed at mid-wicket. And Henry's coming forward. The ball came from the inner portion of the bat. Maybe this one came back with the arm from the inner portion of the bat, went down into the onside. The hands of the bowler and the keeper going in the air. Thought they would have gotten to the defense of Kareem Henry, but he lives to fight another day. 88 he is from 257. And Mikhail Louis on 107. He has faced 199 deliveries. So Pierre will continue from this the media center end. He's in his 21st over, none for 27. Flat and fast. And Henry is to the measure of it. They were still trailed by 314 runs. So Pierre trying desperately to break this partnership. And Henry is not going to allow that to happen. Just ease it out into the offside. So they would have created 2 opportunities so far in the Leeward's innings, and they would have floored them. They have no one else to blame but themselves, as Kareem Henry is not going to give another chance to Pierre as the over comes to an end. Over number 76 have been completed, and the Leeward's 215 without loss.
And the difference in the game so far as it relates to the scoring rate, the Leewards are scoring at 2 something, less than 3 runs and over. And for the most part, Trinidad and Tobago scored at over 4 runs and over. The difference, Gary, is the number of boundary balls. Leewards bowled far too short, gave too many opportunities, scoring opportunities, and Trinidad has shown much more discipline in that they have not allowed the Leewards to score as fast as they scored. So even though the Leewards are doing good, we're just at 215. Remember that the target is 529, so there is still some distance to go. And based on the rate at which the Leewards are scoring at 2.85 runs and over, it is still going to take a while to go past Trinidad and Tobago if they get there.
So Carrier will continue, and he continued to get the ball to spin away outside the off stump. Mikhail Louis coming onto the front foot. So he just want to bring it up a little bit more. Encourage the batter to drive.
Django.
But if you're going to find the edge on the fielder, the fielders are not going to take the catches, then probably wouldn't make sense to find the edge of the batsman. So this slips, the 2 slips have now been employed. So Carey P has gone into the second slip, and Brian Charles would have dropped Kareem Henry in the previous over from Carrier. He was at 87 at that time. Comes up, and another delivery spinning away outside the off stump. Mikhail Louis just playing inside the line of it, allows it to go through, to be taken by the captain and the wicket keeper Joshua De Silva.
you notice that Karaya is getting the ball to turn a little bit. It's not sharp turn, but he's getting some turn and some bounce, which is encouraging.
Just as we saw some effort being put into his bowling by Seals, Karaya is doing a similar thing here, looking to swing across the line of a delivery, which was outside the off-stump wide and spinning away. No ball has been signaled by umpire Carly Tuckett at the far end. So this is the fourth no ball that Karaya has delivered. He
Bit of a
delivers
naughty
three.
shot, though. You look at that, he stepped outside the line of the off stump, and the ball was way too short for that shot and too wide. Michael Louis just playing a bit of a naughty shot there.
So this is the fourth time he has attempted a shot off the bowling of Karaya.
Oh!
Shot of, that's a good delivery. Brought the batsman, Mikhail Louis, into the front foot. The ball left the bat in the air, but dropping well short of any of the fielders on the offside. So Karaya certainly bowling well, getting some turn. He's in his 15th over without any success. Got a chance. Charles dropping Henry. Getting a delivery which is making some height. He's onto the back foot. That's Mikhail Louis. The total remains on a 216 without loss to Leewards. So Leeward started the day on 45 without loss. And they have progressed to 216. So Karaya will continue from that far end. Wide delivery, spinning away. Mikhail Louis is not going to be interested. So 45 at the start of the day, and now progress to 216. So which means they have added some 161 runs, is it? So he's coming up from the far end. He's driving, tugging it into the onside. We get a single. And with a single, total is going to 217. So it's 217 to bring up the end of the over. And Mikhail Louis is on 108. And Kalin Henry is on 88. He probably will get one more over before tea. And it will be a good session, another good session for the Leewards. They have to go into tea without losing a wicket.
Pierre normally goes through his overs very, very quickly, but we're still showing 4 minutes on the clock. Mikhail Louis, 108. And I'm sure that he would be hoping that he can go into the change room, not out, and come back after tea. Pierre is bringing him forward. He's defending away on the onside. And so we haven't had any interruption so far for the day, and we're keeping our fingers crossed. Should get in 98 overs today as we try to make up some time. Louis backing away and punching this into the offside. Brings the fielder from off the cover boundary, and he'll get another run to make him 109. And the Leewards 218 for no loss. Henry has been there with Louis from the start of the inning, and he's on 88. Shorter delivery allows Henry to stand up straight and punch it into the offside for a single. That will take him to 89, and the Leewards are 219 for no loss. Started today from an overnight position of 45 for no loss. Louis forward, plays it into the onside for another single. Will take him to 110, and the Leewards to 220 for no loss. Turned into the onside by Henry. And the umpires look at their watches. 1 ball left in the over. And possibly 1 ball left in the session. Kadeem Henry is facing, he's on 89. And is defending away into the offside. Brings up the end of the over. And the umpire calls over and time. And so at the end of the session, the Leewards, responding to 529 made by Trinidad and Tobago, have reached 220 for no loss. Mikhail Louis on 110. And with him is his opening partner, Kadeem Henry, who is on 89. And so very solid response by the Leewards to the 529 made by Trinidad and Tobago. And in particular, congratulations to Mikhail Louis for going past the 100.
Yes, certainly. Good innings from Mikhail Louis. So the Leewards would have scored some 66 runs in 27 overs between lunch and tea. Another excellent performance in terms of the batters being able to bat through the session. So we are at tea on day 3 here at Warner Park, where the Leewards going to tea 220 without loss. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes or so for the resumption of play after tea.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom, very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. She's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And, you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing. And if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because, you know, everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, I really, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
He's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 15 ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
He's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
Every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
2024, the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-hander to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who were some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. You got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under-19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under-19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederick, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup. And that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jangu pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leeward. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to show. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
One.
top. How roti can be one, man?
What do you mean?
Well, you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there? Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden, we're really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though, because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked in me, and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
So President, good afternoon and welcome back to Warner Park. We're about to see the resumption of play after tea. So the two openers for the Leewards, who started yesterday, are still batting, and they will continue to bat here in the final session of this third day's play here at Warner Park. So they've been able to bat out 2 sessions, but they would have given 2 chances, 1 each. But those chances were not taken by the Red Force fielders. I've been joined by Earl Smitten. Good afternoon, Earl. Another good afternoon in prospect for the Leeward openers.
Yes, and a very good session prior to this one, where they moved the score from 154 for no loss at lunch to 220. So some quick calculation. It means that they would have added some 160, in fact 66 runs during that session, Gary.
And the Red Force would have bowled 27 overs in the session where they had 2.5 hours of play. They bowled 37.1 overs. In this session where they just played 2 hours, they got in 27. And we have how many overs remaining in day's play?
34 overs.
34, so you'll need more than 2 hours to complete the 34 overs, so it might take it down to 5:30.
Well, is my maths correct, Gary? 66 runs.
Yes, yeah, you are
66 runs in 2 hours. That's
slow
going.
So Correa will continue from that far end, or will pick up the attack from the far end after tea. We have 2 slips, and the fielder has been brought inside the circle from down at the backward point. So Correa, who has been getting some turn from that far end, will want to continue, but they want to get a wicket. He had the opportunity to get Henry, but he was dropped by Brian Charles at first slip. So he will have to try once more from that far end, and let us see if they will continue with spin from this immediate center end. And Carripe as well has been settling into a nice rhythm. So maybe it's a good sign for Red Force. Maybe they'll be able to pick up some wickets in this final session. The Leeward's batters would want to prevent that from happening.
That's it now.
Hitting it in the air, down towards the field at long off, and he will be out, is out. Michael Lowy has just given his hands away. The fielder was down at long off. He came forward, played it in the air deliberately, didn't time it well. It went high in the air, and the fielder coming in off the boundary at long off has taken the catch. The partnership has been broken, 220 for 1, and the long batting of Michael Lowy has come to an end. He has been dismissed, caught off the bowling of Carrera for 110, and the Leeward's 220 for 1.
Well, poor cricket there by Louis. Came back right after the tea interval, looking to go over the top. I don't know if the team would have had a chat during the tea session and decided that they need to push on a bit. But by the same token, you also need to settle back in. It's like starting a new innings after the tea interval. There was a short break in between, and he needed to settle in, and he was looking to go over the top immediately. This timed it completely, and from the time he played the shot, he realized that he was in trouble, and he threw his head back in disappointment. So the breakthrough coming for Trinidad and Tobago, and the Leeward Islands would have to start a partnership, we settle, and I'm pretty certain that the Trinidad and Tobago team would be very delighted to come back and get a wicket immediately after tea. In fact, second delivery after tea.
So must have been a loss of concentration by Michael Lowy after tea, looking to clear the field at long off. It was all caught, looked like Tion Webster, the one who took the catch. He's on the field for someone. We'll have to wait and see. And as Kawai continued to bowl well from that far and continued to get some turn and bounce from that far end, he has been rewarded with the wicket of Mikhail Louis. He should have gotten the wicket of Kadim Henry as well. But this time, third time around, the catch was taken. It was a high catch, and the fielder down at long off took the catch. So the opening partnership has come to an end, and Michael Louis dismissed for 110. So I'm sure this would give the bowler some encouragement. And Carrier continues to bowl well. See whether this one went through with the arm. And Casey Carty, yes, that's Casey Carty. You will have to be careful. And if Carrier continues to get the turn and bounce, it could create some problems for the other batters. Smitten?
Yes, certainly, and he's bowling well. And Louis creating an opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago, giving his hand away. And young Carty, who would have scored 22 and 34 in the previous match, getting starts but not going on. Would be looking to get a good score here, but certainly he's just starting his innings, and the Trinidad and Tobago sensing that they could get another breakthrough here.
Carrier will continue from that far. Successful over so far. And Carty will get off the mark, a short delivery. Just pushed it down into the onside. We were searching the records book to see if the 220 by the two openers for the Leewards was anywhere close to the best partnership for a Leeward's opening pair. We have not gotten that information yet, but we were told though that there is a partnership that is better than the 220 that was posted by Henry and Michael Louis, but we'll try and get that information for you. But it was a good opening stand between the two, and I'm sure that is exactly what Captain Cornwall and the management team would have been expecting from the openers.
Yes, certainly, but we still would like to see some of our batsmen, especially I don't know if I could refer to Louis as a senior batsman. He's only in his second season, but definitely he's a premier batsman for the Leeward Islands, and we would like them to take a bit more responsibility. Coming out after tea, he should have had thoughts of going on and getting a big one.
So Pierre will pick up the attack from the media center end. I'm sure now the Red Force team will be thinking and hoping that they can pick up another wicket or two.
Most definitely.
Carrie Pierre, who has been amongst the wickets for the season, will want to do his part. Carty would want to prevent that from happening, as still a good batting strip here at Warner Park. So Carty would want to make some runs. He wouldn't want to give his hand away. He's on one. He has replaced Michael Louis, who is out first over after tea. So the Leeward's partnership, the opening partnership, was broken. It could have been they had two opportunities before to break the partnership, but it was broken on the third attempt.
Not really. They were not really straightforward opportunities, but opportunities nevertheless that should have been taken.
They went to hand, so they should have been taken. So a single to the total. It has gone on to 222. And Karim Henry, who has slowed down considerably, he's on 89 from 263 balls. He went into tea. When they went for lunch, he was on 71. So between lunch and tea, he would have only scored how many runs? 18 runs.
18. Very slow indeed. And of course, the two batsmen would have put together a partnership of 66, which was slow going by any means. Very slow indeed.
So the bowlers for the Red Force team, they were keeping things tight. Even though they were not getting wickets, they were keeping the runs down. And then once you can keep things tight and the wickets start to come, then you can put pressure on the batters.
Yes, that is true. The Red Force bowlers, they kept things very tight, but at the same time too, there was no real attempt by the Leeward Island batsmen to rotate strike, to work the ball into gaps, and certainly bogged down, in particular Henry, who probably eyeing his century's first 100 getting himself into a bit of a rut. Still on 89, still into the 80s, and it would be interesting to know how many deliveries he has been into the 80s. But Gary, we are seeing the usual afternoon clouds showing up. Let's hope it's, the weather continues to be fine.
So we have had good weather for the entire day so far. Hope that it will continue.
Catch it, down and dive.
Short of catch it. Good tumbling save by Anderson Phillip at backward point. The delivery was driven outside the off stump, came off the outer portion of the bat. And Casey Carty has given the inclination that he's looking to get aggressive. This is probably the second aggressive shot I've seen him tried. You have to be careful. You don't want to give your hand away on this placid pitch here at Warner Park. You certainly would want to make good use of it. He's on 2 or 3. And Kawaya continues to bowl well, continues to keep the batsman in check, continues to create some pressure. He has gotten the wicket of Mikhail Louis. 1 for 41 in his 17th over. He's coming up from that far end.
So he's going at over 2 runs per over, which is very good also. And he's getting some turn, Gary.
The turn, a bit short as well, but the batsman had enough time to look at it and just what it is spin through to be taken behind by the keeper. Yes, he has been extracting, getting some turn from that far end. Maybe he's been assisted by the breeze that is blowing across the outfield from east to west.
Catch it. Oh.
Shout of catch it to a flighty delivery.
Anticipation.
Casey Carty just pushing it down to cover. Jaden Seals is down at cover.
Henry in fact.
Henry, as a matter of fact, yeah. So it's facing up to Kawaya. Remember, he was dropped at first slip. Gets the delivery, spinning across him, a much better delivery on a center stump. Spinning across the right-handed Henry. Beaten, taken behind by the keeper. Just on about center stump and spinning across the right-handed Henry. Might have just pulled the bat inside the line at the last minute, but an excellent delivery from Kawaya. So he continued to ask some questions of the batsman Henry.
Oh my God!
Another delivery, and the captain behind the stumps exclaiming, wondering why that one didn't take the edge. Another good delivery. Over has been completed. Another excellent over from Kawaya, and the Leeward's 223 for 1.
Yes, Kawaya continues to bowl well, getting a bit of turn, not quick turn as opposed to slow turn, but bowling well and really running in. And with the expectancy, he runs in, he attacks the crease as if he's expecting to get a wicket with every delivery he bowls. And so far, so good for Kawaya. Going at less than 3 runs per over. 1 for 41 from his 17 overs. And certainly Kawaya has bowled well all day.
So Carey Pierre will continue from this the media center end, 23 overs, none for 31. And he would want to get in the wickets column. Casey Carty would want to get amongst the runs. He's on 3 from 10. And Kadeem Henry has been very pedestrian. He's not been scoring quickly or freely. And he's dabbing it past backward a point, down towards the boundary for 4. He was given some room, and once he got it past the fielder at a third man inside the circle, he would have gotten 4. He did that, and he went down towards the boundary for 4. So 4 runs to Casey Carty, and with that boundary total has gone on to 227.
Yes, a good shot by Casey Carty, bringing up 4. Of course, the Leeward Island batsmen, they would like to keep the scoreboard turning over. Yes, of course, they would want to bat long, but they would not want to bat long without advancing the scoreboard.
So Pierre will continue. So just 66 runs in 27 overs between lunch and tea. And between the start of play and lunch, he scored 109 from 37 overs. And Carty would want to bat long, get a single, as he just pushed it into the offside. So with a single, he has gone on to 7 or 8. He's on 8. And Kadeem Henry is on 89 from 270. 70 balls faced and 270 balls smitten. You think that you should have been able to get another 12, 13 runs to be on 100?
Yes, certainly. Still stuck in the 80s.
And he's playing a release pressure shot into the onside for 4. Ball which was floated up on the center and off stump, and he went down and swung it over mid wicket down towards the boundary for 4. With that shot, he has gone into the 90s.
Yes, a very good shot indeed. It was in the slot, and he swung it lustily over straight mid wicket for 4. A good shot, and let's hope he does not give it away. He rushes into the 90s. And he's on 93 now.
So Pierre will try once more. And he watches it go through outside the off stump. 93 from 271. Over has been completed. Over number 82. And the Leeward's 232 for 1.
Yes, sir. A bit of a release shot there for Henry. Picking up 4. And he has shown good selection in terms of the shot he has been playing throughout this innings, although guilty of getting himself bogged down. And what Leewards would not want to happen here in this match today, tomorrow, is that they bat a very long time and they do not get very close to the score. They could bat long and then they get out and find themselves giving Trinidad and Tobago a very long lead, so they would like to keep the scoreboard moving at the same time.
Carrier will continue from that far end. Casey Carty hustles for the first one, thinking about the second. The fielder coming in off the boundary and prevented the possibility of a second run.
Carty has looked positive, and that is good for the Leeward Islands. And he just needs to be very selective with his shots, but so far so good. And he's looking to score runs.
So a delivery outside the off stump, and you hear the captain behind the stump. You leave that, boy? Was that close to the off stump? But good judgment.
That's just gamesmanship. That was the way close to the off stump.
So
mind games.
Total remains on 233 for 1. Spinning away much further outside the off stump and taken behind, so trying to put some psychological pressure on Henry, who is on 93. Carrier has been bowling well. He's picked up 1 for 42.
Catch it! Oh my goodness gracious.
I don't know if you could catch it when it's on the ground. It's all along the ground.
Sort of catch it.
Overexcitement.
So Carrier continued to bowl from the far end. 2 slips or waits.
Oh!
Flighted delivery, and Kadeem Henry just pushed it down in front of him. So just the 1 run coming from the over so far. And Henry is on 93. So he has faced some 12 deliveries since tea. Scored 4 runs. Getting a delivery on the center. And leg stump, just pushed it back on the strip. Over has come to an end. Over number 83, 233 for 1. And the Red Force team continue to keep things tight.
Yes, Karaya himself doing a very good job. Now it would be interesting to see how long Henry stays in the 90s. I think he got there with into the 90s with about 271 deliveries or thereabout. He has now faced another 6 deliveries, and we wait and see. Take a close look at how he proceeds towards this maiden first-class 100.
So Pierre will continue from the media center end, continue to keep things tight. And he has bowled 24 overs, none for 40. And the Red Force certainly keeping things tight. And Carty would want to prevent them from keeping things too tight. He got a delivery, he gets it down into the offside for single. So with that single, he has gone on to 10 from 16. So he's scoring fairly quickly.
Yes, and this is what I'm speaking about, Gary. He's looking to work the gaps and pick up singles.
Karin Henry looking to pierce the offside field, gets it bouncing down to cover, down to extra cover. He's on 93 and will remain on 93 as the ball was punched down to Anderson Phillip and mid off. So the sun is back with us here at Warner Park around the wicket. He's turning it for a single.
Much better.
Joshua James has some running to do to his left. So with that single, he has progressed closer to the century. He's on 94. These two came together when Mikhail Louis was out caught when the score was on 220. Carty's coming compactly forward, looking good. Just pushed it down to the offside. Over is completed. Over number 84, 235 for 1 the Leewards.
So Leeward's inching towards another target. The other target, of course, in mind would be 250. And they would like to get there without losing a further wicket. And probably looking to take it in stages. And still a lot of batting to do. They trail by 294 runs. Remember that the follow-on in 4-day cricket is 150. Yeah. And they're 294 behind, which means they have to score another 144 runs to ensure that Trinidad cannot enforce the follow-on. So quite some way to go still.
So Karaya will continue from that far end. And Henry looking to turn a delivery to the onside, which was spinning across him.
Seems to be in 2 minds, seems to be a bit confused there. He was looking to turn and he was probably thinking of just playing it straight back to the bowler. In the end, he played an in-between shot. That's the only way I could describe it.
This time he's soloing arms and allowed to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. 94 years, 6 short of a century, so nervous 90s. And I'm sure the Red Force would want to keep the pressure on, prevent him from scoring freely, where he has not been scoring freely since lunch. And so the total remains on 235 for 1, with 3 deliveries remaining in over number 85, starting the day on 45 without loss. A total of 98 overs to be bowled in the 3rd day. Play started at 9:30 due to some interruption. We lost some time yesterday. And Karai has been bowling well. He has bowled well without much success. Just the 1 wicket for 42 runs.
Catch it.
Shout of catch it. It was There was Henry coming forward, the ball leaving the bat in the air but dropping the well short and to the right of the second slip fielder. So maybe Captain De Silva might want to bring in a silly point, put some more pressure on Henry if Kara is going to get the ball to continue to turn and bounce outside the off stump. Another no ball has been delivered by Kara, signaled by umpire Carly Tuckett at the far end. So this is his fifth no balls he has been transgressing. So another extra to the total. And he has been overstepping that front crease. Something, the heel, so part of the heel has to be behind that line.
Looks to be fairly close. But as you rightly said, a part of the heel has to be behind that line.
237 for 1. Flighted and punched to the offside for 4. Love the shot by Casey Carty. Timed well between extra cover and cover down towards the boundary for 4. Since Carty has come to the middle, he has looked good and he has been timing the ball very well.
Yes, a very pleasant shot indeed. Timed well in the gap and racing away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Wonderful shot indeed. And he certainly looks business-like. He's looking to work the gaps, he's looking to pick up singles, and he's also looking to score boundaries.
So Kawai will be looking to pick up the wicket. Cat is coming compactly, easily forward. Goes down to extra cover. Over is completed. Over number 85. 241 it is for 1. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yes, so attention returns now to Kadeem Henry, who's on 95. And question is whether or not he'll get the 100 in this over. But Pierre has been bowled in a tight line and very good length, so it's not going to be easy. And we see De Silva probably thinking in terms of applying some more pressure to Henry, but sticks with the field that he has in place at the moment.
So Jaden Seals has gone off the field. Tion Webster had made his way into the middle, onto the field. It's an easy single for Henry around the corner. So with a single, he moves closer to the 100. He's on 96. And Casey Carty, who's on 14 from 19 balls, comes in to strike. So there are 3 fielders on the onside. Carty's hurriedly in behind the delivery, which probably went through with the arm. He was looking to probably play it into the offside. Was looking for the one that was pinning away. So went through with the arm, came from the inner half of the bat on the strip. Just easily pushed it down to the onside. 142 for 1. Is still trailed by 287 runs. Red Force made 529 for 5 declared. On the leg stump, looking to sweep. And it goes down towards the short fine leg area. A signal of bye coming from umpire Williams. So extras moved on by 1.
I'd like to have a look at that again. It seemed to have touched something.
Touch came off the keeper. I think it came off the keeper's
pad.
Yeah. And there's batsman just playing it back down the strip. So Henry is on 96. The mid-wicket area has been plugged for that slug sweep. I think he should try and give him that delivery for that shot, because the fielder is on the boundary in the 90s. He might miscue it, but the over is completed. Over number 86, 243 for 1, the Leewards.
Yes, 243 for 1. And I totally agree with you. I would have tossed it up on, just on about center and off, and offered him that shot with the man back on the boundary. And who knows, it could have brought a wicket to Pierre. But nevertheless, he opted to go in a different direction. But I like the look of Carty. He's timing the ball well. He's finding the gaps. He's working the singles. Looking rather positive from the time he has been out there.
So Carrier will continue from that far end. 1 for 48 from 19. Shout of weight as Carty guiding it down towards backward point. So at the end of this over, you'll hear the voice of Carlisle. So in over number 87 of the Leeward's innings, they would have faced 13.5 yesterday. So number 73 for the day, pushed it into the offside. Still trailed by 286. It's 243 for 1. So the Leewards will get up to 250. That will pick up a batting point. Red Force would have gotten 3 when they batted. So Carey will continue from that far end. Bright sunshine. Shout of catch it. As the ball came from the outer portion of the bat. Carty looking to drive. Tumbling effort. Tumbling save by Anderson Phillip. Running away to his left at backward point. But the batsman had enough time to cross for a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 244 for 1. They're currently going at 2.82. So much slower than when the Red Force batted. The bowling is much tighter as well. And Carrier continued to peg away, keeping things tight. You have 2 deliveries remaining in over number 87. Carrier 19.4 overs, 1 for 49. Carty would want to spend some time in the middle. And there is Henry just playing into the onside, down towards mid wicket for an easy single. Was short and enough time to go back onto the back foot and played it down towards the mid wicket area for a single. So with that single, he has gone on to 97. And we have 1 delivery remaining in the over from Carrier bowling from that far end. Casey Carty is on 15. Over is completed. The ball spinning away outside the off stump. So 87 overs have been completed. 245 for 1 after some comments from you, Earl. We'll hear the voice of Carlisle Powell.
So it's 245 for 1. And the fielders changing over. Pierre would continue. And I'm joined by Carlisle Powell. Carey Pierre, of course. He has been steady. He's in his 26th over. As this one is played to short mid-wicket by Henry. Straight to the fieldsman. And there's no run. James, the man at short mid-wicket. Back. Pushes into the offside. Just some 3 runs away. 97 from 292 deliveries so far. Goes forward and defends. So this has been a bit of a struggle for Kadeem Henry. But nevertheless, it has been a very sound knock, a very good knock. And a well-deserved 100 if he gets there. Draws away, forces, but straight to extra cover, and can't score. turns it into the onside, gets a single. Goes to backward square. James has some running to do to his right. And an easy single. So he moves to 98. Good afternoon, Carlisle.
It's a great afternoon.
It's certainly a great afternoon. The eastern section of the island clearing up nicely. Fended by Casey Carty. Of course, earlier we saw some threatening clouds, but Leeward soldiering on to 46 for 1, 98 to Henry. And would you bet on Henry getting his 100 in this over, Carlisle?
Not at all. He has absolutely no pressure on him to get 100 in this over. His job would be, if you ask me to bat until the end of the day's play tomorrow. So I wouldn't, if I were him, I wouldn't be concerned about 100. I wouldn't be concerned about 100 in this over. I would be concerned about batting. Just batting. Just stay batting.
Of course, could be a case of landmark pressure though. And it might make things easier for the young man if he can get to that triple figure.
Stop worrying about that, Smitten. Just concentrate on the game and just concentrate on calling the game as you see it. I keep telling commentators, I stay away from saying, I would like him to. Nah, that's not my job. My job is to call it as I see it, and his job is to bat and to keep batting. Not to stay focused on 2 runs or 20 runs or whatever it is. He's a 98. He's 102 runs away from a double 100.
That sounds like that's really coming from the eyes of the manager.
Yep. Doesn't make sense to be worried about getting 2 runs. So is it that he has been batting all inning for 2 runs? No. He has been batting all inning to get a very good score on the board. So far, he is close to 100, but is 100 his goal? Because if 100 is his goal, he can very well get out as soon as he gets 100. We saw Michael Louis, for example, gift his hand away for absolutely no reason. He was batting really well. The first inning total by Trinidad and Tobago is 529. There is only a day and less than a session left in the game. Why that kind of shot?
Second delivery after tea.
So he wasted the tea interval.
Certainly.
I was talking to a friend of mine, and I'm saying that we need to develop our sport to such a fashion where, take for example, gone to tea, 110 runs. What happens during the tea interval? Is he rehydrated? How is he rehydrated? Is it from Gatorade, just sugary drinks? Or does he get an IV fluid, some IV fluid? Does he get oxygen, for example? Drop catch again?
Yes, another drop catch there. And Henry is the one who has benefited from that drop catch. And Karaya is very disappointed. And the man there at slip, he would have dropped one previously. That's Charles.
No, it didn't. It came off the keeper. It came off the keeper's glove. Let's look at that again. I don't think it carried through to the slip.
Well, the bowler does not think so. So let's look at it again.
Came off the keeper. But it was kind of difficult. It might have been bat and then tie pad.
Most definitely.
Yeah, it didn't carry through to slip.
Yeah. It was low 2 and the keeper was already on his way up. So the bowler disappointed though. But the edge taken and Carrera continues to bowl well.
Well, he's creating opportunities.
So the beneficiary of that one being Henry. As a bit of paper blows across the field. It has been a good decala. And we have had no interruption since yet. And we hope that we go right down and we get these overs in. He's whipping this one into the onside, sets off for the first one very quickly.
Not
And
gonna
that's
get
all
through.
he'll have.
Takes him on to 99. So I was saying, during the tea interval, for example, they might have benefited from some oxygen. I mean, you have to take the game to the next level. So it's not just, let's get you a piece of cake and a little bit of Gatorade. It's the massage therapist waiting to give you a rub down. While you notice in American football, we just had the NFL Super Bowl, on the sidelines they would have things like oxygen. So you come off for a couple of minutes and somebody pull on an oxygen mask. That is what you need to keep you going.
But are they available here?
Is it requested? There's a factory in Nevis that that's part of what they do.
Lots of things being made in Nevis these days, Carlisle. Making wine, making beer in Nevis.
Well, they have been making wine for a long time. This is just that these people are growing their own grapes. There was a gentleman on my street further up in Prospect who used to make wine from everything from mangoes all the way down. You know, so
but
I think he passed away. I'm not too sure if the
was it marketed?
tradition. Yes, I actually have a couple of bottles home.
Oh, flashing and out.
That is such a naughty, reckless shot there by Casey Carty. I mean, it was pitched short and wide of the off stump. There was no foot movement. And here is Casey Carty just having a swat at this one and gifting his wicket away. Look at that. Wide, short, stretching at it. And that is such a naughty way for Casey Carty to get out. Lack of concentration.
He didn't need any foot movement. He didn't need to play a shot.
Exactly.
That was so wide. That he just threw the bat at it. And it peeled off the outer portion and went to slips, and he was caught easily. And poor cricket by Casey Carty. Opening the floodgates for Trinidad and Tobago. Second wicket going down.
And this is what you get when you have this loss of concentration. I mean, the loss of the wicket by Louis 2 balls after lunch was not very smart cricket at all. And then that created the opportunity for the second wicket. What Louis needed to be doing at that time, right after tea, was to help his batting partner get to 100.
That's right.
This is new territory for Henry. And Louis, being the experienced man, having just got to 100 as well, should have been thinking, listen, my partner is within sight of 100. I am supposed to stay here to talk him to 100. You know, it's not always the batsman, but it has to do with the partnership and what your partner offer in terms of helping you to get a good score, get a decent balance, and to keep moving. Created the opportunity, and Correa has all of a sudden gone bang, bang. Louis for 110, Carty for 15, and it brings out now Joel Andrew.
Okay, Gore.
Or Gore to the crease.
But of course, I would have said earlier that batting is in partnership, and it's not just about running between the wicket. You have to, as you rightly said, help your partner to get to milestone, provide proper advice, especially if you are the more experienced player. And 2 quick wickets, bang bang, as you said, for the Leewards. And he is driving well for 4.
It was tossed up and in the slot, and he just came forward and got off the mark with a spanking cover drive and picked up 4 runs.
So immediately off the mark, 1 run needed by Henry. He has some words with his partner, Gore, who has just come to the crease.
250 has come up for the Leewards. I don't know where you get this 1 run needed. Why doesn't he need 201 runs to get to a 100? Why are you focusing on just 1 to get him to 100?
Okay, Carl.
Gotta think big.
101 runs needed to get to a double 100, Carlisle.
Correct.
So
he does not want to join the band of players who got out at 99.
Definitely not.
But he has to stay focused. And the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are playing the game well, making him wait. There's a fielder at short backward square, short mid wicket, and a mid on. Pierre is bowling to him, who is defending away into the offside, is Henry.
Yeah, so 251 for 2. And that 250 would create some bonus points for the Leeward Islands. 3 batting bonus points.
Just one.
One, sorry. 1 batting bonus point, sorry.
They have to get to 300 to get a second batting point, I think.
So, Pierre, once more. Turned into the onside, it's not on. And Henry would have to wait. But Carlisle would say, no, he's not waiting. He needs another 101 runs, so that's a long way off. Defense this time. And he goes back up the track to the bowler.
Batting points, you get 1 for scores between 250 and 299. Between 300 and 349, you get a second. And the 350 plus, you get a third.
So it's Trinidad and Tobago who would have picked up 3 batting points in the game so far. Leeward's just picking up 1. And of course, they would like to get all 3 batting points. Defended once more by Kadeem Henry. Goes into the offside. The over comes to an end. And it's 251 for to the Leewards.
And the Leewards, of course, need another 99 runs to get 2 more batting points. That would be on their radar. But also on their radar would be 529 runs made by Trinidad and Tobago. Young Henry is in new territory. He's on 99. And I'm sure that the whole of the Leewards would be willing him on to go past 100 runs. But he'll remember this inning. Once he gets to 100, he'll remember it even more.
So we have had 90 overs completed so far. New ball, Carlisle, but no urge to take it. I suspect Karai is bowling quite well. And we have had some 90 overs completed in this innings. So I suspect that the Trinidad and Tobago would continue with their spinners for some time, which makes a lot of sense this time around.
It doesn't mean that they can't give him a harder ball to bowl.
Well, that's an option, of
yeah,
course.
we saw when Leeward's bowled that Cornwall picked up a wicket with the new ball.
Yeah, certainly, that's an option. That's an option. So, but they definitely would want to continue with the spinners, Karai in particular in the air cut. Oh my goodness. Dropped. Well. Played in the air to the right of the fieldsman there. Looks like Mohammed. And he floored it in. And Karai is distraught. It has happened to him again.
Listen, that was a pretty ordinary shot there by Kareem Magoor. It was short. He was backing away outside the leg stump and just scooped it to the man there at short extra cover. That's as easy as they come. That should have been taken. But the shot by Kareem Magoor was most unfortunate.
Seemed as though the fielder there was Sifa Scooper and not Mohammed.
Karai is not amused.
Certainly not. And this is not the first time a catcher has gone down off his bowling. And he must be saying, this is not my day. paces around at his mark. Really distraught.
It's hard work out there. When you create the opportunities, you want them to be taken.
And this one is edged between the two slips, going down to short third man, just a single.
You see the difference between the lengths bowled by the Leeward's bowlers and those bowled by Trinidad and Tobago? The Leeward's bowlers were way too short in the lengths.
Most definitely.
Karaya is bowling fuller and putting some revs on the ball and creating opportunities.
Shows remarkable control, Karaya, the wrist spinner.
Oh my goodness.
That's way too casual, though. Way too casual. He was just looking to tap this into the onside to get a single. He has to be a lot more positive than that. Look at this again. Just looking to work it into the onside to get a single.
Silva, in the meantime, very alert, bringing the square leg into a short mid-wicket, fairly square to cut off that single. Not willing to give away easy single. There's a mid-on. There's a short extra cover in place. He's pulling.
And missing.
And the ball goes into the onside. So Silva really applying some pressure. The young man is having a torrid time out there at the moment. But he's there still. You cannot make runs in the pavilion. And he lives to fight another day, another over perhaps. And Carlisle is hoping to get another 101 runs.
Leewards are looking to get 100 and well, more than 100. They would be looking to get to 530.
So, effectively, lots of work to be done still.
We're looking to get to 98 overs in the day's play. And then we have an entire day tomorrow.
Yes, we should get the 98 overs in. Score is defending. These two should be thinking in terms of batting out the rest of the day. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago searching. They continue to search for wickets. Go is driving up to extra cover, straight to the fieldsman. And there's no run. This time it's Mohammed who's doing the fielding. Draws away. Getting a bit mixed up there. That's Mohan, in fact. At short extra cover. Look around the field for Mohammed. Played into the offside. But Trinidad and Tobago has played this well, though. They have kept things tight. They have bowled well. Apart from the catching, they have fielded well. The ground fielding has been good also. But unfortunately, they have flowed a number of catches. And Henry is defending. It goes out square of the wicket on the offside. The over comes to an end. It's a maiden over. So they continue to keep it tight. They're not giving anything away. 92 overs completed, 252 for 2.
Yeah. Pierre has been tight. He has kept things very tight. I think he has, see if I can get the bowling figures back up on the screen. None for 44 from 29 overs. And so he has done his job. He has not allowed the batsmen to get away. Karaya, he has picked up 2 for 56 from his 22 overs. And so he has been tight as well. And he has been bowling at a much fuller length and getting the batsmen to play. Now the field has closed in because Henry is on 99. And Karaya is making him wait. Long off is coming off the boundary, coming into mid-off, inviting him to hit over the top. Mid-on is in place as well. And cover has come in even closer. And so they're looking to choke off the single.
So Karaya to Henry. Gets one with spins past him outside the off stump. Taken by the Silver. So this has been good cricket by the Trinidad and Tobago team. And they're looking to seize the moment here. And applying pressure to Henry, who's on 99. Gets one outside the off stump and does not play a shot.
Fuller and wider, tempting him to play. There are 2 slips.
So he has so far faced 307 deliveries. And he got into the 90s with 271 deliveries. Draws away punches. Well fielded there by Cooper at short extra cover. So, being stuck on 99 in the 90s for some time now also. Gets one, which spins past him outside the off stump, picks up the line, allows it through.
Well bowled, very well bowled. He's looking for a run to get to 100. Tease him. But he played it very well in that he didn't play.
Well, I hope Cathy is watching. Got a wide one outside the off stump and just threw the bat at it. Peeled off the outer portion and he was caught at slip. Outside the off stump once more. Teasing him. But he's not lured into error. So perhaps wondering where his next one is coming from at the moment. Outside the off stump once more, spinning further away.
Well bowled.
And not played at by the batsman. But for Carlisle, this is a game of patience. First class cricket, of course. And young Henry showing some patience that time. He was tempted several times by Karaya and he resisted the temptation.
Very much so. There's still some 18 overs left in the day's play by my rough calculations. And so it will take us until after 5. But the goal is to keep batting. Leeward's not out of the woods by any means whatsoever. They're replying to a score of 529 and there's 252 for the loss of 2.
Trailing by 277. As this one is forced to short mid off there to Cooper by Gore. And he can't score as Cooper knocks it down and retrieves. So Pierre draws a defensive bat from Gore. Goes to Cooper once more, this time just rolling along the turf and rolling, just traveling slowly this time. Tossed up, driven, out to cover, just a single. Henry back in the limelight. And of course, pressure being applied, the single is being blocked off. And Captain De Silva not giving anything away here. Slip, backward point, short cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, short backward square, draws away, forces down to just slightly to the left of mid off, and Philip Fields, and yet he can't score. So pressure being applied. Defenders defending and defending well. And what has been good about this to Carlisle is that the bowlers have kept it tight. And they have not really given him anything to really put away. In fact, Karaya has been teasing him outside the off stump and trying to draw an arrow. Flicked into the onside straight to short mid wicket. And it's fielded, the over comes to an end. So 253 for 2. 94 overs completed. We have a water break. And of course, we'll take a short break, but at the end of this water break, Gary Pemberton will join you, Carlisle Powell.
So welcome back to Warner Park after the water break, where the Red Force batters, the Red Force bowlers, want to keep things tight. But the Leeward batsmen seem to be giving some chances to the fielders. So a chance going down. Karima Go was dropped by Cephas Cooper. And there is Karima Go looking to drive a delivery, spinning outside the off stump. So these batsmen for the Leewards have now been given even more chances to the bowlers. We saw Casey Carty playing an awful shot to be out caught at slip. Kyle McGo giving a chance to Cephas Cooper to extra cover. Now going for an expansive drive, missed it. So they have to be careful. The Leewards would have to be careful.
Catch it.
Short of catch it. Cephas Cooper continue to bowl well, continue to put some pressure on the bowlers, on the batsman. Kadeem Henry at the far end and stuck on 99 for some time. So it's Karaya has been bowling well.
Catch it.
Another shot of catch it. But he gets a single down to long off. So Cephas Cooper takes to cover. Dropping Carrie McGo when he was on 4. And so with that single he has gone on to 8 or 6 or 7, sorry. He's on 7 and all eyes will be on Kadeem Henry. He's on 99 from 314 deliveries. Getting the ball, which is spinning away outside the off stump. He has been given some teasers outside the off stump. And he's not going to be tempted on this occasion. So some chatter around the bat. Keeper. Also carry pay at second slip. Working some psychological pressure. And outer edge, dropping just in front of Charles. And Karaya continues to bowl well, continues to get some turn and bounce. This one was pitched on the perfect spot. And Kadeem Henry was coming forward, outer edge, but dropping in front of Brian Charles at first slip. So Henry have to continue to remain focused. Yeah, we've gotten to 99. Delivery outside the off stump again. Outer edge, dropping in front of Brian Charles. A slip once more. Another good delivery, flat, faster delivery. Made some height, some turn height. And it was onto the back foot. But we played it with soft hands though. And dropping in front of Brian Charles to bring up the end of another testing over by Karaya. 254 it is for 2, and an excellent spell of bowling by Yannick Karaya Carlisle.
Indeed, and what it shows is that how a thinking bowler can be of good use to the bowling side. And I say that because let's look at the bowling figures. The equivalent to Yannick Karaya in the Leeward's team is who?
Walsh.
That's Walsh. Walsh's 16 overs cost 108 runs. 108 runs. Karaya has bowled 24 for just 57 runs and has picked up 2 wickets. So that is the significant difference right there. 2 wickets, 57 runs from 24 overs. And Hayden Walsh bowled his 16 overs for 108 runs, going at 6.75 and over.
So Kadeem Henry will come back into strike. And they will continue to try and keep the pressure on the young batsman out of Antigua. He's on 99, 317 balls he has faced. And just guiding it down towards backward point. A chance of a run, so he has been there for some time, but he have done all the hard work to get up to 99. And I was thinking about the 100 too much. Maybe you just need to relax. Carey Peer will remind him. Flatter, faster into the offside. Goes too quickly for the single. Return comes in towards the keeper's end. With stumps a broken loud appeal, but Carmago is home. And Kadeem Henry has brought up his first century in regional cricket. Congratulations to the youngster. He's stayed a long time in the 90s, but he has finally gotten to that coveted 100 mark. So he's 100 not out. And an excellent good knock by Kadeem Henry. And congratulations to the youngster. Leeward's 256 for 2.
Huge congratulations to Henry for getting to his first class 100, but more importantly, for the part that he played in the opening partnership. And so when you look back at this game from Warner Park in Barstay, St. Kitts, you will remember that yes, he notched up 100, but you have to remember as well the part he played in the opening partnership.
So good knock by the youngster. He was slow in the last. He scored the last 30 runs. Took a long time, but this is a 4-day game. You have 4 days to bat if you wishes.
I tell you what was also important here. Karim Ago. He backed up beautifully for that 1 run.
So Gore has come to the middle. He's tried to be positive, but you cannot be too positive. He's given a chance already. And we saw Casey Carty as well. It was looking good. He was playing positive, but he played an awful shot. And he actually gave his hand away. So Gore will be mindful that we still have a good batting strip here at Warner Park. Over is completed, 256. And over in which you saw Kadeem Henry bringing up his maiden century in regional cricket. And he opened the batting with Mikhail Louis. Mikhail Louis also made a century, 110. But Mikhail Louis, I'm sure, will be disappointed with the way he got out. Casey Carty as well will also be disappointed because you have a good batting strip and you don't want to give your wicket away when you have perfect conditions in terms of the pitch to make runs.
Absolutely right, Gary. And so Mikhail would be back in the pavilion and wondering, why is it that he came back out and lost his concentration after 2 balls? And these two at the crease now will want to go deep.
So Carrier has certainly been probing and been asking questions and getting some turn and bounce. We'll want to continue to pitch on that good line and length. Another delivery outside the off stump. And coming to the microphone, the stump mic. Captain having some words with Henry. As Carrier will continue from that far end. He did it in the air, down towards mid-on. He's going to be out caught. So the psychological pressure has worked on Kadeem Henry. A short delivery, spinning away outside the off-stump, went back, looking to swing it into the onside. Came from the outer portion of the bat, went hind ear, down towards mid-on. The Leewards have lost their 3rd wicket. The Centurion has been dismissed on 100. That's Kadeem Henry caught off the bowling of Yannick Carrier. Leeward's 256.
Again, this is poor cricket, Gary. Poor cricket here by Kadeem Henry. A ball which was short, he was back casually, looking to work it into the onside. The fielder from mid-on had to run in to take that catch as he took a leading edge. Just lack of concentration, probably the anxiety of getting to the 100 and of getting to the 100. But what it means is that the Leewards are in further trouble. You're talking about 256 for 3. And if you think that is a good score, just remember that they're chasing 529 made by Trinidad and Tobago when they batted first. And so this brings out Joel Andrew to the crease. He has had a couple of starts, but he has not yet carried on.
And there was some byplay or some psychological pressure being placed on Kadeem Henry because the delivery before, you could hear it in the stump mic where the captain and keeper of the Red Force team said, "You left that alone, boy." And the very next delivery, 2 deliveries after, he played a shot. And
but that should mean nothing, Gary.
It should mean nothing, but it did. I think it did work on that occasion.
The fielders are there to say whatever they want to say. The rules allow them to speak except when the bowler starts his run-up. And if you get psyched out by every fielder who says something, you really don't belong in the game and belong as a batsman.
So they have lost their 3rd wicket, 256. So the Leewards will have to be careful because Carrier has settled into a very, very good spell of bowling. 24.2 overs, 3 for 57. She could have had 4. Carrier Mago was dropped at extra cover. And Joe in the air, dropped at extra cover by, is it Jaden Seals? It was in the air. There was Joel Andrew going for the drive, Another catch going down. And the first delivery, Joel Andrew looking for a big drive. Dropped at extra cover.
There's no question that Joel Andrew has talent, but he's far too loose. And especially, first ball, not to the pitch of the ball, no foot movement whatsoever, just wafted at it and should have been caught there at the extra cover. Two new batters at the crease, anything can happen.
So Jaden Steele is indicating that he thought that the field at extra cover should have gone for it, because I think it looked as if he went at it late and probably lost it as well.
No way the fielder at short extra cover could have had that.
That is his catch, but he reacted late and a chance going down. So Joel Andrew dropped on north. So we're seeing how many catches. 4 catches going down so far. 2 in the slips and 2 on the offside from the drive. 257. So they were 220 without loss. Then they lost the first wicket on 220. And then the third wicket went down on 256. So Carrier continues to bowl well. This time, go watch the spin short side the off stump. So 2 new batters in the middle. And the Red Force will want to continue to keep the pressure. In the final session of this day's play, Leeward would have to be careful not to lose any more wickets. I'm sure Trinidad would want to pick up 2 or 3 more wickets before the end of the day's play. There is Andrew driving into the offside, through extra cover. Will get 2 runs as the Jaden Seals moving away to his right at cover. Got a hand to it, but he went behind him and they were able to get 2 runs. This time he got over it and played it on the ground to bring up the end of over number 97, 259. It is the Leewards for 3.
Which means that the Leewards are still 270 runs behind the Trinidad and Tobago score. And so they are by no means out of the woods. They still trail by 270. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Karim Mago is on 10 and Joel Andrew is on 1.
Well, if this is any comfort to the Leewards, when the Red Force lost their 3rd wicket, it was only on 114. And the Leewards lost their 3rd wicket on 256. But we saw a very good partnership for the 4th wicket of 259 runs. Leewards had their good partnership at the top, 220 between the 2 openers, Mikhail Louis and Kadim Henry. So they would want to get a good partnership here between these 2. So these 2 should be looking to bat until the end of this play. I'm sure that is what the captain would want, but I'm sure the Red Force would be looking to pick up a couple more wickets, Carlisle.
Absolutely. And that is their job, to get wickets, to break up the momentum at the crease. They have created opportunities. The challenge is that while they have created opportunities, their catching has not been up to the standard required by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, they would have dropped some 4 catches.
Some of them very easy.
Now we see not for the first time that the standby umpire has taken out some balls, because there has been some concern. The umpire Carl Tuckett looking at the ball that is being used, so maybe they might be changing that ball. It has been going now for how many overs? 97 overs. Maybe it's time for the Red Force team to look at taking the new ball, but the way Carrier is bowling, I'm sure they'll continue using that old ball, Carlisle.
Not just that, but
seem as though
they can as well use the new ball and give it to Carrier.
Yes, they can do that. But it seems as though there has been a change of ball, so they send it to the 2 batters so they can see how the ball is looking. So it's quite interesting that you find a ball 97 overs old, and what condition that a 97 over old ball could be in. But they have found one in similar condition.
I should tell you that most times it's a better condition ball.
Most times, yes. So Andrew will be facing up to to pair from the media center end. He has bowled 31 overs for 47 runs, so he has not picked up a wicket. Yannick Carrier is the one that has been picking up the wickets for the Red Force team. And Anjo, the youngster, would want to spend some time in the middle. Patient. That's what the two openers did initially. So you'll want to, your first target would be to try and bat until the end of the day's play. He is on 1, that's Joel Anjo. Karim Go was given a chance, he's on 10, he has faced some 24 balls. So we're in the dying stage of this, the third day's play here at Warner Park. Play starting at 9:30. The Leewards overnight, they were 45 without loss. And they batted the first 2 sessions without losing a wicket. Now they have lost all of 3 in this third session. Mikhail Louis going in the first over after tea. And then Casey Carty was out caught at slip. Then Karim Henry was just out caught at mid-on for an even 100. So delivery outside the off stump, spinning away, taken by the keeper. Karim Mago is on a non-striker. He's given a chance to the Red Force team. They did not accept it. Joel Anjo, youngster, would have played for the West Indies under 19. Was brought into the Leewards team last year. Would want to continue to make a name for himself as the over is completed. Over number 98, 259 for 3.
He also played for the West Indies in white ball cricket, had a game, and so he has already played for the West Indies senior team. No question about his talent, Gary. We just want to see the development of the discipline part of his batting. He loves to go on the attack, but there is a necessary form of defense which he's going to have to cultivate. Has to learn to bat long innings. If he bats for long, he's going to get big scores because he has all the shots.
So Karai will continue from that far end, 3 for 60 in his 25 overs. 2 slips. There's a point, a cover on the boundary. There's a cover on the next cover. There's a long off. Jaden Sales has gone a little bit to his right. So Karai will continue from that far end. Through the legs of extra cover, and it will go down towards the boundary for 4. It was powerfully driven by Karim Mago, a ball floated up on the off stump, and it went through the legs of the fielder at cover, that's Jaden Seagulls, and down towards the boundary for 4. He should have stopped that now.
Yeah, he has not had a good couple of overs in the field, Sales. He dropped that catch, and then this one went to him and through him.
So maybe the captain might want to switch fielders, maybe get Django or one of those fielders there. Maybe Sales can go down to mid-on.
But didn't Django drop a catch as well?
Yes, he did. He did drop a catch off the same seal as of Mikhail Louis at slip. But maybe Django might be a better fielder in the covers than the fast bowlers. Fast bowlers are normally better at the long on and fine leg area. Jaden Steele is a good fielder as well, but I think that maybe Django might do a better job at cover.
I'm hoping that somebody like Anthony Gray in Trinidad didn't hear you, because he would ask you to go to YouTube and look at some catches that he took in the gully.
Yeah, yes, you have some fielders, some fast bowlers who would have done well close in, but in recent times I don't see Seals as being one of those fielders who would be good at cover or even closer in at gully and those places. But as you indicated, some persons, fast bowlers over the years would have done well in front of the bat on the offside. So Carrier will continue from that far end. Continue to tease the batters for Leewards. They still have a lot, 266 runs to play with. So he can afford to float up some outside the off stump. He has gotten some wickets. He has gotten 3 wickets. So Kawaya will continue and is forces into the offside to get just a single, as there's a fielder down on the boundary, Joshua James. So Kyle Mago will want to capitalize on the chance he would give Cephas Cooper when he was on 4. He has now progressed to 15. So in over number 99. Final delivery. Short of catch it as the ball went in there, maybe off the pad. So over number 99 has been completed. So we have completed some 85 overs for the day. So 13 overs remaining in the day's play.
264 for the loss of 3. And we'll go into a little bit of overtime this afternoon, Gary. Working you a little harder on St. Valentine's Day.
Yes, that would be the case. And you see now the physiotherapist for the TNT team has come onto the field doing some stretches. It looks like, is that Carrie Pierre? Yeah. Pierre, who has been into an extended spell from the media center end at T. He would have had how many overs? 22 overs. And he has now, I'll get his bowling figures for you in just a minute, but T, he had 22 overs, 6 maidens, none for 30. And he will continue to bowl from the media center end. Leeward's 264, so they started the day on 45. So they have added some 219 runs for the day. As Carrie Pierre is in his 32nd over and bowls to Goa. We get a single from the inner portion of the bat down towards back of the square. They will come back for the second run. As the ball went down to long leg. As a matter of fact, they're going to come back quickly for the third. So Joel Andrew was quickly back for the third run as the fielder down at back of the square, that's Sales, or just Joshua James, had to run all the way down towards the long leg area, and they were able to come back for 3. So with those 3 runs, total has gone on to 267. So Pierre will continue from that far end. So he's in his 11th over after T, around the wicket. And Andrew is playing it into the offside. So Pierre has not been able to pick up a wicket as yet. 32.1 overs, none for 50. Carry Pierre bowling from the media center end. He has come into this match with good performances in the previous 2 matches. Joel Andrew, the youngster, will want to continue to make his name a name for himself. We're in the dying stage of this third day. Ball goes down towards back quarter point. Django is in the way he feels. Total remains on 267 for 3. And Andrew is getting an easy single. Easy single down to cover boundary. So with a single, total has gone on to 268. 1 delivery remaining in the 100th over. So the Leeward's facing 100 overs. The Red Force batted for 125 overs. And they made 529. And the Leewards have faced 100 overs and only have gotten to 268. So they're scoring about 2.68 runs per over. So over has been completed 268 for 3 the Leewards.
And these 2 are looking to rebuild. They lost the 3rd wicket, that of Henry, who was out with the score on 256. And so these two, both youngsters, both from the island of Antigua, they're looking now to see how best they can settle in. Of course, they're looking first of all to bat out the rest of the overs left for today, and then looking to come back tomorrow with a fresh day ahead of them. But we have to live in the moment. We'll have a change of bowling at the far end, Gary. That looks like Brian Charles coming back into the attack.
Yes, his first spell was not so good. 10 overs, none for 47. So captain has replaced Kawaya, who is bowling excellently. So we'll just see what will happen with Brian Charles bowling from the far end. So Kawaya was able to pick up 3 wickets. Could have gotten a 4th or even a 5th if Cephas Cooper had taken Kyle Magore when he was on 4. He was dropped at extra cover. So for Brian Charles, just a slip. There is a short backward square, there's a forward square, there's a mid wicket on the fence, there's a straight mid wicket and a long on. So the fielder going down on the backward square fence, long leg fence. So Charles is bowling from that far end. So he's replaced Yannick Karaya, who has been the success story for the Red Force team, picking up all 3 wickets.
Oh, well bowled, Carlo.
So Charles is on target with a delivery, and the youngster Joel Andrew just pushed it down into the offside. Just a few spectators looking at this encounter. Gets a delivery on the leg stump. Has gone too quickly for the first one, thinking about the second. But the fielder from slip, that's Carrier, made his way down towards the deep backwards, the long leg area. Just able to get a single, so 1 more to the total. Takes it down to 269. Still trailed by 260. Currently going at 2.68 runs per over. When the Red Force batted, they were going in excess of 4 runs per over for most of the inning. Charles to go. He's punching it into the offside and to go down towards the vacant cover point area for 4. Was wide outside the off stump. And Kyle Magore made full use of it and punched it into the offside for 4. Bad delivery and punished.
Yeah, Karaya had protection down on that boundary, but there is none there for Charles. And so once he found the gap, he was always going to get 4 runs.
273 for 2 wickets. Leewards. And Charles is bowling from that far end. It's
again
forcing away into the offside. 4 more runs. That one was a bit closer to the batsman, but he gave himself room and forced it between the extra cover and cover down towards the boundary for another 4. So just as Charles started in his first spell, he was struck for a couple of 4 in his first over, in his first spell, and now the start of his second spell, the first over, has been struck for 2 4s.
And the captain has now posted the fielder down on the cover boundary.
$277. It is for 2 wickets. Leeward's opening partnership of 220. Mikhail Louis 110. Kareem Henry made 100. He was out caught by Django after bowling of Karaya. Delivery swung away into the onside, probably came off the hands of Django at backward square. Maybe he was unsighted by the sun. Maybe
through the hands of Django.
So a ball on the center and leg stump was swept away in the air and went through the hands of Django, probably indicating that he didn't see it, and they were able to get a single. So the total over has been completed, 278 for 2 wickets. The Leewards.
For his last stint of the day.
So his last stint might be a long stint.
But nevertheless, we've had a good day though, Gary, in terms of the weather.
So Carripier will continue from the far end, or this is the media center end, sorry. 278, and the Leewards will want these two to bat until the end of the day's play. Red Force, on the other hand, will be happy if they can pick up another wicket or two. So the first two sessions they were unable to pick up a wicket, but they have gotten three so far in this final session, Smitten.
Yes, and making their way back into the game. And we always must be reminded that the Leewards are very long way off still. 529 for 5 scored by Red Force. 251 runs behind the Leeward Islands.
So Carripier, I'm sure, is mindful of that. And will want to continue to keep things tight. He's in his 34th over, none for 51. But he has been able to keep things tight, going at less than 2 runs per over.
Leewards, of course, would need another 71 runs or thereabout. 200 and to make Trinidad and Tobago bat again.
So Carripier goes around the wicket, and he goes into the offside. .278 it is for 3. So the over has come to an end, another tight over. Ball completed by Carripier, 278. And the Leewards, Smitten, would hope that these two can bat the remaining overs. How many overs remaining in there? 102 overs in the inning, minus 14.
Just about another 10 or so overs in the day. And I said they need another 75 runs. It should be about another 101 runs to make Trinidad and Tobago bat again. Of course, there's always the option that Trinidad and Tobago could take if there's a lead of 150 runs. They could always decide to bat again. But Leewards would certainly like to ensure that they're not in that position.
Work, Charlie.
Once the Leewards, if the Leewards are not able to get up to the total, I think the Red Force would bat again. Even if they only make, if they make less than 200 runs tomorrow, I don't see the Red Force asking the Leewards to bat again.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. And the lead is still a big one, 250. The lead at the moment.
So delivery kept it a little bit low, pushed down into the onside. So Charles on target with that delivery. We have seen a couple of deliveries keeping a bit low.
Yes, that one certainly kept a bit low.
And there is Karimago looking to sweep. Gets it down towards the short finding area. Carripier campers away from slip. And they get a single. So the total moves on to 280 for 3. Looking to lap it around the corner. Gets it down towards the finding area. And Carripier, anticipating the shot, was moving early, but couldn't get the hand to it. And they were able to come back for 2 runs. If you look at it on the monitor, a lap shot, and there was Carripier going across to his left. But the ball was well away from him, and they were able to get 2 runs.
Running has been good though between these two so far. 2 youngsters, young legs, and we have seen them already turning what looked like 2 runs into 3 runs.
Loud appeal for delivery, coming back in towards the batsman Andrew to bring up the end of the over. As he was getting the delivery, was onto the back foot, struck on the pad a bit high, and obviously going down the onside as well.
Yes, seemed to be missing leg.
282 for 3 after 103 overs have been bowled. Leeward's faced 13.5 overs yesterday. So some 89 overs have been bowled for the day. And the Leewards would have scored how many runs? They started at 200, they started at 45. And they're 282. Which means they have scored 237 runs for the day.
237.
So we get an easy single. We'll take it to 283, so 238 runs in some 89 overs. That will tell you how quickly they were scoring, Smitten.
Well, quickly comparatively, but certainly Trinidad and Tobago was much quicker on the first day. They batted for 79.3 overs, and they got to, I think it was 300 plus runs on the first day. Trinidad and Tobago. So,
yeah, for the most part, the Leewards have been scoring just over 2.5 runs per over.
326 for 3 to be exact. Trinidad and Tobago. But it tells us something about the bowling of the two teams, though. And certainly the Trinidad and Tobago team has bowled a lot better than the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, they have bowled a lot tighter. The Leewards bowled a number of loose deliveries, and they were punished by the Red Force batting. And they got up to 529 for 5. Mohammed 204 and out. Captain De Silva 152. Leewards in reply had a good start, 220 for the first wicket. And Joel Andrews driving. We get a single. He's down to Philip at long off.
Trinidad and Tobago, though, they have had their chances. They've put down a number of catches, at least 5 catches so far. And the Leewards could have been in a worse position at this point.
So it's 284 at the end of the over. 104 overs have been completed, and the Leewards still some distance off from the 529 for 5 declared by the Red Force team.
Yes, and another good over for Trinidad and Tobago. They have kept things tight. 284 for 3. Good position to be in. And the Leeward Islands, they still have quite a bit of batting to come. Batsmen who are in good form. Hamilton, of course. Captain, he has had score 49 for the season. And Hayden Walsh Jr., he's a capable batsman also. So, Leeward still in with a chance of getting pretty close to these runs.
But they would want these two batters to spend some time in the middle, though.
Most definitely.
The youngster Joel Andrew and the Karma Go, the non-striker. Still a good batting strip here at Warner Park. Charles looking to get a wicket. And Joel Andrew is on 7. Gave a chance the first ball he faced. Looking to be aggressive, didn't get over it, played it in the air. And seals that extra cover, couldn't hold on.
None.
So as you indicated, the Red Force team, they would have put down a number of catches. If they would have taken those catches, things could have been different.
Most certainly.
Andrew's driving for a single, goes down to long on. And with that single, total has gone to 285. 285 for 3 wickets. And you could basically say that the 3 batsmen that have been dismissed for Leeward gave the wicket away.
Well, we've been saying this throughout the game. Same thing would apply to the Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, well, ball, Charlie,
batting.
boy. Ball, Charlie.
So it's pushed down into the offside. Trinidad and Tobago 529 for 5, 200 to Mohammed, 152 to captain, 204 to be exact, by the experienced Jason Mohammed. Over is completed, another over of spin, 285. So with the spinners in the attack spin, we should get to the remaining overs pretty quickly.
Oh yes, and doing a good job, not just out there in the field, but working in our favor. And just to say though that, yes, of course, some of the Leeward Island batsmen might have given it away, but I think though that Trinidad and Tobago would have applied more pressure to the Leeward Island batsmen and forced them into error. We saw Henry struggling to get to his 100, and eventually, in fact, the new ball is being signaled now, but I think it was due mainly to a bit of pressure being applied, which, but of course, in the case of Kyle Louis, he certainly gave that away right after tea. Second delivery phase, he just came out and threw his hand away. But Henry really struggled a bit. The new ball taken, it's been taken by a spinner, and I'm sure we will get more bounce from the track.
So second new ball after 105 overs has been taken, and we'll see if Jaden Seals will come from the far end. So Andrew is dropped again at slip. Was outside the off numbers onto the back foot, looking to play it fine. Went between the keeper and first slip to the left of the fielder. That's Brian Charles at first slip, and he couldn't hold on to it.
And Andrew living dangerously. Carlisle would have said earlier that the young man is very talented, but could be a bit reckless at times. They need to haul himself in and be more selective. But lucky to be there still.
So it went to the left of Brian Charles, came off his left hand. Another chance going down. And this time Karamogo is in behind it.
You know, it boils down to game awareness. It's a newer ball, and it's going to do a bit more off the track.
He's punching it into the offside. That's Karamogo. And just as it's going to do a bit more off the track, it will leave the bat quicker as well, and maybe that is what got the better of the field and slip. The ball probably came to him quicker than he anticipated. He didn't realize, maybe he forgot it was a new ball and probably moved a bit late.
Yes, certainly. Batsman, it would certainly would have gotten to the batsman a bit quicker also, and probably bounced a bit more. So batsmen would always have to be aware of these situations, and as well as the fielders too.
So Carripier will continue. Almost got the wicket of Andrew, and he goes quickly through for the single. Good running. The just dropped it on in front of him, and just looked up at each other and went through for the run. So one more to the total. It has gone on to 288 for 3, the Leewards.
Both of these, of course, from Antigua, and certainly would have played a lot of cricket together, so they would have a good understanding.
So Carripier taking the second new ball for the Red Force, bowling the first over the new ball, and he's in his 36th over, which has just come to an end. So 3 runs coming from the over, 3 runs coming from the first over with the new ball at the end of over number 106. the Leeward's 288 for 3.
Yeah, so first over with the second new ball. I see Philip marching towards the far end. So is it going to be Philip to take the new ball from the other end? We have seen the silver for most parts using, especially in the opening burst, using a fast bowler and a spin bowler from one end. Of course, the new ball initially, in the first new ball, it was taken by the two fast bowlers, Philip and Seals. And it's going to be Philip as opposed to Seals to take it from the far end.
So Philip has had a long rest. He has not bowled since lunch. So he has bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22. So he didn't bowl since lunch. So he has a long rest. So he's well rested. So he has been given the responsibility of bowling the new ball from that far end. So since the first session, he has not bowled, so he should be full of energy.
Well, he walked rather briskly from his position down at long off to the far end.
So we're going into bowl to Anju. Delivery offline. They have gone too quickly for the first one, thinking about the second. But they feel they got onto it quickly. One more to the total, 289 for 3 wickets. Jaden Steele, 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 52. He bowled some 7 overs after lunch. At lunch, Steele had 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 28. And at tea, he had 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 52. So he bowled some 7 overs between lunch and tea. And Philip only had the 5 overs between the start of play and lunch. So he's now brought back in this the final session with just about 6 overs to go in the day's play. As he will be coming into bowl to Karimagor. So Gore is on 29. He was given a chance when he was on 4, so you want to capitalize on your chances, Smitten.
Yeah, certainly. And you settled in nicely. Got off the mark with the first delivery received. Delivery which is struck through extra cover for 4. But Philip getting a bit of inward movement there with that delivery to go, that last delivery to go. And he's really running in, really charging in.
So we're in the dying stages of this third day's play. Delivery on the leg stump, look to whip it in the onside, misses. Taken or goes past the keeper and down towards the boundary for 4 runs?
Well, it's as signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett. So it's 4 more to the batsman go.
So with those 4 runs, the total has gone on to 293. And Joel Angelus call Karimagor down to have a quiet word with him to let him know that we are getting close to the end of the day's play. Let's try and bat the remaining overs without giving our hands away. Good delivery, Yorker length. And the batsman Karimagor had to come down hard on it. Good delivery. Delivered there by Philip.
Yes, very good delivery, but in the end, well played by the batsman too. Just keeping it out. And very good attempt there by the bowler to York, the batsman.
So Philip is in his 9th over. None for 27. Karimagor is on 33 from 52. Andrew is on 11 from 31. Short of yeah. Gets it down towards the wideish mid-off area. The fielder had to move across to his left, knocks it down. And the batsman had enough time to cross for a single. So that's Jaden Seagulls at mid-off. Had someone to do across to his left. Did well. One more to total, 294 for 3. One delivery remaining in the over, being bowled by Philip. This is the second over with the second new ball. Carey Peer bowled the first over from this immediate centre end. Shadows beginning to lengthen here at Warner Park. And he's playing it into the offside. We get a single. There's a fielder down at backward point on the boundary. That's James. Bring up the end of the over. 295 it is for 2 wickets to Leewards.
Yes, fairly good over there from Anderson Phillip. Just throwing a bit down the onside with one delivery, which in fact the batsman was able to tickle around the corner and bringing himself 4 runs. But the Leewards inching closer to the 300 mark, so you know they are achieving some targets. And 295 for 3 still a good score, but we still have to consider that there are 234 runs adrift of the score made by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
So Pierre will continue from the mid centre end. Some 5 overs remaining in the day's play. And we eventually get the single. Cephas Cooper moving to his left from mid wicket, couldn't stop it. Yannick Carrier, man who has taken 3 wickets, completed the fielding.
Cooley,
that's Gooley. Jade Gooley is on the field. I think he was the one that took the catch to dismiss Mikhail Louis as well. And Kyle Mago is onto the front foot. So Carey Peer has bowled without much success today. What a chance, one chance going off his bowling. He's in his 37th over, none for 57. Flat, fast delivery. And Kyle Mago is on 34. Just pushed it down to Cephas Cooper at mid wicket. Leeward, the hope that these 2 will go into this evening without losing the wicket. So 3 deliveries or 4 deliveries have been bowled in this over from Carey Peer. 296 it is for 3. And the Go will get a single down to deep cover. With a single, total has gone on to 297, so 3 runs away from the 300 and 3 runs away from 2 batting points. 1 delivery remaining in the over being bowled by Carey Peer. And he's gets the delivery outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper. Over is completed. Over 108 overs have been completed. Leeward's 297 for 3.
So another 4 overs for the Leeward Islands to survive today. They're approaching the 300 mark and another batting bonus point. And interestingly, Gary Gooley, who is on the field now, he would have played against the CCC, scored 121. And then in the match against the Windward Islands, he didn't score, he made duck. And he has been dropped for this 3rd game.
It's always said that cricket is a game, it's a great leveler. You make 100 in a game and come next game you make a duck. As Philip will continue from that far end, struck on the pad, lower appeal. But the umpire Carly Tuckett is not interested. Like by obviously going down the onside. The keeper wasn't really interested as well. Only the bowler Philip thought they had him. If you can look at it on the monitor. Struck him high. It was coming inside the stumps. So it could have been, might have been going over the stumps, but he
Seemed to be going down to. Might have missed. It might have been umpire's call, for that matter. It might have been too high also.
So Philip will have to try once more from that far end. 29 runs have come from his spell. 9.1 overs. Good delivery, coming quickly back in towards Joel Anjo. Was cramped. And good delivery, coming back sharply from outside the off stump. Anjo playing a bit late, struck on the thigh pad. So Philip seems to be generating a bit of pace off the pitch in the dying stages of this third day's play.
Well, you earlier said that he was well rested, and he's really running in and giving it his all at this point.
So I'm sure we're looking and hoping to get a wicket before the end of the day's play. 2 slips waiting, badly line delivery. Going down the onside, we want to keep it more on the stumps. They started just outside the off stump and coming back in towards the right hander. That would be the better line, the better length.
I think he's trying a bit too hard at the moment. You can see he's really running in and really charging in and trying to get a wicket.
And you just have a couple of overs remaining before the end of the day's play, so you want to give it his all. We have seen the pacers in this game, Seals, Joseph, all putting in great effort without much success. None of the pacers have been able to be successful so far. And Ange's driving crisply, goes down to mid-off. There's no chance of a run. So it has been hard work for all of the bowlers, hard work for the pacers as well, without much success. Seals really put in some effort. Alzari Joseph, when he bowled for the Leewards, did put in some effort as well. And now we see Anderson Phillip really running in and really putting in some effort in this final spell for the day.
So far, though, Karaya has been the pick of the bowlers, not only in this innings but in the match so far.
So Phillip will continue. Short on Joel Anjo, looking to swing it over back of the square. And the goals just drop down on the onside. So the total remains on 298. And Anjo looking to swing it over the vacant mid-wicket area. Didn't connect. So in over 109. 13.5 overs the bowl yesterday. So we're in some 95 overs. 1 delivery remaining to complete 95 overs for the day. And it's punching it down to cover, knocked down by Carrie Peer to bring up the end of the over. Another over completed with the new ball. 298 for 3, the Leewards.
So we are winding down. Another 3 overs left in the day's play. We have already gone past the 5 o'clock hour. So we're into overtime at the moment. But with the shadows lengthening, the light still remain very good here at Warner Park. And it's quite obvious that we're going to have a full day's play without any interruption, and the weather certainly has held fine throughout.
So Carrie Peer will continue from here at the media center end. Be bowling to Carrie McGaw. Go is on 35.
Might be interesting to see what Silva does from the far and whether or not he would want to bring back one of his spinners for another over from that end before the end of the day's play.
And Andrew is driving. We get a single as he goes down towards the wide long off area. And See whether Tian Webster is on the field. He moves across to his left. So the total moves on by 1 to 299. Gerald Andrew is on 13. Just pushed it down into the offside. So the Leewards would be satisfied with the way things have gone so far for the day. Just a few overs, a couple of overs remaining. Started the morning on 45 without loss. And they have only lost 3 wickets, and they have faced how many overs? 96 so far. It's in the 96th over, and Andrew will get a single. It goes too quickly for the first one, thinking about the second. They're going to come back for it, and Carmago was thinking about it, but Tian Webster came in quickly and it was sent back by Joel Andrew. They hustled through for the first run, thinking about the second, but the fielder came in quickly. So the 300 coming up. So with a single 300 for 3, the Leeward Islands, so which means they have picked up another batting point. So they have gained 2 points, 2 additional points so far in the match. Red Force would have picked up 3 when they batted. Onto the front foot. We get an easy single. That's Karim would go. He moves on to 36. 37. So the total will go on to 301 at the end of the over. 110 overs have been completed. So we just have how many overs to go?
2 overs.
2 overs remaining. So same as the Jaden Seals. So Anderson Phillip will continue from the far end.
So this, of course, will be the penultimate over of the day's play. And Philip from the far end. But I thought, though, he might have opted to try something different from the far end. But nevertheless deciding to go with his fast bowler who's been running in.
So Philip will continue from that far end. So the Leewards have scored 256 runs for the day. And Caramago is in behind it. Pushed it down into the offside. So we're in start of over 111. So Philip will bowl from the, will continue from that far end. Two slips, and there is a point on the boundary. There's a gully. So the highlight of today's match, today's game, 100 by Michael Louis. The ball is punched into the offside, and Carmago will get 2 runs. As Joshua James had to run it due across to his right. So Michael Louis making 110, and Kareem Henry making his maiden regional century, 100. Made 100 before he was out caught off the bowling of Karaya. And then we also saw some good bowling by Karaya, who would have picked up the 2 wickets that have fallen. So Philip will continue from that far end. And Gore will get some more runs as he's worked it into the onside. We'll get a single. So 1 more to go. So with that single, he has gone on to 40. 304 for 2 wickets to the Leeward. So they certainly, Leewards will be satisfied that they have only lost 2 wickets up until this point, Smitten.
Oh yes, certainly, and they will be hoping that in the next few deliveries they do not lose another one. But satisfied to a certain extent, one would have thought that Mikhail Louis in particular should have gone on a bit more. Came back right after tea and threw it away. So despite the fact that he would have scored 100, I think he himself would not have been satisfied with that performance.
Outer edge, down towards the boundary for 4, between second slip and Gully. So 4 runs to Joel Andrew. So with that boundary has gone on to 18. And the total has gone on to 308. So 4 welcome runs for the Leewards.
Yes, they'll take it any day. It was in the gap. And it raced away down to the boundary for 4.
So we end the dying stages of this, the third day. And the Leewards did have done well on a good batting strip here at Warner Park. So we have seen in excess of 800 runs being scored. 837 as a matter of fact. As Philip will come over the wicket to bowl to Andrew. Andrew is playing it into the offside, goes bouncing down to extra cover. Carry Pierre is in the way. So just 1 over remaining after this. So it has been a very long day. Play started at 9:30 this morning. And the Leeward's first 2 sessions, they batted well without losing a wicket. Went to lunch on 154 without loss. And tea, 220 without loss. And then first over after tea, Mikhail Louis was dismissed for 110. So we have the final delivery of the penultimate over being bowled by Anderson Phillip. 10.5 overs, none for 36. 7 runs have come so far in this over. And you get another single. Pushed it down into the whitish mid-on area to bring up the end of the over. 309 it is for 3 wickets. 1 over remaining in the day's play, Smitten.
Yes, 1 over to go. And it's been a long day. And who is it going to be? It's not going to be Pierre, it seems, to bowl the final over of the day's play.
Vikash Mohan.
So, TNT captain trying something, giving an over to a fresh bowler. And he's going in for short run. So, probably trying to buy a wicket here.
So Vikash Mohan has replaced Carey Peer from the middle centre end for the final over of this third day's play. And the Leewards would want to close off the third day's play without any further loss. Just as they did yesterday when they ended on 45 without loss, they would want to end day 3 without losing any further wicket. 309 it is. For 3, final over of the third day's play. Vikash Mohan has been given the responsibility of trying to get a wicket. Andrew is on 19. He is going to the big drive, goes down to Carey Peer on the bounce. He fields 1 more to the total. So Joel Andrew doesn't seem as though he doesn't bother him with the last over of the day or the first over of the day. He's gonna take the attack. Aggressive shot. Still have to be mindful that you have all of tomorrow to bat if you so desire. So you don't want to give it up in the last over of the day's play.
Certainly not. And this is a ploy by the Trinidad and Tobago captain to try and buy a wicket. Deep backward squeeze out. Mid wicket is back on the boundary. Long on is back on the boundary.
So Gore is easily in behind the delivery.
Good though that Gore has gone to the other end. And perhaps not as exuberant as young Joel Andrew. But as I said, that he picks up a single.
Easy single, just came forward and pushed it down to long on. Much more orthodox as opposed to Andrew, who went into a big drive for his single. So with that single, total has gone on to 311. So we have 3 deliveries remaining in the day's play.
Changing the field to Gary.
Short mid-on has been installed. There's also a mid-wicket. So Andrew is just on to the back foot and ease it into the offside. 2 deliveries remaining in the day's play. So we tell you Leeward started the day on 45 without loss. Went to lunch on 154 without loss. Tea 220 without loss. And now they're 311 for 3. As Vikash Mohan bowler delivery to Anju, who just pushed it back and was strip on the onside. Anju is on 20 from 48. And Kari Magoa is on 41. So Kari P has been asked to take a few paces in. Goes over the wicket to bowl to Anju. Anju is hitting it in the air, over, wide, long on and onto the players' pavilion for 6 runs to bring up the end of the over, the end of the day's play. Anju has lifted Vikash Mohan over, long on, wide, long on for 6. So at the end of it, 317. What a way to end the day's play.
Well, who said it was the last ball of the day's play? The exuberance of youth. And you probably seen a ball to hit, struck it out of the grounds. And closing off the day on a resounding note, striking one over Windies long on for 6.
All right, so we tell you play has come to an end here at Warner Park, 317 for 3. And the game has been concluded, so Leeward's ending well. 317, but there's still some 212 runs away from the Red Force first innings. So we tell you, play has come to an end here at Warner Park. We will rejoin you tomorrow at, I think, 9:30 start, but whenever the play will start tomorrow, whether 9:30 or 10 o'clock, we'll be here to bring you the final day's play. So that's it from Warner Park. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be with you tomorrow for the final day's play.